And if you don't agree, then I'm giving it some. I wanna laugh so hard it hurts, to feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room, sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see. Ooh, it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Ooh, every time I dream of you, I see. Ooh, it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
probably right. I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December and explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. It's fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you were keen to cut the ties. It's fire in your eyes. 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 I hope you will get at me, but you indifferently. You talk so impassioned around here. When will you put me? I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December and explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. Fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here. I know you were keen to cut the ties. It's fire in your eyes. Fire in your eyes.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for playoff Saturday of the 2026 RLCS 1v1 North American Regional Championship. It's a mouthful. It's going to be a handful for all of our players, folks. 8 of the best 1v1ers in the region on your screen today. We'll be narrowing it down to top 6 and on the road to crowning a North American Regional Champion tomorrow on Championship Sunday. It's going to be an exciting one. I'm Wave Punk. I got Johnny. I got Fear. I got T-Bates, and this is a good show. Bates, did you watch the drama yesterday? What'd you think of the 1v1 scene so far?
I mean, I watched a little bit of it. I mean, I was kind of at work, Wave, so I caught it when I could. I saw some highlights, but I can't say I watched it as thoroughly as I usually watch it. Like I said, I was a little busy yesterday.
I appreciate the honesty, and hey, you know what? There's definitely some viewers. There's some viewers tuning in right now who are in that same boat. They were also at work yesterday, and they didn't know what was going on. So, hey, you're tuned into the pre-show. You're right where you need to be. We're to tell you everything that happened yesterday. If you're picking right now to become a Rocket League fan, if this is the first time you're watching and hearing our voices, you picked a great time to become a fan of the greatest esport in the world. Bottom left corner, we're in that red box right now. The World Championship, the next huge thing on the horizon. We've played through the 2v2 Opens. We know who's going to be playing for the title of 2v2 World Champion. We're finding out who's going to be playing for the title of 1v1 World Championship right here, right now, this weekend. And then there's also the last chance qualifiers, because who could be the world champion for 3v3s? It could be you and your friends. All you got to do is scan the QR code on your screen, follow the link, sign up, and then just don't lose. Don't lose against the rest of the field, but it's still a possibility, and some teams will do that. They will make it to the world championship through those last chance qualifiers. It could be you. Sign up if you want to have a fun time with your friends, and hey, maybe make it to the championship in that way. We've got a crazy event in store for all of you here this weekend. We have our North American 1v1 tournament. We also have the Middle East North African tournament happening today. It'll be concluding today. We will be covering the grand finals of the MENA broadcast on this stream here as the final thing we do today. So Do not click away after the final match day, after Zach and Diaz take on each other. Let's talk about what is on the line today, or this weekend rather. We have a nice juicy prize pool for our players here. Everyone in the tournament. This is money going to a single individual player. Have already secured $1,200. Some of the players have secured $1,600. With every win today, they are moving themselves up in the prize pool. But really, the money, not the thing that's the most valuable in our prize pool. It's that qualification to the World Championship, which only goes to the top spot this weekend here for North America and for the Middle East. They will fill in this bracket that will be played in Dickies Arena that final weekend in September there. If you win today, or if you win this weekend here for North America, you get to take on NAS. The Middle Eastern champion will take on KV1. And in addition to the $7,000 you're securing here today, you'll get an extra $5K just for showing up and losing to the World Championship. Obviously, they're not going to be trying to lose here, Bates.
Wait a second.
What's that?
Is that accurate? This first place, you really get 50 grand?
50 grand
Oh,
to a single player. It's kind of amazing. It's a good prize. It's a good prize pool.
Wait, how much does 2v2 get?
Double.
Is that 25 each or is that 50 grand each?
No, they get double. They get the same per player. Yeah, it's double overall.
Okay. So we've been talking a lot this weekend, Fear, about the Triple Crown. Which fans, if you want to watch us crown 3 different world champions, 1v1, 2v2s, 3v3s, make sure you scan the QR code on your screen. Be in the building, get your tickets there. Fear, we've been talking about the fact that wouldn't it be crazy if someone were to get the accolade of winning multiple championships in one weekend? We haven't talked about how lucrative it is for them here. You could make some crazy money. You win 1v1s and 2v2s and 3v3s. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'd hope they give him a special title too or something, not just, all the prize money and everything. But if you win a Triple Crown, surely you got to get something in game. We technically still have a couple players who could do that. Zach can't get eliminated today. Even if he loses, he'll still potentially be able to do it. But over on the Mina, we're going to have Mina end today. So you're going to need to see Clears win if you want to keep that dream alive of somebody winning the Triple Crown.
We'll see if they can do it, folks. What a road it will be. We'll talk about that more when we get into their matchups, just because it's a fun thing to talk about. Now, for those of you that missed yesterday, Bates, we got it. We're gonna catch you right up here. There was some crazy Rocket League. There was some fun action. There was the Group A was pretty competitive, but the results went about as we expected. The biggest story for me, the one I'm probably the most excited about here today, Zapato Fear making it out of those lower semifinals. He's back for a second year in a row.
Yeah, in the hype chamber, they have a Fennec. What is that Fennec doing in there? This guy does not rock the Fennec.
Yes,
he is one of the only players you will see rocking something that isn't Octane or Fennec. And it's not even Dominus. It's this nice Plank Sentio. And I also love his style. Not just one color. He's always out there trying to make something look nice. But it's not just his style on his car. It's his style in his gameplay as well. As he got quickly through Nightya. When we were watching him on stream, he looked insane. But apparently it went to game 5. So Nightya must have been playing pretty well. But Zapatos versus Evo is a matchup that we've seen many times. Coming into this one, Johnny and I had Evo at 5 and Zapatos at 6. So Zapatos could have maybe had a slight upset here if he was able to take down Evo, but ultimately it was Evo sending Zapatos down to the lower bracket where he ran into 5-up, and Zapatos is just too good to be getting eliminated before the top 8. He had a great series here against 5-up. I believe we were tabbing away and he was playing better when we wasn't on mainstream. He's gonna have to play on mainstream for an entire series today because he's got first killer in this lower bracket. It'll have to be an upset if he wants to get top 6 and stick with that ranking that we had him at the start of the day.
Yeah, but he's such a strong player. I mean, I love getting to highlight anybody that is not playing Fennec, Octane, or Dominus here. And I mean, the fact that he is playing something that everyone else is not familiar with, he's more familiar with. He's played a million Fennecs, Octanes, and Dominuses. How many top-level Sentios have these guys played? It's really just Zapatos. He's kind of got the whole scene there, and we're glad to see him here still in the top 8 for North America. We'll get to see his story continue on. Group B, though, Johnny, was a bit of an upset city. Some wild stories coming out of this one. Diaz did take on first killer there up in the upper semifinals. That was a rematch of our grand finals last year. Definitely not an upset for Diaz to win there, but the way in which he won was very spectacular.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a preview of a potential grand final. Obviously, it was a rematch of last year's grand final for North America. But before Diaz could get to First Killer, he had to take on Canada's Loxi. So this is a new player for a lot of viewers. He's, I think, going to be a player you'll see more of, because even though he's lost out to Diaz, I don't think he did it well. Diaz is to clip it on him a little bit, but I don't think it was a bad showing overall for Loxi this weekend. And then we got to the real match of the day for me, Diaz versus First Killer. Diaz starting off exactly as he wanted to in this matchup. It looked like he might run away with it, but First Killer fighting back from behind in game 3 multiple times. He had several comebacks, and then look at the length of this overtime. 9-9 is over a minute and 20 seconds. That's a huge overtime for 1v1. First Killer wins that, wins the next game, and Diaz had to do it in 5, which he was able to do, but First Killer really pushing him to the limit here, and like I said, I think this could be a little preview of the grand final.
We might see these players rematching there if they can make their way through the bracket. First Killer, he had to make his way through the lower bracket in 2025. We'll have to do it again here in 2026, but we all know he's up to the task. Can he get there to the grand finals again? Now, the story I think everyone's talking about the most interesting story here, Bates. We got a guy named AJ who just will not go away. His first tournaments were back in 2018. That's 8 years ago, and he's still here in the top 6, in fact.
I mean, listen, back 8 years ago, he had some of the best mechanics in North America. He was heralded for that. And I still do believe that he still has some of the best mechanics in North America. The 3v3 scene, it hasn't been paying off for him as of late, but 1v1, it's about the mechs. It's about just the ability to perform when you have the ball, get it by the opponent. And even in a matchup where, I don't know where Johnny and Fear had Chronic ranked by, my assumption is that Chronic was ranked reasonably high on the rankings. AJ went and handled business. And going up against Bora. Bora's a newcomer. I love what he's been doing for Dignitas, but I think this experience proves out in these type of matches. And we haven't seen AJ on a Saturday stream in a very long time, so I am excited to see what exactly he can bring to the table. It's not going to be an easy matchup, though. He's going up against Evo. Evo's very aggressive. He's very mechanical. He's a confident player, but if AJ keeps playing like he does, man, he always has a chance.
We'll see if he can get it done here, folks. I mean, I love, like, we keep talking about him, Fear, like he's this old man. We're amazed that he's still here. Is there actually like a notable difference between the way that AJ's playing, the way he's approaching the ball, the speed at which he's approaching the ball, or if you took the nameplates off, would you be able to tell that it's AJ?
That's a tough question, whether or not taking the nameplates off. I don't think he's necessarily playing any slower. He's playing his top ones game that he always has. He's just maybe got disillusioned with the 3 scenes. It's tough to get the right team, to get the right situation, and he maybe didn't want to put in as much effort. But ones, I mean, he clearly still enjoys the game. He clearly still plays ranked. He was a high-ranked seed coming into this, so he's kept his leaderboard position up. He gets to kind of focus on that however much he wants to without having to worry about everything that comes with being on a team. And so clearly he's still got it. I don't think we're going to see him resurging back into 3s or anything like that because of all the work that comes with that, but clearly still a top player in ones, and someone's gonna have to try and usurp him. It's really on the other guys. You need to go and take AJ off the crown. He's been able to stay up there, and you let him stay up there.
Like there's a whole like social dynamic to being good at 3s, right? Like it's not just being good at the game, it's also figuring out how to get a team around your recruitment, it's like a thing. And like you get to avoid all of that in ones. AJ's like, no, it's just me out there. And
you don't have to keep up with the TikTok memes. You don't like what else are the new players doing these days? All these young mechanical players, like it's really difficult to keep up with what they're doing. So AJ doesn't need to worry about that. It's nice, just him, the ball, the boost, nothing else.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's out there making his content too. He's trying to make a name for himself in the space. And I will say, we were just talking about First Killer had to make the lower bracket run last year. He's back in the lower bracket trying to make it through. Last year, AJ was in the lower bracket. This time, he's earned himself a second life with that upper bracket. So an improvement here from 2025 to 2026 for AJ. Will it make a difference? We'll find out as the tournament progresses here. Yesterday, we saw some pretty spectacular results, and there was some pretty spectacular plays that got us there, folks. These are your top plays presented by Progressive. Number 6. Listen, if you give me a chance to put Ascentio on a top plays list, I'm gonna put Ascentio on a top plays list. Look at the dribble, look at the plank car here. The reason he drives it for flicks like this, so much power, you ain't getting that out of any other car. And then finishing it off, landing directly on his bumper to close this one out. This one was up against 5 up, trying his best. 5 up, a little low on boost here, but you know what? I don't know if it would have made a difference if he'd had 100. That's in the net. Good stuff from Zapatos.
We already got a glimpse of this play before, but look at the reset by AJ, dodging into the flip reset on the backboard touch here. That was after a very closely fought win in the race to the boost, but to center the ball to himself that quickly, get the extra touch, and then secure the tight angle. Well played.
Number 4, we got Diaz on Champions Field. Catches this and cuts it away. You thought that was going to be the highlight. No, he is back up in the air again. Sees First Killer challenging and gets the reset to pop it away. This is such a tough thing to do. It really shows just how good Diaz is at not only holding possession and going for the right shot, but being able to read when a challenge is coming early and adjust. Such a big pop. Diaz gets back down and forces it in.
Listen, we're seeing a lot of offense. Sometimes you got to start seeing some defense as well. Wavy absolutely reads Zach like a Harry Potter book, but Zach comes all the way backwards aerial to get the touch. It should have been a guaranteed goal for Wavy, but Zach says no. It's the creativity, ingenuity to get back in this position. There's only one other player in the world that I know can make that play, and it's Johnny, and I'll tell you why.
We'll tell him why later, folks. This is 0 seconds, game 2, First Killer versus Wiz. Wiz has all the control, trying to find the buzzer beater to win the game. First Killer finds it instead the other way, finding the way to get this off of Wiz's hood and then onto his own without having to touch the ground. Spectacular stuff. Winning game 2 on the way to a sweep.
But for our number 1 play, I said I was looking at Zach at the start of the day. He is a very mechanical player, but has he done it in ones? Well, it turns out double resets, they work anywhere you want them. As Zach gets up, this ball is headed away to the other side of the field before he gets one reset and then another.
Hey, you like the double reset? How about a double reset? This is 10 seconds later. This is not the same play you just saw. This is a completely different moment. He does it twice in a row to 5 up. This is why he is one of the strongest seeds coming out of Group A, and also one of the most improved players from 2025 to 2026. Didn't make top 8 last year. He's now one of the top dogs out of his group. Can Zach make the run here? He's going to have to go through Diaz, reigning defending North American champion and teammate. So it'd be just some good vibes between those guys in that matchup. We'll see how it goes. That will be our final matchup of North American action of the day. We'll be playing through our upper bracket round 1 and lower bracket round 1 matches, and then playing the MENA Grand Final. So 5 matches you'll get to watch on our broadcast before we shut things down here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Speaking of MENA, people struggled to watch the North American action yesterday. They probably also struggled to watch the MENA action. It was a little bit harder to find the broadcasts over there, and so they're going to have more full coverage here today. We'll also be giving you, again, that grand final at the end of the broadcast. We'll be covering on this channel, so you won't have to go anywhere else. Let's talk about it, though, guys. Some crazy drama here. No, I think we got to start with Nobu up at the top, reigning Rocket League 1v1 world champion, on the run to get back and defend that title, taking on his teammate TRK here, Johnny. This one was probably the least close of the day, and you can see why. Nobu is so good.
Yeah, when he shows up, he's a favorite, and you know, especially now that Ruas has been eliminated, the one guy who was able to provide resistance in his run to the World Championship last year. But TRK in the past, he has had some wins against his teammate, but not recently. I think recently TRK has been sort of stagnant in 1v1 in MENA, whereas some of the other players are improving. And yeah, this could be, I think, the 2-time. He's looking great in the run to defend his title.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking, like, looking at the whole field here, right? He looks kind of like this is a runaway win. But I mean, of all the 1v1 brackets we've seen, is MENA the most stacked fear?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You can't compete with EU. EU is really tough to compete with. But I think EU's on the main screen more often, and it's important to make that comparison for maybe fans who don't see the MENA 1v1 players as much. You'll get to see their grand final, and you'll get a taste of it. But even all the way through the bracket, all the top 6 that are going to be playing today, they're high level. They can compete across the board with all these other regions, and maybe even, you know, beat out the top NA 6 we have left. We don't know who there's going to be just yet, but it is very strong 1v1 over there.
You got the reigning defending champion in your bracket. We'll see him play a little. We'll keep you updated on the results, and maybe we'll see Nobu play there at the end of the day. That matchup was a bit more one-sided. TRK didn't quite find a way to match what Nobu was throwing out. That was a 4-1. Let's talk about one that went all the way to game 7 to a buzzer beater at the end as well. Nush versus Killiers here. Killiers on that road to that triple crown we were talking about. Can he get the title in 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3? The only 2 players that could still potentially do it. He's one of them, but Nush has other ideas. It went one-sided for Nush in game 1. It went the other side for Killiers in game 2, and then back and forth the rest of the series here. Fear it went down to the wire in game 7.
Yeah, these guys have been closely matched when they've played in the past. Killiers, you know, a lot more 3 success than Nush, but Nush a bit more of a 1 specialist. And now the twin brother that was a little bit more of a 1 specialist is gone, so Killiers is going to have to hold it up for the family, I guess, in this one, but he did not take down Nush. Nush is just a highlight reel. I don't know if you ever go and check out highlight reels on YouTube to watch, but Nush is going to give you some of the best ones you could possibly watch. Whether it's ones, twos, any game mode, he is putting on a really exciting type of 1v1, and he's also able to back it up with wins. Without Rawas around, Nush might be that guy who has the next best chance at taking down Nupo. It could be Killers, but really, the reality is there could be a lot of playing for second. I know we're talking right now about Nush and Killers, but these guys are going to need to be absolutely on their form. You know, they're clearly both playing well against each other. They're going to have to try and recreate that, not just in this, but you see Killers, he was up 2, just like Rawas. The twin brother was also up 2 games. Nush needed to win 2 in a row, and that is exactly what he did here in Game 7 to advance to the semifinals.
Has Clear's always been this good at 1v1?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd say so. But yeah, I mean, he's been overshadowed, but yeah, these guys are insanely good at once. Like the MENA region have got so many ridiculously good ones players. Kaliers has beaten, you know, if you go back years, he's taken down players like First Killer before. He's been competitive with multiple European players. He's great. It just, we don't get to see it too much because he usually just hands the controller to Rawas and says, yeah, you play this one in the crew battle ones.
I mean, in theory, he could do that at the World Championship, right? Wow. Like, who would we be able to tell? Look at that. 0 seconds. I don't know. Like, that was, I was popping out of my chair watching that final go down, or watching that matchup go down. It felt like a final, even though that was just an upper bracket round 1 matchup there. Went all the way to Game 7. Ops versus Willie, also the match that happened right before it. Fantastic matchup there. Unfortunately for Willie, that one was an elimination match. So Ops gets TRK today. They'll be taking on, Killers will be taking on FBI as well. Winners get to take on Nobo and Nush, and then the winners of those advance to the grand finals. We'll keep you updated on how the bracket's going, and then we will show you that broadcast of the grand finals there at the end of the day. So a little bit longer than we usually are going to be live on Playoff Saturday, but exciting stuff. Glad to have it here. Now let's kind of lock back in a little bit. We got 10 minutes here before kickoff. Let's talk about the North American action here. Johnny, Fear, we had you guys give us your prediction rankings, power rankings, like who you thought was the #1 players, who down to 8. I want to show it again. I want to get your thoughts. Like, would you make any adjustments? Do you still stand by this list, Johnny? Let's start with yours here.
Oh, you know, every day is different, and I've got Chronic at 3. I think if he got to try again today, he would perform to a higher level. He's eliminated already, but that was obviously the guy that we ranked way too high if we look at the list, you know, with perfect 2020 hindsight vision. But yeah, Bora snuck in, Zach snuck in, all these guys made playoffs. It's just Chronic did not. But at the hands of one of Fear's honorable mentions, who overperformed, I'd say.
True. I want to ask about Bora and Zach down there, with Bora over Zach. Would you flip that from what you saw yesterday, or you still think Bora has a slight edge on Zach's performance?
Yeah, I'd still flip. I would flip that. I do want to give Zach credit for taking down Wavy. Writing was a little bit on the wall for that match, though. Wavy looked nervous in his first round, and Zach reverse swept his first round. So the momentum was definitely on Zach's side going into that. And, you know, Wavy's playstyle sort of reminded me of Razier's in EU. He just looked nervous on the pitch. New day for him, though. I think he can regain much like Razier's did. Okay. And we can pull up they'll pull up Fear's list as well. But I remember, Fear, you guys had the same top 6 here. Like, Wavy didn't make it through the upper bracket of his group. Would you drop Wavy, or was it sort of similar to Chronic here? If we were to play it again today, we'd see a different Wavy.
Yeah, no, I think Wavy could afford to drop down a little bit. I mean, Chronic is the big storyline. Not a lot of new things to say necessarily about my list versus Johnny. I think he covered most of it because we had a pretty similar list, but it's actually interesting that he had Bora in, I had AJ in. We were both right in some way because both of them ended up making the top 8. So ultimately, the only thing to look at is Chronic. I mean, Chronic, we had him at 3 for a reason. Falling through is the big surprise here. Whether or not you order some of these players different, I think at the end of the day, Zach maybe could go higher. He could really prove it with his match against Diaz, but there's a good chance that he's in a decent spot as it is right now. It's just unfortunate that the one thing to highlight about this list is not something fun. It's something unfortunate with Chronic dropping out.
And hypothetical.
Sure.
I don't know if y'all talked about it yesterday. Is there anybody on the list that you would have in the top 8 that didn't play? If there's more than one name, just let me know. I'm just curious.
Well, like who didn't play, like as in Daniel, basically.
That's it? That's the only person that'd be on the top 8 that didn't play?
No.
Is there anyone who didn't play whose name starts with a D that you would put on the list?
I mean, Beast Mode's pretty good at ones. I think he could maybe sneak into a top 8, but Daniel's really the only one that I would expect to. That would be the minimum expectation. But it wouldn't be automatic. You know, if Daniel's not practicing a lot of ones, he's not going to win this. Like, the level is crazy high in this tournament with Diaz in particular, just being so consistent over the years. If you're not really prepared for this, you're not going to take down Diaz on a good Diaz day. So Daniel definitely, you know, could have been in the top 8.
And someone who is, you know, very eager to hype up Daniel as much as possible, I just want to let everyone know I agree. I agree with Johnny as well. You know, he would not come in here as a favorite of the tournament. He'd have to put in a little bit more practice. The ones has developed too much. I want Daniel to play, but he'd be like skirting in top 8 and maybe going out in like a top 6, unless he gave it a little bit more focus and refined his one skills.
Listen, when you are the reigning defending 3v3 world champion, I don't mind you focusing on that game mode. Like that's a good time to focus on.
Is he focusing on that?
I knew it was coming. You said that, Wave. I knew it was coming. You said it with the wrong dude on the wrong man.
He's gotta be.
Listen, I saw the Reddit
I'm
post
assuming.
yesterday. We clearly see that Johnny's two different people, and you know that was evil Johnny. He was smirking from behind. He was already smirking from behind, saying, "Oh, here we go. That's free bait right there."
There he goes.
I can catch that one real quick.
Wow, we got 6 minutes till kickoff. Let's start locking in to our first matchup of the day. Folks, if you've got family and friends that you want to get to watch Rocket League, but maybe they don't play the game and watch it from the player's perspective, it's a little confusing, check out the RLCS crowd cam, twitch.tv/RLEsports. It's a sideline camera like you're viewing now, and you can get to watch the match similar to watching a traditional sports viewing experience. And hey, it gives you also an additional way to watch on your own. Pulled up on the second monitor, you can get a second look at the plays. You're like, what happened there? I don't quite see what happened. Great way to enjoy the greatest esport in the world. Twitch.tv/RLEsports. We got 5 matches today. I want to start off with Bora and Wavy up the top. We're saving Zach and Diaz for the end, and then again we have the MENA Grand Finals afterwards. We don't know who's going to be playing in that yet, but it's going to be spectacular, and the winner will play at the World Champion for the title of 1v1 World Champion. We got AJ versus Evo. We got Zapatos versus First Killer. Let's lock in with our first match of the day. Wavy trying to get some credit on Virtus Pro's name after the start of the season has not quite panned out. Meanwhile, on the other side, I want to talk about this man, Bora. Where we're talking about AJ here, Bates, and how he's this long veteran story coming from 2018, still here. Bora came onto the scene here this year, was a player that we surprised all of us and has risen in popularity, has risen in pedigree, and is here trying to continue that story in 2026 in the 1v1 space.
Yeah, I really have like Bora's performance in threes. I think him and Evo, I know Evo supposedly has left the squad, and now Bora, I don't know who Dignitas has picked up, but Bora, in the way that he was possessing the ball and really just utilizing his mechanics in a creative fashion in terms of the assist. He wasn't necessarily scoring the threes, but he was getting by people, and I think that is effective even in the 1v1 scene. Wavy obviously left, so now we got Wavy and Bora confused on the broadcast screen. But I am interested in Bora's story just because, like you said, Wave, he's hit the scene, honestly running. If there was a Rookie of the Year in RLCS, he would be in that kind of conversation.
For sure.
And I do want to see what he can do against a player like Wavy, who's been around for a little bit, has RLCS Worlds experience, and has also been a really great 1v1 player in North America for a little while now.
Yeah, the thing about the matchup here, Fear, between the playstyles you've seen from Bora and Wavy, we've been talking about, we talked a lot about Wavy's playstyle yesterday. Is there any like exciting details about the way that these two line up against each other?
Yeah, I think if both of them play the games that they played yesterday, we are going to see Bora just flying around the map, going for clips, going for tough angles. I don't know if he just felt comfortable in that last round that we watched him in yesterday against Loxi, because it was all close games, but he was, you know, dominating and doing it in style. Wavy has played not his best ones game. He's played a little bit scared. Now he's in the lower bracket. Oftentimes that leads to players playing even more scared than they did before. So, you know, Wavy is trying to slow the game down. He's trying to roll it. He's trying to just get low 50s right now. Bora is going to try and attack through the air. If Bora's on form and he hits a few clips to start early, he can really snowball that and potentially run away with it, with the series that is favored for Wavy.
Okay. Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We'll make our picks on the desk as well. Bates, you get to start things off here.
I know, I like it. It's been a while since I've been all the way at the end. It's back at home. It's RLCS Rookie Bates. And the RLCS Rookie Bates, listen, he hit the scene running as well. And I just talked about somebody else who's a rookie who's hit the scene running. Give me Bora. I like what Fear was talking about. Confidence, execution. Just throw it out, put it all out on the field, and let the bygones be bygones. Let's see what happens. I got Bora right here.
Alrighty, Fear.
You know, I did just do a decent amount of hyping up of Bora, but I've watched so many different ones matches over the course of the years, and Wavy has really moved his way up into the top ranks. So I think he's going to clutch up today. I think that he'll play a little bit better than he did yesterday. He should be able to force the one style maybe a little bit against Bora. There's that chance that Bora could come away with this. This is closer than it probably should be based on what we saw between them, but I still got to go with Wavy.
Okay, Johnny.
You know, I had Bora making top 8, but that's all for Bora, unfortunately. I think it's a new day for Wavy. I think that he's going to be more confident today and show us what he's really about, because he should be a contender. He didn't look like one yesterday. I think today, though, he's going to remind us how good he is. So, yeah, I'm going for Wavy.
We talked already about First Killer being a player that had to make it to the lower bracket in 2025. We talked about AJ was in the lower bracket last year, and he's in the upper bracket this year. If my memory serves me correctly, Wavy was upper bracket last year and is lower bracket this year. We were talking about him not having the best performance yesterday because he was playing conservative. You said it yourself here, Fear. You feel like now he's in the lower bracket, he might double down on that conservation. Bora, who's maybe not supposed to be here, making it through with Eclipse. I feel like he's got some momentum behind him, and this might be a trap game for Wavy. Give me Bora on this one, folks. It is close, and we're split on the desk. How do you feel about it in chat? We've got the Virtus Pro versus Dignitas also. Some popular fan bases here. Wavy and the Virtus Pro boys have been very, very popular this season. It's going to be split right down the middle. Dignitas, though, has built a legacy here in Rocket League, one of the most storied organizations we've got, and they have a great new champion here in Bora. Can he make it through to Championship Sunday? This is an elimination matchup. One player moves forward, one player moves home. Organizations represented, looking for future glory here, folks. What a way to kick off Playoff Saturday. It's Dignitas and Bora versus Virtus Pro and Wavy.
Here we go. Wavy is a name you are familiar with if you follow the North American 1v1 scene. Wavy, a contender, always just missing out on being the best, but he's fighting to get there against this newcomer Bora, who made a big splash in the scene, coming out of nowhere in the RLCS 3v3 scene, apparently discovered in the 2v2 scene, and I guess he's also pretty good at ones as well, as we have a rule one right off kickoff. Oh, that was good stuff there.
James, how you doing?
Good. I thought I was alone for a second. I'm glad you made it.
I'm glad I made it. Listen, I'm glad I made it too. Completely misread that, but I'll tell you who's not misreading things. Wavy and Bora. I'm very excited for this matchup in particular because let me tell you, we were just on that's talking about Wavy and Bora, and Bora's just been so much more aggressive than Wavy has. And I do think that in ones, just pure aggressiveness, like Bora just showed right here, really pays its dividends.
Good start here from Bora. Simple dribble, waiting. You can see Wavy never committed. But you're right. I was watching a little bit yesterday, T-Bates. Obviously, I wasn't on the show, but I was still watching. And it did seem like Wavy was playing extremely conservatively. We'll see if he can have a bit more confidence today. Also, be able to execute the plays he is very capable of executing. We'll have space here. Take it to the air. This is that prime opportunity. Very good challenge from Bora. It might be a good enough bounce to keep him in the play as well.
Looking at it so far. I mean, James, as a high-level player yourself, you know, you're an SSL type player. I don't know if you've ever been SSL in ones. But
Not in ones.
What do you look for in ones players as Bora once again just gets another beautiful reset top left shot? What do you look for in one player? I'm just curious.
You know, I feel like there's such a wonderful variety of ones player. For me, I really do enjoy players that have that killer instinct, like a Diaz, who can just keep inching closer and closer and closer to net, and they just they're so perfect on executing on those windows. They don't panic whatsoever. Incredibly composed, but the consistency is always there. I think that consistency was a little bit tough for Wavy yesterday. See Bora playing his heart out right now. But then the other part of me, T-Bates, I will be honest, loves watching players like Forky, who just go for the craziest shots.
Oh, not a Forky shout out on Saturday. Wavy goes right by Bora right here. Shout out all the Forky fans in chat. James Bot is going to rep you. Don't worry. I'm sure at some point, bust out your all says bingo cards. James Bot will mention NRG at some point on today in this match.
They're pretty far from this one, T-Bates.
I don't know, James. James, one thing
Wavy
about
has
you.
had a pretty good, some pretty good results against NRG. He's gonna need a good result
There
here.
it is. He mentions it right on cue. I know I brought it up, so maybe it doesn't count. We'll say Wavy
Bora.
gets his... Go ahead.
I was gonna say T-Bates. Bora has been looking very composed here. Wavy's had a few chances where he is on ball, opportunities to be creative.
Nice flick.
Simple up and over here from Bora. This is nicely done from Wavy.
Yeah, that's both goals from Wavy. Honestly, coming with Bora, his hand in the cookie jar. Gets beat out right there. He didn't really fully commit to that challenge, though. You see Bora kind of halfway turned after he got the boost towards Wavy, and then ultimately decided I should go for this. But that little moment hesitation made all the difference. He does have the boost right here. There's no real threat from Bora, even though Bora is in the corner. Wavy makes a mistake. Wow. Flips and gets a touch in.
Yeah, this is crazy for Bora. Look at, he has one small pad, picks up another small pad, cuts the dribble quickly. Wavy was thinking that he had done enough there, denying the boost from Bora to get that corner boost and be able to retain possession, but Bora catching Wavy out right there. And I've been really enjoying the killer instinct from Bora. Nicely, well, it seemed to be nicely timed flick to get the shot, but Wavy wasn't able to get it on target. Wavy again. Fight for possession here. Wavy trailing by one. Bit of a heavy first touch now. Bora gets demoed. This would be more space for Wavy, so T-Bates will see what he does with this time.
Also a little low, misses the flick. Oh, it's a demo, though.
Demo.
Ooh, and the spawn was so slow. 3 seconds really is a long time. I was thinking even with the update, Bora would be able to get back to this, but no, sir. Even with the update, he's still just honestly about a second too late on the respawn. And Wavy kind of gets away with one right there. And even about 20 seconds ago, Bora had some frustration on his camera. He missed the empty net. He really should have put away to make it 4-2 at that point. Instead, now we're tied up 3-3, and Bora just gives away another one. It's an easy goal for Wavy right off the kickoff.
A little poke here from Wavy. Wavy just withering Bora down. You can see Bora was trying to go for a pinch. Didn't get much distance. Ended up being an opportunity there for Wavy to take the shot. Bora, you know, he was trying to pinch that all the way across. And even though Wavy hasn't looked incredibly polished, he has been able to do enough to get back in the lead here.
Great save. Yeah, I mean, on to your point, James, 1v1, I feel like is a game where you don't necessarily need to be the most polished every single match. You just need to do enough. Take advantage of the other players' mistakes, their little errors, like even an error like that. Wavy has no boost, or feels threatened. Gets the ball right back into him. Wavy really didn't have much right here. He brought the ball back down, or really could have probably collected that, brought into his own corner. Instead, he panics. Throws it right at Wavy and just gives up another freebie.
Yeah, you're right, T-Bates. You don't always have to be so perfect on your flick. Sometimes, if you're reading the opponent, that's enough. Chance kickoff goal is not in. It's off the bar for Bora, and now Wavy will shoot towards net. Good small pad pickup from Bora, but he's still not out of it yet. Late challenge. There's the bump from Wavy, and that shot was too high, and now could be a goal on the other end. Bora flipping to it, does get it on target. Bora turning that rough situation on its head. All thanks to Wavy sending that shot high.
Yeah, poor from Wavy right there. Just not enough confidence in his ability. He played it initially great. Instant shot on the kickoff, make Bora, not a kickoff, on the counterattack. Make Bora have to use his boost to get the save, put him in an awkward spot. Honestly, was surprised I didn't see another pop shot, playing it slow, playing it way too conservative right there, came back to bite him. Once again, I find that to be a 2-goal swing. A player of Wavy's caliber should be able to put that home, or at least get at least one more threatening opportunity. Now we're 5-4, Bora does score. Bora off the sidewall right here, trying to make something happen. Gets it right by Wavy, and now we're 5-5. It's the little moments, James. The little moments in ones.
Yeah, it was a beautiful read. Wavy coming off the ceiling, an immediate push forward from Bora. Bora doing well, maintaining vision. And a lot of it is just playing off your opponent, seeing when they commit, when they dive in, getting that one little touch around. Well done by Bora, who still continues to take these to the air. Went for a little touch above, and Wavy reads that. Now should have an open net goal. The quick challenge from Wavy shuts down Bora's aerial play.
And if first you don't succeed, try again. Wavy went for that same challenge just literally 5 seconds prior to that. And it didn't work out for him. He said, don't worry, I'm confident in my ability. I'll do it again. And he ends up winning that challenge.
I've been seeing Bora go for that early reset every single time. So if Bora keeps doing that, if Wavy can get those fast challenges and shut down that ball right after the first reset touch comes through, before Bora has a chance to play it around, and there's a demo. Wavy has landed a lot of key demos here. Now will land on the ceiling, has his flip, waits, shoots it, top corner. Great execution here from Wavy.
Great execution. That's out the top right corner. Bora, he's all the way on the top left side of the net. He's got a chow early. Any delay in the challenge just gives Wavy more time to pick his spot. The onus is on Wavy to be able to finish in that position, but of course he can finish in that position. He's the top player in the game in the year 2026. Bora tries to get a counterattack pitch, not gonna happen. And Wavy will take game number 1, and honestly, just a couple moments. Couple small moments in this game made all the difference. And even looking at the demos too, Wavy actually got the key demos, just like you said.
Yeah,
I don't remember Bora that made demos.
Yeah, I think it was the demos that really made a difference for Wavy. You saw one particular play that sticks out in my mind, which was a big turning point in that game, was when Wavy botched his flick. If you remember that, he completely botched his flick. And you're thinking that this was a counterattack opportunity from Bora, but somehow Wavy was able to land a demo on Bora. And then Wavy was able to score that, turn it into a goal himself. So Wavy, you know, in the flick department hasn't been as on point as we've seen him in the past. Bora looking like he's got teeth offensively, but defensively he's been letting Wavy connect on a few too many demos.
Too many demos right there. Even though a couple mishaps from Bora on like some of the counterattacks, on some of just the ability just to read what Wavy's about to do, and especially when Wavy has the ball. No need to panic, just gotta play our game. If you're Bora, ours and Bora, he has to play his game, man. He might be a little more successful. Nobody was too crazy off the kickoff either in that game either, though. So.
Yeah, we saw a few play. The first kickoff was probably the most entertaining kickoff of the game, where they sat there locked up for a second. But you're right, we didn't see a ton of crazy kickoffs. Wavy able to pull ahead in that game. I think though oh, looks like we'll get a new server up here in just a moment. But Wavy doing just enough. I think Wavy successfully reading Bora in multiple of those exchanges, and that little bit of extra ability, being able to read the opponent, read the play because of how the opponent's playing, allowed Wavy, I think, to steal that victory. He was able to get out of a few sticky situations, but Bora, I think, has shown us in that game alone that you cannot be sleeping on him.
No, you can't be sleeping on him. He's not to be played around with. If you had to pick somebody, James, listen, I know you're casting this match, but I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna act like you're on the desk. If you had to pick somebody to win the tournament, who you pick?
So I ran a little event myself just within the last year or so, and Wavy was pretty dominant. Wavy was a very difficult player to beat. Really, the only player that was able to take it to Wavy was Diaz. Diaz was Wavy's kryptonite. Obviously, Wavy did fall to Zach earlier in this tournament, but aside from those two, I would have to back Wavy as being a very strong contender. Obviously, first killer up there as well. But in this matchup, I would have to go. I think Wavy's experience, his composure, looks, everything points to him being the favorite in this match.
That makes sense to me. So waiting for this lobby to load on up, get everybody back in, ready to go for game number 2.
Bora, though, if Bora can make some adjustments, successfully dodge these demo attempts, I think continue take it to the air. We'll see. He had a good amount of success in the air as well. Also, his flicks were looking pretty good. But we'll see if he can maintain possession. Wavy's been doing a great job of zoning Bora out for the most part. But Bora, I think the best part of his game is definitely that offensive prowess. We'll see if he can keep getting those aerial opportunities Pretty much every single time, though, was going for an early reset. You see Wavy, one of his big plays, instead of going for that reset, instead landed on the ceiling, was able to snipe that top right corner. So although Bora has that very good aerial play, he will need to mix it up just a little bit because Wavy not afraid to just drive up off the ceiling and challenge quickly like we saw.
He's not, man. It's a little dangerous play from Wavy, though, because, I mean, it can work sometimes, but if Bora starts to see that, he can adjust. He can start playing a little bit slower, bring the ball out, getting a 50-50 there. It might bring Wavy way out the play. Bora's just going to have to walk it in. Game number 2 starting up here on Forbidden Temple. You're just tuning in. Wavy is up 1 in the series. Won the first game 7-5. Both of these 2 players still trying to bring themselves out in the series, but so far, and going off of the Fear's great analysis on the pre-show, Wavy has been the more passive and Bora has been the more aggressive. Fear picked Wavy, though, because Wavy's got the experience.
Here we go.
That pays dividends.
Another landing on the ceiling that seems to be, oh, Wavy's going too, but he flips around the ball. Also, the corner boost doesn't spawn for him. He's gonna have to go all the way back to his own back corner. And you can see the panic on Wavy's face. Wasn't quite sure where Bora was. You could think, or you could tell that Wavy was thinking he'd have to dodge the demo, which led to that less than ideal touch from Wavy. Bora knew that he had Wavy in the hot seat.
Exactly. Actually, Wavy looked back behind him. Just a little flick. The right stick to see where he was. Saw that Bora was coming, and you're right on the money, James. He was worried about the demo. That led to the panic, led to a little, I'm saying a little flop jump, and ultimately ended up costing him. The ones is a long game. Wavy should be composed right here. Might be able to get a goal out of it if he can get the shot off. Doesn't take it. Bora goes up high. Wavy's off the post. Opportunity goes awry.
Bora on the dribble. You know his flicks can be deadly. There's the flick. Saved off the post. But Bora will have another go. Ground to air. Reset is there. Wave dash dribble. Shut down. Corner boost is denied. Wave 0 boost. Bora able to fight for some space. What he decided to do. Decides to take it up the sidewall now. First touch into a reset. Wavy off the ceiling again. There's the 50. Nicely defended that. He's trying to stay alive. Finally forces Bora out. Now Wavy has a look.
Wavy is kind of taking advantage of Bora's just indecisiveness on defense in moments, but Bora does make a quick jump right here. Might get a goal out of it. Wavy flips and helps out Bora in the process. Wavy puts a great pass in chat. Bora says, no problem. Nice shot. Play right there. There's a little team playing 1v1. You don't usually see that often in 1, James.
Yeah, but you know, you love seeing it when you do see it.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. As I'm talking about, though, I do think that Wavy, I don't know if he's noticed it just yet, but there are moments, especially when Wavy has the ball, where Bora is definitely worried about what Wavy's capable of, but Wavy's just not bringing it to him. And a little bit more confidence from Wavy, especially when he's on the attack, whether he's popping it up high like here, being aggressive, trying to make a play happen. Ooh, it does pay its dividends, because automatically he immediately scores. Did a great job boost starving.
Yeah.
Bora had no answers.
The boost start was there, and look at this. Goes for a reset, didn't get it, actually gets a slight pogo. You can see that extra little power, although Bora was pretty boostless. If Wavy was able to air dribble that to the corner, or even get that reset, probably would have had an easier go. Let's see what kind of bounce this is. It's a good one for Bora. Bora, though, low boost. Off to the side. Bora's gonna go for the mid boost. Wavy, first touch into a reset. Goes low, and you saw Bora was scrambling back. Knew he had to get loose, knew he had to get back in position. Just never got comfortable.
You must know that Wavy can do something I don't know Wavy can do. Yeah, he is
I think
worried.
he was trying to cover both options. He was trying to be ready in case Wavy went for a flip reset top corner. Wasn't expecting Wavy to go low.
It's a goal that Bora's gonna be looking back. Probably should be able to stop that every single time, especially when Wavy makes a mistake. And even right here, Bora, once again, panic on defense. He's in an awkward position a little bit, but you don't need to just pop it back down to Wavy. You gave him back the assist he gave you.
And that's where Wavy has excelled in this matchup, is he's been letting Bora make those mistakes. Plays conservative, plays off of his opponents, doesn't try to be too fancy. Got the reset. Quickly used it before it was back down to the ground.
Oh, what a flick. What a flick from Bora. James, we've been talking about it. The Bora flicks have been good. Honestly, Bora's whole offensive arsenal has been good. It's a defense that's been giving me a lot of questions. That's a nice flick. Takes advantage of Wavy going for the mid-left boost. Said, listen, you want to be greedy, you don't want to take the pass? I got a free net every single time.
Wavy again. We'll poke that go-ahead goal in. Wavy will pre-flip touch, sets up the rebound. That was a very small margin of error on that. Getting the pre-flip touch, being able to stay on top of the ball. Now you can see a delayed kickoff here from Wavy. Gets bumped off the ball. Bora has to give it away. Wavy muscles the possession back. Lets the ball off his hood. Tries to dribble around. And there's the pinch goal. Cookser pinch right in your net. You thought you were safe, Wavy, but you weren't.
He went for it in game number 1. It didn't pay dividends. He said, why not go for it again? Wavy throws out a nice one in the chat, and that's well-deserved. Beautiful play from Bora right there. Wavy, once again, got greedy for the boost. He's not going to make that same mistake 3 times in a row. He don't think he is. And then Bora gets his first kickoff goal of the series in a big way.
Huge one. Side flip kickoff. Able to push that through, and that's off the back of the Cookser pinch goal. And like you said, T-Bates, we saw Bora attempt a Cookser pinch earlier, and it ended up giving a goal to Wavy, but he didn't care. Goes for it again. Saw that small window that Wavy gave him, and he crushed it.
Bora's moving way too slow. Got it away. Got away with one right there. Wavy landed. It's a tiny bit awkward where he didn't land on all 4s. Bora has given him another assist. Bora, slow down on defense, please.
But that's what we were saying before, T-Bates. Bora's offense has been looking good. Defensively, though, is where you can tell that his game is not as strong. Take it to the air. Will it be another reset? Takes a first touch. Now a reset later. Back down to the ground. Wave dash control. Picking Wavy apart.
That's a nice move. Looking like Nas in EU. Nas does get a little more speed on his, but still the wave dash. Right to left. Cut it back to the right. Left Wavy in no man's land. And it's just such a threatening position off the kickoff. No matter what region you're in.
Goal here.
3 kickoff goals for Bora right here. No, Wavy gets back. Might be able to beat him to the wrist.
Wavy's got the boost. Will it have the right timing? It does. Bounces just far enough off the back ball. The hustle rewarded from Wavy. Bora went all in on that shot. Tried to score the kickoff goal, but Wavy had it covered.
He sure did have it covered. I thought it was a foregone conclusion. That Bora would be scoring right there, but he ultimately didn't. Bora does play well off that wave dash kickoff from both players. If he went to the mid boost in that moment, Wavy would have said, don't mind if I do. Easy goal. Bora trying to get a 50-50 right here. Let's put Wavy in an awkward spot. Bora collects the corner boost. Up into the sky he goes. Wavy's there to meet him. Takes his time. Great challenge from Wavy. Shuts it all down.
He's still slow to get back. Only has one small pad. There's the demo. Can Bora cut it back quickly enough? Yes, he can. Bora will take advantage of that demo and has this 1-goal lead with 21 seconds left on the clock.
He sure does, and it is, I think, his first big demo of the series as well. Got his first big kickoff goal. Had his first big demo of the set, too. Making the adjustments from game number 1. We didn't see either of those 2 moments in the game going in his way. In game 2, he's making a change.
For another demo. See Wavy dodging the bump attempts. Getting bumped there. Bora picks his pocket. We'll try to take this airborne, waste even more time. Probably gonna go for a 50 here. It's the reset. Push it forward. Wavy does keep the ball up, but it's just out of reach. And it'll be enough for Bora to lock in his first game win.
It sure will be enough, and he earned that first game too, because, like I said, wasn't winning on kickoff. I can't really say Wavy was necessarily winning on kickoff. I've been getting on one, but it was more neutral. Bora won the kickoff battle in this game number 2. And then Wavy definitely won the demo battle in game number 1. Bora kind of evened that out in game number 2. Even Bora making his mistakes in defense as well, it was enough.
And Wavy not connecting on any demos this game. Bora getting 2. and they were a big part of that game win for Bora. Bora showing you, I think, offensively that he is a huge threat. You see that he takes a few more risks. He likes to take it airborne, likes to go for those resets. Defensively, a few mistakes here and there, but overall, Bora able to break down Wavy and get this first game win. I think a big confidence booster here for Bora. And now Wavy will have to go back to the drawing board. We'll see how he adjusts going into game 3.
I don't think Wavy's made that many adjustments from game 1, game number 2. I'm hoping to see some adjustment in game number 3. I think I can count.
If anything, we've seen him not be able to land his demos. We've seen less aspects of his game. First game, you know, I agree with you, T-Bates. Playstyle-wise, it seems very similar for Wavy, but he was not able to continue executing his demos.
Sure wasn't. As Bora gets the ball by Wavy, Wavy does just enough. But even I'm talking about not just talking about the demos as well, James. I'm also just talking about the offensive threat.
Oh, the
Bora gets a double reset. It's a calm, casual one. It's a slow one, but it doesn't matter because it's effective.
Started that play with 46 boost off the wall. A bit surprising as well because it wasn't the most powerful double reset. Wavy was full boost in position. Surprising that beats him, and now Bora will get another one. This is a disastrous start for Wavy.
What is a tilting game mode, bro? I'm not even on the field and I'm upset for Wavy. What do you mean you win the kickoff and then you slap me all the way to the side? I can't even get back to the ball, man. Like, that's gotta be so frustrating. He's gonna lose this kickoff too. No, wait, should be there to collect. Bora got too greedy. He got too greedy for the boost. I thought Bora would just go back.
You're 100% right, T-Bates. You see that 100 boost, especially you win a kickoff right there. You see a kickoff bouncing off the ball. You're in position to get the boost. Sometimes it's just too hard. It's too hard to say no to the boost.
It's too hard to say no to the boost. James Bond 2026. Boost is enticing. Wavy goes a little wide. Back to my point though, James, about what Wavy's doing. I'm still waiting to see more of him offensively, and I do like what I've seen the last 10 seconds. Kind of going for his reset plays, because even in game number 2, I think I can count about 3 goals. And that's a good play from Wavy. A good 20 seconds from him. A little doomy off the side. I count about 3 goals from Wavy that kind of just came off of Bora's errors. Wavy wasn't doing much, and I don't think that's... Wavy's a way better player now. He can force the issue just like he just did. And it will pay, it will work out for him in the end.
It doesn't seem like he's wanting to take many risks. He wants to see if his opponent's going to make some mistakes, see what his opponent gives him, as opposed to taking that initiative himself. Wavy will have an opportunity here, perhaps. The 50 has the reset. Bora, though, spots the small gap. Wavy was a little awkward on the recovery. Didn't land cleanly. You can see right there. Find just enough time for Bora to slot that through.
Yeah, the 50-50 wasn't what he wanted. Kind of belly flopped off it, put him upside down. The wave dash, when he landed, he had to turn back right. That brought him away from the ball. He gave Bora just enough space. Bora looking for a double reset, doesn't want to, kind of gets away from him right there. Wavy running a shot at the moment, but Bora's still on the ball. Wavy has to get possession of this one right here. How does Bora still have it? Wavy goes for the boost. He hits the challenge, but it's too late.
Perfect.
Bora's flicking the camera. It's too far down, James.
Perfect reset. Bora has been head and shoulders above Wavy when it comes to flip reset execution. You see the timing on that, the power on that. And Bora hasn't been afraid to attack awkward balls either. You see him getting that touch, going off the ceiling. Even before that, going for a double flip reset. He is not afraid to take those risks and try to be aggressive with how he's attacking the ball. Meanwhile, Wavy's exact opposite. Wavy has been so conservative. Wavy just trying to play off his opponent, and he's getting punished. That shot, though, is high. Bora didn't have enough boost to get up and over it. Will be able to get back in time, potentially. This one's going to roll up. Can he respawn back in time? And Wavy doesn't connect the first time or the second. Wavy giving up a good chance.
Last possession, though, James, and he's not out the woodwork just yet, Bora, and Wavy does end up scoring. I'll give Wavy the benefit of the doubt here, too. I will say that I don't know if people have talked about it enough. There is a psychological difference with the boost update, or with the demo update. You know they're gonna spawn right in front of you every single time. Like they control that, so you feel a little more rushed than you usually would. There was always a chance that they don't.
Yeah, you're always thinking maybe I'll get lucky. You'll play the opportunity, right? You'll just be like, I'm gonna play as if they're spawning far posts, so I can score if they do.
Exactly, but now you know it's 100%. He's spawning every time, so Wavy kind of rushed it. They didn't end up scoring, so I'll give him some grace in that moment. Great save right there from Wavy off a little flick off the back of the Fennec from Bora. Wavy steals the boost, Bora none. Not much of a threat here. Wavy should challenge, and he does. Bora's kind of in trouble right here, James.
And speaking of updates, that boost indicator allowing Wavy to perfectly time that boost steal. Wavy still trailing by 1, trying to get this possession. The boost is up, grabs it, gets demoed though. So Bora has space. Will take it up the sidewall. Lovely control from Bora. There's the early reset. Fakes the musty. Goes for a bump instead. Bumps Wavy right out of the way.
I mean, it's a lovely play. The setup is pristine. You can see the musty coming the whole way. Wavy sees it as well. He's like, oh, I gotta get ready for that top right. Bora says, I don't need it this time around. I'm bringing it right back down. Gets the bump too. Perfect execution from the youngster. Gotta be careful on the kickoff right here. Does possess it.
Doing such a good job mixing it up. You know Bora is so mechanical. He's been on point with his flip resets. Kept the Wavy frozen in net. And this is an awkward challenge. Does get the first stop, but Wavy will steal the corner boost, but Bora does get the mid boost. See Bora trying to land the demo, couldn't land it. Now Wavy will have the ball. What will Wavy do? Our double flip reset goes low, and we've seen that a lot from Wavy so far today, teammates, where he'll get the reset and continue to go low. I think he's gone low almost every single time.
It makes sense. I think it's one of the most, if not the most threatening move in RLCS 1v1 at the moment. You see Nice doing it all the time. Maybe Zen was doing it a lot. They just bring it back low. These players are so capable with the ball up in the sky that you never know what they're going to be able to bust out. Bora does opt for the musty right there. Wavy is equal to it. Bora gets all the way back. But yeah, just bring it back low, taking advantage of the perfect setups. Which is an impossible spot for the defense to be in. It's hard to stop it.
Bora get away cleanly, looks like he did with the mid boost. There's the reset. Goes high, saw Wavy on the ground. Bora getting it right over him.
Exactly, it's a great shot from Bora too. You see Wavy, he drives lower, expecting Bora to go low. Because Bora kind of flicked that a little late. He used the reset later into his setup. Closer to the ground, Wavy's expecting the 50-50. He's expecting the low play. But Bora still busts out the shot right at the end. Right over his head, takes advantage of Wavy making a decision. Bora's get off early, takes away the decision from Wavy. Yeah, does he get a counter attack for his efforts too? Nope, the ball is going to be off. Wavy down by 2, he's got to scramble.
Wavy, little touch over Bora, 12 boost. Wavy will turn, makes the hit out. Another small pad picked up. You can see Bora trying to go for a bump. Playing keep away, and it looks like Bora has done enough.
Oh, now.
And there will be a goal with a single second on the clock, maybe even less than a second. So we'll see what kind of kickoff Wavy has in store. It is possible, maybe a slow kickoff, try to let him pop it off the front of your car to keep it airborne. See what Wavy can do. Goes for a fast kickoff. Can he keep it up? Keeps it up, but no boost. Couldn't get around the ball. Kept it alive for a moment, but just couldn't pull it off. And Bora will pick up his second game win.
Bora will pick up his second game win, 2 games in a row with 14 shots. He outshot Wavy in this game by 5. In the last game, he outshot him by 6. 7 saves from Wavy. That's a lot of defense being played. And to me, a perfect encapsulation of how this series is going so far was honestly the last 25 seconds. Wavy down by 2. He didn't have possession until 4 seconds. 18 seconds off the clock. Wavy needed to make something happen, and he could not get the ball. And he had opportunities to have the ball. It's not like Bora was doing what does Johnny say? Back corner Barry? He wasn't doing that yet. He didn't have the ball. And so Wavy's got to find a way to have the possession in moments where he can create chances. Take away Bora's opportunities, because Bora's just getting a lot of them right now.
Yeah, see if you can muscle that ball off Bora, because Bora's just been attacking, not afraid to take risks, playing fearless. And it's been paying off so far for Bora. Wavy, on the other hand, playing very defensively, very conservatively. He's keeping it close. These are very close games. Wavy trying to turn a corner here. Seems like Wavy's go-to move this series has been flip reset, go low. And already, Wavy's giving up one off kickoff. Bora out to an early lead.
It's a lovely shot from Bora. I know it's a kickoff goal, but you gotta look back at game number 2. Wavy got back to this same play. The one I said was a foregone conclusion, Wavy got back to that. He covered the near post. So Bora just skims it off the card. Far post around Wavy. Good save right there. Kickoff goals. Right now, null and void has 1-1 apiece. The game never started. Bora, that great shot, it doesn't matter anymore. The Wavy, I'll beat you on this kickoff.
Yeah, that 6 boost, Wavy had enough to get his car in prime position to get height on that. And that's what you want to do when your opponent's low boost, get that high shot on net. You're pretty much going to guarantee a rebound goal. And now we'll see another kickoff goal for Wavy. It's been all kickoff goals to start this game.
Sure had delayed kickoff from Wavy. He just parks on that pad. It's a little ways away from the ball. Let's Bora hit it right into him. And that's one that, Bora, you gotta be worried about that. That's not the first time that Wavy's gone for that delayed kickoff, actually. Gone for it a couple times. Hasn't been nowhere near successful. Bora's a little panicky on the back end yet again. Kind of flipping and flopping off the back wall for no reason. Wavy takes advantage.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit. Bora, he lunges for those 100 boosts. It was well done from Bora to even have a chance at saving that, but we see a botched flick from Wavy, and Bora turned it around quickly enough. Looks like, no, he can't. And Bora will have to keep this play going.
Struggling to get the ball in front of him. They're not struggling to get these resets, though.
Oh,
He's got
my
3.
goodness,
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this double reset. Gets the first one, somehow goes far post. You can see Wavy was stunned.
That's a highlight goal if I've ever seen one, James. I think he was looking for the 3rd reset, didn't get it, but the ball still flicked just right off the car.
It's possible, but I mean, it also looked like, you know, he was trying to get that flick with his flip. But Wavy does douse Bora quickly. You can see Bora looked like he messed up his wave dash there. But you've seen that before. I think some people perhaps call it an Evo flick, where you get underneath the ball.
Evo has a flick.
You use that. You use that to flip under it, flick it up like that.
That's a good play right there. Wavy has that moment like Bora does, where the offense is that lacking, not threatening, kind of just gives the ball away. Bora says, "Don't mind if I do." But back to you though. You said Evo has a flick.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh no, Evo don't got enough Bora to have a flick. Not yet. He ain't got a flick. I'm taking Evo's flick away from him.
I don't know. We'll put a bookmark in that and bring it up with Fear and Johnny Boy.
Oh, Bora, he's gonna get punished for it, but the creativity, you gotta tip your cap to him. What's that, a little soft 45 degree? Barely goes off the crossbar. Maybe Bora got a little too greedy on the follow though, but the idea is there, and it's something I want to see later on in the series too.
On the dribble. Goes for perhaps a fake and ends up having that blow up in his face. This is a runaway moment here for Wavy. Finally, we see some distance between the competitors. This has been a neck and neck series the whole way, T-Bates, but this 3-goal lead seems like Wavy's starting to pull ahead.
It does. Bora's kind of getting caught off guard. Flick's not necessarily going the way he wants him. Does beat out Wavy right here. Ball's not gonna bounce in. Wavy's gonna be able to collect it. Wavy now with a comfortable lead. Up by 3. I kind of see how he wants to play it. Is it still gonna be the passive style? Is he still gonna somehow mess up his backflip? Is Bora gonna mess up his wave dash? There's a lot of panicking mistakes from both these squads. Is Bora gonna end up scoring right here? Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. It's a great play from Bora, but I just cannot believe that Wavy's conceded in this moment.
These little pops have been automatic for Bora. You can see that perfectly timed flip reset. keeps the ball high. It's exactly what he wants to do. Positions behind the ball, mechanical excellence there from Bora on the offensive end. Bora gonna try to speed things up. Fakes the shot, but let the ball roll a little too far. Back into the dribble, and has the near post shut down.
Oh, it's a great idea. It's either he went for the fake or he went for the early shot. He opted for the fake. And it's not gonna go his way, and now he's getting demoed, and now he's gonna respawn. Wavy's still hunting. Wavy does not like doing a pop shot. I'm noticing that from Wavy. There's no pop shots from Wavy. He's not liking it. Wavy goes for a bump right here. Hits back around to it, gets demoed too. Both of these players really starting to speed it up. 2:13 left. Bora with a tame shot at net. Still on the ball though right here, James. He's not done yet. Back to his comfort. It's the shot. Wavy's equal.
But Wavy's low boost still. Can he get back in time? No, he can't. Bora breaks Wavy down. Hard fought goal there. Valiant effort from Wavy getting that first save, but just couldn't get back in net in time. No boost anywhere to be found.
No boost indeed. Or that whole entire 15-second sequence. He was like a little fly that's buzzing around your ear. You know what I'm talking about? You're trying to swat him, he's just not going away. That's what Bora was.
He didn't hit him either.
He didn't, but it doesn't matter. Because once again, Wavy wins another kickoff. And the goal difference is back up to 2. Bora worked so hard to bring it back down to 1. He's got to still do more. 2 minutes left, though. So plenty of time to make it happen.
He's had the edge on kickoffs. Bora, though, will have some space here. Ground to air dribble, an option. Wavy fakes the jump challenge. Bora, the reset, tried to go off to the side and get there in time. Looks like he was trying to position behind Wavy to maybe get cool shot back on defense. You can see Bora boostless. How's he gonna get out of this situation? Wavy. Look at the corner, 7 boost for Bora. Trying to dig out of a hole. And there's the challenge. We'll get back to the ground. Mid boost. Is the net open? Wavy saves it off his own post to his corner.
And he got hit by Bora right there as well. Had to take the contact, still get to the ball. Great save from Wavy. Bora. It was a great shot from him too. Just even be able to float that towards the net from that angle and that speed. Still down by 2 though, Bora. 50 seconds left. He's going right back off the ceiling with speed. Wavy shuts it down. I think Bora, that wasn't on his camera. I don't want to happen, but maybe he wanted to bring it back down.
He was trying to get under it to take the shot here. And I think he was going for a fake perhaps, thinking that Wavy might turn. Respect the shot, maybe played to defend the shot. Wavy called his bluff.
Whoa, great play right there from Bora. Fakes the early flick on Wavy. He's kind of been going fast the whole entire game. Says, no worries, I'm gonna slow it down. Even in this moment, down by 3, every second matters. He has to, just a composure to know I can still take my time. I gotta convert on all 3 chances. He's gonna get another one right here, James.
Decent setup here, Wavy, not much boost. Flick shut down. Wavy picks up the corner. Bora picks up the mid. Wavy trying to land a demo. And it looks like Wavy has done enough here. This ball heading back towards Bora's net. And maybe we will see one last goal here for Bora. Goes for the double. And even that is shut down by Wavy, as the corner boost is stolen as well. And Wavy could dribble one last in. We'll see if he does it. And sure does. Goes for that goal at 0 seconds. Locking in a 3-goal win here for Wavy, as the series is tied up at 2 games apiece.
It sure is tied up. You never talk about whether somebody's scoring at 0 seconds for no reason, whether that's showing respect or not. I'd be so annoyed. And we just put the ball down and move on to the next game. That's
you know,
how I
it
feel.
depends, because if I'm losing, that's how I feel. But if I'm winning, I want to tilt my opponent, especially if it's a series.
That makes sense.
That is a tilting. I mean, after you score that way too, you could even throw a quick chat. Sorry.
Oh man, you can do a lot of things. Yeah, my bad. Didn't mean to put that on the back. I just want to increase my score a little bit. Wavy does drop over 2,000 in this game though because of that goal.
And what do you think it was that really put Wavy so far ahead in this game? I know I got my opinions.
In this game,
Yeah.
I still think Bora was making his defensive mistakes, me personally, and I also think on offense, I mean, you had the two goals back to back where Bora kind of went for a 45-degree flick soft, and hit the crossbar, went down, counterattack, and then Bora went for his dribble, got dispossessed again, and that made all the difference to me. What do you think?
I think kickoffs, Wavy really pulled ahead in this one. I think especially early on, you saw Wavy dominating the kickoff game. But I'm right there with you. I feel like the theme of the series has been Bora defensively not able to reach the same heights as he has offensively. But even in this game, you saw him take a couple risks that didn't pan out, and Wavy punished right away, was able to get goals. You can see even here could be another example of that, T-Bates.
Yep, another one. Bora's just confident in himself, and I mean, that's the give and take you're going to get from Bora. He knows that too. When you're the one playing majority of the offense, you're the one trying to make things happen, push the envelope. There will be moments where, I mean, Wavy will have to walk the ball in, and that's okay. If you're Bora, you can't get frustrated at, you can't get tilted, you have to believe in your game, because the moments will continue to happen. It is little things like this, though, where you know that Wavy doesn't have boost, or you should have an inkling that Wavy doesn't have boost. But I would like to see Bora kind of just take a shot. Not that these players are really taking pop shots, power shots at the net. Bora's doing a lot of flicks, a lot of ceiling play, and it's working out for him, too. But just a little bit of a mix-up. It's going to go a long way for him.
Yeah, plays so fast, you can see him even flipping towards the wall, trying to preserve every ounce of boost for that play. Gets a quick reset, pulls the trigger early. He knows that Wavy has been liking to do those fast challenges. Now we might see a kickoff goal as well for Bora. We do. So Bora out in the lead. Well, like we were saying, T-Bates, that's what you get. It's the give and take from Bora. Sometimes he'll go for a shot, give up the counterattack goal. But then other times he will execute perfectly. Just like we saw on that quick trigger on the flip reset. Now again, forcing Wavy back. And that boost won by Bora.
Here's one. Wavy needs to play close right here, giving too much space to Bora. But once again, Bora opts for the flick. I think all Bora needs right here is just a power shot just to make Wavy use his boost. I know he's about to execute potentially off the ceiling again. But he kind of lets Wavy out the doghouse. You can't really generate too much speed off the flicks, but he can generate it off the ceiling though, James.
Yeah, Bora missed that second reset, but this time gets the reset early. Gets the small setup touch, and then gets it up and over Wavy.
Late kickoff.
Bora.
The late kickoff right there from Wavy didn't pay out. Remember last game, Wavy won it. This time, Bora might be able to score him. He doesn't. Wavy somehow gets the boost. Right there, it might even work out for him because he gets the bump too. Wow! How did Wavy get this boost?
That was a gritty goal there in the corner. Wavy bumps Bora, and you can see Bora getting bumped, touches the ball out, lets Wavy quickly get that goal. Physicality there from Wavy. Now we see another kickoff opportunity, and that's going to be a tie ball game. Wavy using kickoffs to his advantage. See him slowing down again. Takes a little bit of contact, but recovers easily enough.
Two straight direct kickoffs outside of this one where Wavy delayed it. Bora's got to be cognizant about that. Wavy's liking that matchup at the moment on the kickoff. Bora has not started reading it. This is actually the first time where Wavy truly was aggressive on the offensive attack, and he gets punished for it. Goes for a reset, go off crossbar. Bora immediately counterattacks, and he gives Wavy a taste of his own medicine.
Smart from Bora there to stay grounded. Just lets Wavy get the touch on the ball, drives straight through to get the demo. Wavy set up touch. Doesn't jump for it right away. In fact, tries to take it all the way back down to the ground.
Going on here, it's kind of this little chaos in the corner, a couple bumps. Bora says he doesn't need the boost even with the update. Right back to his dribble. Good dribble, back to another flick. Off the crossbar. Wavy is out of play forever. Bora should be able to put this away. Oh, God, he goes for the fake. He might be doing too much. He is doing too much. Bora shoots the ball.
You could see him. He had Wavy. But low boost for Bora. Was, I think, a little bit too afraid to commit right away. Didn't want to give up a goal on the other end just in case Wavy was going to get back in time. And there's the attempt from Wavy, but Bora flicked it perfectly. Wavy couldn't keep this one out.
It's a great flick. And once again, you saw he did that same flick last game. It hit the crossbar, went down. He tried to follow it up, hit the post, and Wavy scored on it. And he knows sometimes that'll happen. But he's consistent, he's confident, he keeps on coming right back into it. Wavy, the kickoffs are keeping it in it though. Does get the possession, goes on the sidewall. And once again, it's just so threatening. Bora has to challenge early because if he doesn't, Wavy has the option and then bring it low, which Wavy has been succeeding at. Bora does win this kickoff right here.
But you see how well Wavy read the play, saw the fast challenge, and used the reset quickly, but Bora gets it right back. Bora taking it up high, gets the reset, waits, and then shoots at the perfect time, getting behind the ball where he had that shooting window option the whole way through.
Can we talk about how crazy it is that these players can get a reset and turn it into an air dribble that they still have the flip available to use?
Again, it makes them so dangerous. I mean, the flip reset, probably the biggest single mechanic that has changed this game more than any other.
Oh, he's going for a ball right here. Gets Wavy out the play and he scores. It's basically the same play. He didn't have as much boost this time around. So the ball got a little lower, but reset into the air dribble.
And you saw he was going for the air dribble bump. I mean, I think he wanted the demo, but bump just as good.
That kickoff right here from Bora. Pop shot floater might be in Wavy's net, and it will be. Biggest lead for Bora in the series, up by 4 goals on Parc des Paris.
And you saw the no flip 50 as well. Goes for a no flip kickoff, pops up high. Just what Bora wanted. A reminder as well that players can go next. That's something unique to 1v1s in RLCS teammates, being able to throw in the towel. We've seen games get out of hand. Wavy still in this one, but Bora having a healthy lead as we approach this final minute of gameplay.
As far as I'm concerned, this game's over. Wavy has not done enough to get the ball off of Bora. Bora's got to throw it away, honestly. I don't even know why he's going for resets. It's on Wavy now with a minute left to really be the aggressor. Right now, Bora's got 18 shots. Wavy has 7. Making 18 shots to 8. That will count as a shot. But it's simply not enough. And there we are. Bora is starting to play the back corner very special. Keep the ball in the corner. You have to come to me. I'm up by 4. Wavy actually does well, though. Bora kind of gives away the possession. But it's Wavy's aggressiveness right here, James, that makes all the difference.
Can't be caught sleeping. You saw Bora thought he did enough to go up and over, but Wavy had it read. Shuts that down, closes the door, and gets that pinch off the ceiling right into the net.
Oh, it's a bump from Bora. He reversed into the bump. Just to mess up Wavy's touch, and then he shuts down Wavy off pop right there. Wavy's not done yet, though. 37 seconds. Bora makes another mistake, and all of a sudden, Wavy is right back in it.
Bora was trying to waste as much time as possible, but you saw no boost whatsoever. Couldn't get the bump, couldn't get to the touch to the corner, and now only 2 goals separate him. 35 seconds left on the clock. Wavy, look, he was trying to slow down off the kickoff. There's the bump. Bora couldn't get settled. Will get that corner boost, though, and more precious time being wasted, though. Wavy takes the shot.
Know how to play
it's in!
What is Bora doing? Why would you pop the ball off the wall? There's nothing there for you. There's no benefit. There's no gain.
It looks like Bora keeps trying to tip the ball up and over Wavy, but Wavy's there every single time. Bora perhaps just needs to keep this ball close.
I'm trying to shoot.
Situation again. Wavy has him out. Wavy won't be able to tie this one up.
It's unbelievable.
might be able to win this in regulation. Will be able to pop this up. He's got the boost. Wavy denied by Bora. Bora can't get back to that ball, so we will have overtime. Bora lets Wavy get back into this one. Wavy fights back into this game, a chance to take it. He will have possession. He's gonna try to cut it quickly, trying to keep Bora away from those 100 boosts. Quick challenge from Bora. Bora, again though, because he's got no boost, couldn't get back to that ball, and Wavy will retain possession.
Wavy takes his time. Throws it immediately at net. Bora's got to get back to it. Wavy is going to have boost possession, boost control right here. We all know Wavy wasn't going to shoot the ball. He's not shooting a pop shot right there. That's unfortunate because I think the opportunity was there for him. Now he's in Bora's world. Bora gets the reset. Bora flicks it at the net. Wavy is there to be equal to it this time around. Wavy back on the ball right here, James. Trying to make something happen. He gets beat.
He gave Wavy too much space. Bora went for that mid boost, allowed Wavy to set up, was thinking about closing the gap, but immediately Wavy takes the flick, catches Bora out of position, and a comeback victory for Wavy as he wins in overtime and is now on match point.
I just feel like I watched the San Antonio Spurs for the New York Knicks game 4 all over again. If you
Down
know,
by
you
29.
Know. If you know, you know. I just feel like I don't know. I'm kind of traumatized from that game in a way, and I just feel like I just watched that again. Bora's up by 4. Maybe I'll blame myself. I did cast the curse. I said as far as I'm concerned, this game's over. Clearly it wasn't. Clearly it wasn't over. And I will say this. These players don't practice how to play the league probably as much as they should. When you're playing ranked, you're not really trying to practice. You're just trying to keep on going, trying to keep scoring, but you don't need to keep scoring. And every single time, like even this play right here. Look at the play right here, James. Bora had 0 boost. He's trying to score.
Well, it seemed like there were a few times where Bora wasn't really playing for possession. He was just going to try to play keep away, like the one that you saw where he tries to go up and over high on Wavy. Wavy had that red the whole way. Ends up ceiling pinching that goal. What was it? I think it was within the final minute. 4-goal lead in around the final minute.
No, it was 4-goal lead going into the final minute. It was 4-goal lead. And then all Bora has to do is just waste time. I can throw the ball at the net with power shots. I can still boost. I can make it uncomfortable. I can take off 30 seconds off the clock just off of doing that. Instead, he kept trying to play it slow, keep the ball tight, and trying to go for his flicks. But like that just plays in the Wavy's hand because you've done the work already. As Bora does open up the scoring on game number 6 with the kickoff goal. But you've done the work already. You're up by 4. Your flicks are working out. Now it's time for you to just waste the clock, and he didn't do that. But to Wavy's credit, I mean, composure from him.
Just keep going back to what's been working, which is go for those quick resets. We've even seen him hit the double resets as well. Instead of just trying to play keep away and ended up letting Wavy back in. You do see the equalizer from Wavy, who's got to be feeling confident after that comeback victory.
He's got to be. Great booster right here and an instant turn. Perfect turn to get back underneath the ball. I know it seems simple just by the naked eye, but it is a tough turn, and then just to be able to put your Finnegan in a position to shoot it with the top left of the Finnegan to the bottom left corner. It's a hard move to execute, especially at this level with this type of speed. Maybe does do well right there. A little fancy little save, hitting it off his own post. Bora gets the demo though. He's got to spawn in quick. Can he? Will he? Oh, he does. But Bora missed the shot.
Still though, playing keep away. Bora will take the other corner. Hoping to keep it high. Wavy. A little bit of boost. 25. Gonna try to put it to work here. Bora has to be careful. Try to take this over to the other side. Nicely played by Bora. Ball does kick off the wall a little bit, which makes things a little more difficult for Bora, but there's the double reset just off target, but he continues to go for him. Wavy will go for goal and will score it. So Wavy again taking advantage of the risky shots by Bora, and that'll be the go-ahead goal.
It sure will be. Great counterattack from Wavy. He just shoots it one time off the bounce. Top left corner, Bora scrambling to get back. Anything less than that shot from Wavy, anything low and accurate, Bora is going to get back to that. So it still takes composure from Wavy. Great shot, and then Wavy plays it top left corner right here, just on the left-hand side. And he threatened the low play right here, James. Is the move you've been talking about. He could have brought it low, brought it so close to the ground. And said, I don't need it this time around.
Great job going far post. Got power with that as well. Saw that Bora was still near post. Far post option was open. Great execution there from Wavy. See that difference in style. Wavy trying to play those high percentages every single time. Bora had to go out on a limb. This is the ball there. Wavy with a fake. Goes around, tries to go high. Bora landing on the ceiling of the goal. Send that back. Nicely played by Bora, but does get the demo somehow. Wow. You can see Wavy spawning. Oh, Wavy almost gets back in time, but Bora with 0 boost got that demo. Don't know how he managed to get that done.
Wavy spawned into with his left stick already pointed back towards the goal. He already knew exactly where he was gonna be. I'm turning quickly. He basically almost got back to that. It's actually incredible too that Bora somehow maintained supersonic. Barely
on 0 boost to be able to nail that demo. Oh! And gets the 50 in as well. Knew that Wavy was going to be on 0. Had to go for that save. Great challenge there for Bora.
Gotta watch the kickoff right here though. Wavy might do a delayed. He's not for it this time. Bora does get possession. Wavy's got to defend. Bora has been super successful in these moments so far in the set. He gets a reset. Wavy's equal to it. Bora doesn't opt for the corner boost steal. Wavy kind of pops the ball up, and he's going to be able to get the boost if he so chooses, and he does. Bora with no boost gets 112 pad. Wavy's up in the sky. Wavy's taking it slow. Bora's there to meet him. Boost control still all in favor of Wavy. Wavy's not done just yet. Bora feels like he has time to get the boost. Wavy loses the ball. Right off the top of his car. Here comes Bora in the counter attack, James. Popping it up high. Wavy's got to respect it.
The reset. Saved off the post. And now it's going to be a race to the ball. But very good job earlier by Bora as well to get that arc of small pads out in front of net. Allowed him to get that defensive stop. Now flip reset. Easily defended by Wavy. And Wavy doesn't get the shot on target. Looked like that was an open net opportunity. Surprising that Wavy let that one go.
Players going back and forth, neck and neck. Bora goes back to his patent little verse 45. Soft pop, flick, hits the crossbar. He's had a couple times where hits the crossbar, doesn't go in. A couple times hits the crossbar and it does go in. He's not going to shy away from his move. Still has possession though. 132 left in this game. Wavy's playing a lot of defense. Bora is down in the series. He's trying to force a game 7. Wavy, all he needs is one potentially to put Bora in a bad spot.
It's a bounce. Bora gets the reset, gets the demo, but Wavy still got a hand on it and will spawn ball side. Bora will play keep away. Bora fully boosted, takes it to the skies once more.
Wavy's there again. Is a defensive clean from Wavy, and he's gonna get the counter attack. Bora's getting the resets every single time, but Wavy's got 8 saves to his name, and he's earned every single one of them. Ends up taking the lead.
You see that risky attack. Bora seems to almost every single time opt to take it airborne instead of keeping it on the ground, going for a dribble, allowing himself perhaps a shot that lets him recover better. But off kickoff, Bora will get the equalizer. This game has been neck and neck the whole time. And wow, what a play from Bora getting to the ball. Wavy thought that he had time to get the boost, but no, he did not.
Wavy loses all momentum. He just got off that 1-goal lead. Oh, Bora went for the bump, and Wavy dodged him.
Beautiful dodge here from Wavy. You can see Wavy went for the wave dash kickoff, hits the brakes right before the bump comes through.
No delayed kickoff yet from Wavy, or just a wave dash kickoff. Bora does get the ball and the boost. Oh, and Wavy plays his bluff right there. He didn't think that Bora would shoot. Bora does shoot right here. Goes crossbar off. Tries to get the boost grab. He doesn't get it. Doesn't get the mid boost either. And now he's going to scramble to the corner.
Wavy trying to get around it. Goes up. Gets the corner boost. Back on target. Bora catches it in a dribble, but Bora has the corner boost respawn on him. Chance to equalize.
You can pinch it.
Bora,
pinch it.
the ground pitch. Where was Wavy going?
Wavy thought he was going up the ceiling, James. Watch what Wavy does. Wavy thought that Bora would bring it high.
Yeah,
but Bora didn't even get that high. The elevation wasn't there. Bora brought it back down so quickly. Threw Wavy off. 5-5 tied up, 11 seconds left. What does Wavy have in his bag of tricks on the kickoff? Wave dash kickoff, Bora gets possession, and here we go. Neo Tokyo, last chance potentially in regular time. Bora trying to force a game 7. Wavy's there to stop it immediately. It looks like we might get 2 overtimes in a row. No. Bora said, let's play ball. Pops it back to his favorite side of the field, aka the wall. Bora up high, gets 1 reset. He's back low, wave dash. Oh, Wavy might be able to counterattack it. He misses.
Bora was not afraid to go all in, but now we've got overtime. This is tournament life for Bora, and that is going to be it. Wavy will secure the victory and moves on to the lower bracket quarterfinals.
He sure does move on. You see the celebration from him. He's extremely excited. He's doing a lot of emoting.
He's got the World Cup celly.
Is that what that is? Who's doing
Gonna
it?
get some raspberries. Sliding around on carpet like that.
GG's. GG's. It's a good series from both players. I mean, Wavy just had to dig deep, though. I mean, game number 5. That was the turning point of the set. Bora up by 4. Less than a minute left in the game. You feel like it's done and dusted. He's got all the momentum. And he kind of just gave the game away. Wavy had to make some plays happen, but he didn't have to do too much. Bora kept trying to push the envelope. He kept trying to score. And then in game number 6, Bora, he kept trying to make a couple plays happen, though, James, but Wavy just had all the moments, all those key moments he needed.
He certainly did. I think Wavy just showing you that slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. That is what it's been this series for Wavy. Slowly wearing down Bora, gets the win, but we've got more Rocket League coming up. First Killer versus Zapatos after this.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Pressure's starting to build, though. Oh! It landed the bump, but saved it and
Just the Mines are looking to finish. Oh, what a devil. Oh, Stizzy, downfield, down the jack. Open net. He doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass. Oh, up high, not over. 0 seconds. It's too late. On the ground. Army points. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door
magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
First match comes out of the gates with style all the way to game 6, 2 overtimes, and Bora made Wavy work for it, but he comes out on top, advances to top 6, and he'll be playing on Championship Sunday tomorrow. The memes round 4. Sir, Wavy, always good to talk to you. How you feeling after that match?
I'm a little conflicted. Obviously, I'm happy I won, but it didn't feel like the best Rock I've ever played, to be honest.
I mean, hey, but you're smiling. You were memeing throughout the match. You always look like you're having fun out there. And like, I gotta ask, like, I've talked to so many pros that feel like they lose the love of the game as they play. Like, it becomes a job. Like, it's still rewarding to do well, but they're not, like, the fun part gets lost in like the thousands and thousands of hours of practice. Do you struggle with that at all? Because it looks like you're having a great time.
I think everyone struggles with that to a degree, myself included. I think I try to put an effort to have fun, especially because yesterday with my loss to, I'm always going to call him Scribbles. That guy's name is not Zach. Yeah. But I was actually just like not having fun at all in that series. And after that, I realized realistically with how I'm playing, I'm not going to win. I'm not playing good enough Rock to win. Hopefully I can like get some more confident challenges in, maybe panic a bit less tomorrow because those are like the big things. But I made an effort to have more fun going into today. So even when I was like getting scored on, I don't think I scored first in a game this entire season. But even when I was like losing, I was trying to have fun with it. After whatever happened in that game 5, I pulled the absolute cinema emote.
Yeah, we literally saw you hit it. You lean back and everything. That was my next question was asked about game 5. Like, dude, you're trailing by 4 going into the final minute. Like, what changed at that end of that game? How did you pull that one back?
I realized the game's like basically, in a way, like out of my hands. So I basically just started like, all right, let me just send it and let's see what happens. And I just made Bora literally just like tweaked out is the best I can explain it. He just like messed up game open nets like 4 times in a row. I don't think I worked for a single one of those goals like actually like well, but I applied pressure and I made him panic, and that's what gave him the goals. And maybe honestly, I took a little bit of that into game 6, which led me to, I feel like I had all the momentum in game 6. I kind of threw my way into overtime, but then thankfully I wanted to matter in that kickoff.
You did. The kickoff coming out through, and hey, the experience clearly paying off. I mean, I think it takes a veteran mentality to realize, like, hey, let's just send it. Let's just have a good time. And just to follow up on the previous question, like, to make sure I really understand you, when you say like you're trying to have more fun in the game, is it that you're like, look, if I'm gonna lose, I might as well not be depressed afterwards. I might as well have fun, or is it like if I have fun, I will actually play better? Like, is it both?
It's mostly the latter. Like I normally play better when I'm having fun, because like when I'm having fun, I'm like, all right, let me just get in there. Like I'll do a confidence challenge, we'll go for like a nice flipper set. And like I did I honestly want to say I did the most practice out of every ones player going into this event, like with the ranked tournaments and other things. And in those practices, I was getting nice in the air. Like I was actually going, like I was doing some really nice like flipper sets, really good ball control. And I really haven't done, and even in the Swiss stage, like if you look at my replays from the Swiss stage, I did that like very well. And that's what I haven't been doing today and yesterday. So I'm probably gonna try to force that into my gameplay tomorrow, because I know if I can start and get momentum in the air, I can really, it's really the only part of my game that I need to show in order to actually start winning.
Gotcha. Well, hey, I'll be watching for you in the air on Championship Sunday. Congratulations on making it to that point. Thanks for the interview, man. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, anytime. Appreciate it.
All right, Wavy is through to Championship Sunday. We'll wait to find out who he's going to play a little bit later on after those upper quarterfinals go through. But the veteran experience here, gentlemen, what it takes to win when you're not the better player on the pitch. He puts it together, wins 2 overtimes, and what a performance.
You can tell just from that interview, Wave Punk, like he wasn't shaking, he wasn't really nervous, or so it seemed. He was very aware that he wasn't playing the best game that we've ever seen him play. And it was interesting to hear him even just say that, like where he just was completely missing that aerial dynamic of his game. But where he excelled was reading his opponent. Staying composed. That's where Bora really started to fall off a little bit. You saw him make those mistakes, and you even heard from the interview where Wavy just said, I'm going to send it. Well, one perfect example of that was the first goal in that or in that 4-goal comeback, where Wavy's just going to challenge, like he's going to just guess that Bora was going to play keep away, trying to hit it to the ceiling. Wavy was there, pinched the ball off the ceiling, got the goal, and that was the beginning of the 4-goal comeback. It was a full send from Wavy in that game 5. Ended up getting the win as well, and that's when I felt like Wavy really had it.
I mean, it was just good from Wavy right there. That interview was great, Wavy. Great interview, Wavy. Great answer from Wavy, because he is right. Or did just start tweaking in game number 5, and Wavy didn't have to do much. But it's all that it takes. Be it James, you and me talk about the cast. Wins is that type of game where you don't necessarily have to be at the top of your game to win. You can take advantage of the other person's mistakes and come out on top. And that's exactly what Wavy did. And that comes with experience, the composure. He earned the win. He will have to be better come tomorrow. And he wants to be the NA rep in 1v1, but he'll take the W today.
It's one of those things where, like, we'll say, like, oh, like you don't have to be the best player in the lobby to, like, win the game, and, like, what is that? How would that possibly be true? And it's like, well, the game is more than just the buttons you press on the controller. It's the mentality. It's the the strategical matchup. It's your physical fitness and conditioning coming into it, right? And I think that the whole picture there, from beginning to end of those 6 games, Wavy did have the better game, you know, in terms of that. Even if Bora was being more mechanical on the pitch more often there. What a performance from Wavy. We'll see him play tomorrow. Let's find out who he's going to be playing against as we continue on with our bracket. It will be the loser between AJ and Evo. What a matchup that'll be, no matter what happens there. We have another elimination match down here on the bottom, and I'm pained to see where we're going to be going. Some quick updates quickly before we continue on with our North American broadcast. Killers does fall to FBI here. It will be FBI versus Novo in the semifinals. Ops versus TRK. It looks like it's a 4-0. Ops had technical difficulties and could not connect to the lobby consistently enough. That was a forfeit. Tragic result for Ops there. TRK gets to advance for free against Nush. So it'll be TRK and Nush on one side, FBI and Nova on the other side for the MENA Grand Finals. Here's some of the highlights from the FBI Killers match that did go down. FBI doing his best job and ending the Triple Crown potential here for Falcons. There's only one player left in the world that has the possibility of winning all 3, and Dickies.
And it's Zach from SSG, still in it, still has a chance. And, you know, I think Zach taking down Wavy as well makes him a real contender. Obviously, Diaz is the player that represented North America last go around. But I think First Killer might be the new favorite potentially if he can start playing his.
Well, he's going to have to get through some pretty tough competition here as we continue on with our North American bracket. We completed one of our elimination matches. We got the 2 upper bracket matches that are not elimination matches coming up here in just a little bit, and then we have that grand finals. They will hold those grand finals of MENA for the end of our broadcast, so nothing's changed about that schedule despite the forfeit. Let's talk about the next elimination match, and man, we're going to lose a favorite here, a fan favorite, no matter what. First Killer taking on Zapatos. The Sentio on one side, probably a Fennec on the other. They at least change it to an Octane there for Zapatos on this one.
I got a picture of Zapatos too if somebody needs it.
Oh, you do? Oh, wow. I bet you do. It's a, hey, production, hit up James.
He's competed in a couple of my events, you know, so I've actually got I'm a big fan of Zapatos. I think, you know, he is such an interesting player. And he honestly, like, if you watch how he plays, like how good of a freestyler he is, how good his mechs are, it truly is stunning. Like how much control Zapatos has over his cars. The type of shots that he can hit are out of this world. Like, I think mechanically, I would even say that, you know, he can do more impressive things than First Killer, but I think it's the strategy where First Killer has him beat.
It's like strategy and just experience and his ability to be effective in all facets of the game. First Killer can hit you in all points. He can hit you with flicks, he can hit your power shots, hook shots off the ceiling. He's aggressive on defense, aggressive on offense. That's just how FK approaches the game, and I'm with you on that, James. Zapatos, he might have the ability to be a little more mechanical and clinical, honestly, in the split game and in the air. But when it comes down to it, I mean, you're gonna have to be able to deal with the first.
It's about being well-rounded. It's about being well-rounded. As we saw in that Wavy Bora matchup, I think that's a great example how, you know, a lot of ones is strategy. So much of it is strategy. You can lose on the mechanical side of things, if you have the better strategy, if you can predict your opponent. So this is going to be a really tough match. I think First Killer a heavy favorite.
All right. Well, you've heard the analysis on the desk. Chat, let us know who you think is going to be the winner, or just who your favorite is, who you want to have win here. Bates, who you got?
Man, just mark me and James down for First Killer. You heard us already.
No.
James, we're taking your prediction.
No.
But you say no.
No, I am going to pick Zapatos here. I have seen him take games off of the best 1v1 players in the world, and Zapatos also, he is for a long time been my favorite ones player ever, and I actually have a training program where I'm grinding the Mugzard air dribble gauntlet because of what I've seen Zapatos do and how good he is. So I know it's an underdog pick, but I'm picking Zapatos.
Look, I want Zapatos to win this. Anytime you give me somebody that's not driving an Octane or a Fennec or a Dominus, I am already rooting for them, but it's also a Sentio, like one of my favorite vehicles here. He makes it look stylish. He's invented new play styles. He's got a mechanic named after him because of what he does on this car. I want to see him win, but he's going to have to be a little bit less of the shoe and a little bit more of the legendary Lightning Bird. He's going to have to live in the thunderclouds if he wants to take this one down. We're going to need to see Zapdos, not Zapatos, if he wants to take down First Killer, because this is it's not even Championship Sunday. First Killer's untouchable in a circumstance like this. I do think First Killer will win, despite the fact that I want Zapatos to win. I will pick First Killer on this one, folks. It's so close. It's close in my heart, but on paper, man, it's just logically, like, it's his First Killer. He's always does it here, but he's the favorite in chat as well. Man, what an accomplishment it would be if Zapatos continues to Championship Sunday over runner-up from 2025, First Killer. First Killer on the road, trying to become that 1v1 champion he barely missed out on yesterday. He's got to get through the Mexican here. Let's play some Rocket League.
The once undisputed king of North American 1v1 has fallen to the lower bracket, and on the other side of the field, it is a player hungry for a landmark win in his 1v1 career on his way out. We have Game 1 brought to you by Progressive, Johnny.
Yeah, you know, I like that the desk are giving us the hope for Zapatos, but, you know, his name might be Zapatos, but I think it's going to be First Killer who's running away with this one. Like you mentioned, he's in the lower bracket, but this is only the only round where he's going to be in the lower bracket. After this, there is no upper bracket, lower bracket, and it's going to be First Killer, in my opinion, advancing. Let's see, can Zapatos get the early upset?
Zapatos is going to be diving all over the ball every moment he can, and he's going to be very mechanical as well. An opening goal that can give hope to the Zapatos fans who had him winning the fan vote at the start of this. Despite First Killer being who he is, Zapatos gets the first clip of the game.
That's a great touch by Zapatos to just gently caress the ball into the ceiling. We often see those ceiling double taps hit a lot faster than that one. That was a very controlled touch. First Killer couldn't get up to that. He wasn't going to hit that airball shot, if I'm not mistaken. Zapatos going the other way. He's got, you know, good speed, this guy. He's very flashy, very full of flair, but he's going to need to play with a lot of pace today, Fear, if he's going to keep up with First Killer. Some great movement. First Killer with it. Wall dash, closes the distance. 50-50, wins him a goal.
Zapatos a little tentative. Probably needs to trust that First Killer is going to be there and try and jump and stop something in the corner. He's got to tie the game, and First Killer just going to make a miss at the midfield. Zapatos, he had a little bit of a switch up as he tried to get this ball on top of his car, and maybe First Killer getting faked out in that moment. He tried to turn in shadow, and that's not going to cut it. Zapatos will flick it around him.
Yeah, not the best challenge by First Killer, just losing all his momentum. Very strange to see a low flick like that one going in past First Killer, who's usually so good defensively. Thought maybe about playing for a bump there. Oh, he sees Zapatos challenge a mile away. So Zapatos sending it. Absolute bull rush challenge from him. And First Killer could see it. I mean, on those big bounce dribbles, it's very easy to see the defender coming.
Yeah, Zapatos is, you know, I've seen him play well when he tries to chase down the ball, but the key is to never let the separation be there in the first place. Zapatos just left way too far away to then just turn around and challenge all the way back in. Very telegraphed, and First Killer can see that. Right now, Zapatos has a loose advantage. He's waiting for First Killer to leave, which First Killer finally will. Zapatos can get you whatever you want in the air. Actually, First Killer knows that too. Tried to challenge over the top. This is going to bounce. No, it's going to bounce in. I thought maybe too high, but either way, Zapatos would have been there to finish it.
Yeah, First Killer clearly worried about getting clipped on as he tries for the ceiling challenge. He thought Spatos was going to pull the trigger, go for the backboard. We know that he's capable of that. Spatos just lets the ball fall down and score by itself. Another aerial play coming in for Spatos. Reset, near ceiling height. Another rush challenge from First Killer. He does not want to play goal line defense against Spatos in aerial game.
And Zapatos did a good job of keeping that away. First Killer, though, after diving in, Zapatos is making just about no forward progress on his air dribble, which oftentimes can throw off a person who's ceiling challenging because they're expecting the ball to move a little bit closer to them. So credit to First Killer for still being able to dunk that. And then First Killer is going to love to play, you know, this speedy outplay type game where he can beat you in the midfield. He knows that he's quick. Zapatos likes to be quick. First Killer probably quicker. So he's going to win this kickoff, but maybe not get the best. Oh, a lot of it. A demo means tons of space now. What is First Killer going to go to when he can do whatever he wants? It looks like it's going to be an air dribble. Zapatos up, got a touch, send it straight down. It's actually going to bounce high enough that Zapatos might be able to get back. He didn't get the 100, but he will get the clear.
Yeah, he kind of fell over in his recovery there, Zapatos, but he did get back thanks to that skim that he got in defense. First Killer looking for the backboard. Zapatos with a huge save. How does he manage that? That's great touch. Had to be so careful not to own goal. But he's really up against it here. First Killer piling the pressure on, and he might be about to score if he can find a way through. Zapatos doesn't fall for the mind game. That's massive for it.
And the pull shot to clear it away, but it's still First Killer in control. Ball dashing from Zapatos to close the distance. Another aerial play from First Killer. Zapatos has done well to stop these. He forces this one high, and will have time to get back to this. He likes to go for the 100 boost. Sure that was the right decision as he cannot recover in time.
Yeah, he was going to be in a rough spot either way, but like you mentioned, he goes to the 100 boost. That gives First Killer space at the near post. I think I would have liked to see him close the gap on the small pads. There were a lot of small pads available. Just put the pressure on First Killer before he can control it. It's been a good game, though, early for Zapatos. And he's got an advantageous position for himself here. Up early, controlling touch. Can't get the reset, or decides against it, and that's too easy. First Killer always going to save that, and walks it in for 5-3.
Yeah, Zapatos needs to recognize that this doesn't need to be a shot as he gets down to the ground. You know, it's clear that no longer does he have a real chance at scoring, so you almost switch to playing defense in the air. It's less about how you score and more about how you maintain possession, how you stop a counterattack. Side flipping there is trying to keep the offense going when you really shouldn't, and it just gives a free one to First Killer, who has got another possession on a big air dribble. He's got Zapatos flying over the top.
A huge mind game by First Killer. Zapatos pre-jumping extremely high. He thought First Killer was going to get a heavy touch to the backboard there. He was covered in the double tap. First Killer merely looking like he's going for the backboard. Instead, plays for the mind game down low. You know, if First Killer's paying attention to that. Oh, what a touch, by the way, just in passing. First Killer's going to be up 7-3 with another huge fake. If First Killer's noticing that Zapatos is challenging high like this and he's always lunging forward, you know, he can anticipate the adaptation that Zapatos is going to make. Zapatos is going to start faking challenges, realizing that his lunges aren't working. That's when First Killer will actually start to make those plays like the double tap to the backboard.
Zapatos on 0 boost, but he's got a Sentio, and so he's always at risk to launch a flick no matter what position he's in. 12 boost to work with as well. Way more than enough. 107 km/h. I think it's going to get sped up by First Killer, but still a very, very strong flick. One thing I wanted to bring up too, you'll notice with Zapatos, we've talked about all the different kickoffs in ones. If there's any player who I think is, you know, the most one-trick pony, sticks to his one punch he's practiced millions of times, it is Zapatos with the wave dash kickoff. We'll see if he ever moves away from it. First Killer's been mirroring him the past few times, actually been able to beat him at it, which Zapatos has been known for having a tough kickoff to deal with. Right now, First Killer has dealt with it, and he's got a backflip shot to extend the lead even more.
Yeah, I have seen that a lot in the past. You know, players trying to delay kickoffs against Zapatos. Some people have called this kickoff unplayable when they try to play standard kickoffs or wave dash recoveries against him. Zapatos does, not quite get the goal, as First Killer makes a crazy save off the inside of the post. In fact, let's take another look at it, can we? Replay operator, let's see if we can get, there it is, First Killer's huge post pitch save. Thank you, Zapatos, for scoring the next shot so that we did get to have another look at that.
Yeah, great play by Zapatos. First killer just creeping out after making that save. He has no boost, so you're going to see players on 0 try and path over a couple pads while still playing defense. And that's because if they try and sit in net on 0, they're almost certainly going to get scored on eventually. So First killer creeping out, took a risk. Zapatos get it over the top of him, but every time we try and talk about something else, First killer just gets a quick kickoff goal, and that right now is the cushion here in this game number 1.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Zapatos. He's not been able to turn enough of his possessions into goals to stay with First killer in a high-scoring game like this one. Zapatos only has 1 save to his name against 9 goals for First killer, so he's been going forward in defense a lot. He's not doing a lot of shadowing, and you know, First killer likewise. They're both going for challenges. They don't want to, like we saw earlier, they don't want to be on the goal line defending against the offense that they are each capable of. But that's, I think, a choice by First killer, and it's more of a necessity by Zapatos. He just knows he has to go forward against First killer. He's not going to win a chess match where they're taking turns, taking pot shots at each other. Yeah, even if you are going to go the other way, turn it into a mechanics battle against FK, that's not easy either.
Yeah, definitely not. Zapatos, he might be, you know, I think as James was alluding to, more mechanical in terms of the question of who can get the most resets in a row, almost freestyle-esque. But First killer has always been the pioneer of the kind of hidden mechanics, the secret mechanics, just booming the ball, and, you know, getting all the perfect little first soft touches. All these things are mechanics too. People don't think of it that way, but First killer is, you know, one of the best at doing them.
Yeah, he's faster, he's more efficient, and he just gets an higher average level of touch quality. Like every single touch that you'll make, just going to be slightly better on average than the touches Zapatos is making, whether it's controlled touches or booming touches or something in between. And he's not too shabby in the 1v1 mind games either. First killer, he's put in the work earlier in his career, you know, with the 1v1 reps. I think that we've seen that with players like AJ coming back and still being so effective. These guys have learned how to deal with the mental pressure of 1v1 way back in the day, and now it's just a matter of keeping up with the modern day mechanics, keeping up with the young mechanical players, something that First killer's never had an issue with.
Yeah, Zapatos is a mechanical player, and he was once a young mechanical player, but I don't know if he's a young mechanical player anymore, as he's saying this is his last go in the tournament. I'm not sure if we brought that up before. It's pretty much, he says his last competitive tournament is going to run the RLCS, so he's always been that ones player who shined most in ones. He's tried to dabble here and there in the other game modes, but you know, top 6, not easy to do. That's the kind of results that Zapatos have got in the past. It's the one he's trying to go for right now, but he has maybe one of the toughest people to do it against in front of him. He wasn't able to do it in game number 1. We're right to a kickoff, and we'll surely see Zapatos going wave dash kickoff again. The question is whether or not he'll start getting it his way.
Yeah, he's had a fair go of it in the first game. I think kickoffs were overall quite even. Now here comes a ceiling double attempt by First killer. Got a bit of a heavy touch on the second contact though. That gives it away to Zapatos, who of course is going to pounce on any heavy touch like that. That's how he has shown us he wants to play defense in this matchup. He wants to challenge as early as possible. If First killer gives him a heavy touch to play with in the ground or in the air, Zapatos is going to pounce.
Yeah, Zapatos with a save already early, as you talked about. He just missed a pickup though. I mean,
oh dear.
This low card, did it have to do with the Sintio? I'd have to see it again, but he's trying to catch it, and that hitbox is so low, he just drives right around it. And unfortunately, it's First killer with a freebie. You just can't afford to be giving up these kind of freebies against a guy like First killer. It's going to be such a tough game either way. If you're letting them have 1 or 2 or 3 free ones, that's a deficit that you will not be able to make back.
Yeah, that's another possession that Zapatos has given away again. I think he might be seeking perfection here with his dribbling off these kickoffs in these low boost situations, but he's got to just get something going. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect. Flip reset and defense by Zapatos, that's creative, but has he overextended for the boost? No, First killer launches it into the backboard. That was open for him, and he's missed it.
Zapatos the other way, a chance to show some of those flicks, and you can see First killer respecting it. He sees that Sentio point its nose down, and he knows an absolute rocket might be headed to his net, so he has to jump up to try and stop it, but Zapatos brings it to the ground for his second goal.
Very creative, as we've said. He's still threatening in the air. That right there is why First killer doesn't want to play goal line defense against Zapatos. You're gonna need to read the impossible. plays if you do. Much easier instead to just beat the man to the ball in the midfield. Perfectly placed kickoff goal there by First Killer to tie things up.
First Killer trying to force a standard kickoff through the consistent wave dash kickoff from Zapatos, and it's not going quite as well for him. He's actually had the better of him when they've been matching the wave dash, so it's interesting to see First Killer mix it up. You'd expect Zapatos to be the one who needs to. I don't think he will, because he loves his wave dash so much, but when it's not going that well, you think he'd be the one to switch it. Nice flick, good read. First Killer up 3-2.
That's a great play, First Killer. Keeping the ball in the perfect position in the front of his car so that he can immediately flick it. I mean, no time wasted there. Usually, when you're learning how to flick the ball, you leave a small delay between your first jump and your dodge, but that was instantaneous. He just mashed the jump button twice as quickly as he could. And it didn't matter, no misflick there. Oh, good play, Zapatos. I'll tell you what, we're getting some quick equalizers here. Zapatos the latest to make one happen.
Yeah, Zapatos won the kickoff into that orange half, and oftentimes players will just try and pinch the ball away as a way to buy themselves time to actually reset and get boost. That's what First Killer was going for. Zapatos, a really tough 50 to get right in the right spot to stop the pinch and force it towards net is not an easy thing to do, and then using that flip that he had available to catch back up to it. Some impressive stuff from Zapatos. First Killer is not going to allow Zapatos to get a ball carry with Vincentio. He's going to try and stick around here, try and see if he can get Zapatos to panic, which right now Zapatos has been doing that. He's panicked big time. Can he get back? He will, but he hits the inside of his net, which means it's going to be First Killer possession.
First Killer knows Zapatos has got boost here, so he has to respect the approach to Zapatos. It's his own crossbar. He wanted the ball to go a bit further away than that, though. Can he stay with it? The answer is no, but the boost is back for him. First Killer gonna go for the awkward takeoff. Perfect read. And again, Zapatos is sticking to the game plan. He's going forward in defense, but unfortunately for him, First Killer is seeing it a mile away, and he's managed to get both the ball and his car past the challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if that bounce was maybe slightly backwards. Maybe Zapatos thought First Killer was more awkward than he was. He could dive in and challenge him. It doesn't work, and Zapatos is somewhere on the wall. He must have gotten caught up. I wasn't looking at his POV. First Killer with the double jump over the ball just to style a little bit. Oh, he's back on the wall. What happened there?
Yeah, he's just falling over and he can't get up. It's a bit unfortunate there for Zapatos. But, you know, he's pushing himself to the limit here. He's trying to go as fast as he can to give himself a chance against FK. Unfortunately, FK is just never going to have an issue with that. There are very few players who can make First Killer feel uncomfortable by upping the pace. Zapatos is learning that lesson the hard way.
Halfway through this one, 3-goal deficit for Zapatos to bring back. He's had great plays here and there, but all of, you know, these kickoffs, some kickoffs and some midfield races that First Killer has the edge in, results in a game that seems fairly comfortable for him. And maybe this air dribble by First Killer is enough as well. 7-3.
Yeah, at some point here, Zapatos is going to ask, when's the moment in this game where I just call it, say enough's enough? Because yes, he's still more than capable of coming back from 4 down. And we've seen it already today. It can happen in 1v1, and he does have an explosive enough kickoff, and he's got the offense to enable comebacks. But at the same time, you do not want to let First Killer completely destroy you in one of these games. He's got to lock it down in defense here, something he's not done at all this series so far. First Killer is not going to let him. There's too much on that reset.
Yeah, and we saw Zapatos pass a couple aerials, try and jump early, try and meet him in the air. So Zapatos switches up, says, all right, I'll be on the goal line. I'll see if I can make a save against the First Killer dribble. And he was close, but he did not find that either. So Zapatos doesn't know what to do now. First Killer beating him every which way. That can be a tough spot to play from. Another kickoff. Ooh, First Killer actually switching it up. Just going to boom the ball this time. And a bit of a mistake, I would say. It seems like it should be a Zapatos possession. Zapatos let First Killer in again, though. And now First Killer in control. How did he get this one back? It felt like he was giving it away, and now he has a goal.
You know, I can see what he's trying to do there. I don't mind it, because even if he does give the ball away, he's got his 5-goal cushion already. And that's just going to keep Zapatos back. It's going to stop Zapatos from pre-jumping the next time First Killer's in that kind of position. So I think I can see what he was going for there. You got the best possible result, obviously, getting a goal off of it. But, you know, sometimes the outcome going right or wrong doesn't mean that the play was good or bad in accordance. It could be a good play with a bad outcome, and vice versa. This time, I mean, first killer. All good plays. 10-3. Not looking comebackable for Zapatos.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're totally right about first killer and booming the ball away. And usually in a close series, you have to accept the fact that, you're kind of playing for something else other than the goal in that moment. But even all those moments, all the times that first killer switched it up, Zapatos still hasn't been able to, take advantage and stop him. So now everything that first killer's doing is just working. And that's why you see 7 goals, the difference between the two. First killer trying to see if he can get the most resets in an aerial play as well, which is something we thought Zapatos would be able to maybe have the edge in. He's still attacking, still
try. Yeah, he's going to try and go for that reset record. Zapatos can easily get 4. That's something I think he tried in game 1. But when he starts off an air dribble with a very soft touch, I think that's his plan, is just get as many resets as possible. And it doesn't, it's not purely for style. I think this guy can really do some special things in the air. But is he really going for the comeback here? Let's see. Like, how serious does this kickoff look from Zapatos? Because this would be the biggest comeback in 1v1 history if he can win. And he actually can get one more. He's going for it. He's trying to make this look as pretty as possible in the scoreline. First killer's just too good.
Give us some resets, Zapatos. Why not? 18 seconds. Build some confidence. Well, first killer doesn't want to see any resets. He was immediately jumping to try and take it away. Zapatos gonna have to back off. So
he's really back.
Will really go for something. One more. Okay, here we go. Reset test. What do we got? There's one. Oh, didn't even get the seconds. Not on his game.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, you can see that even though the game is well and truly over, first killer does not want to give Zapatos any goals. He knows that Zapatos is a very mechanical player, and when he starts to feel it in the air, when he starts to get into his flow state, nobody can stop him. So first killer's not letting that happen. He's not giving him the consolation goal, and he's just dominated the game so far. More shots, more saves. This match, like I said, Zapatos kickoff very well. When you're able to isolate to even beat the stronger parts of the underdog's game, that really puts a lot of pressure on them. Zapatos not thriving in any of the aspects he needs to.
And this is how, for a very long time, everybody in North America looked playing against First Killer. Our First Killer was one step above. Zapatos was playing, in that era as well, so he might have a little bit of memory of the dark days when nobody could take him down. Fortunately, we have a couple people who can. But Zapatos, he's stepped away. He's taken his time out here, which you do have in these best of sevens, and he's using it to its full extent. He has left the desk.
I like that. I like that from Zapatos. This is a smart timeout. Maybe, hopefully for him, he can just bore First Killer with this one. Just First Killer having to sit through an extra minute. But truth be told, First Killer, after his performance yesterday against Diaz in the Swiss stage, he looks in great form for this tournament. And that was closer than I thought that the Diaz series was going to be when First Killer played him. So I think he's just looking imperious. And I would be surprised if he doesn't make a run through the bracket here. Zapatos is just the first victim, really. Next in line would be Zach, if I'm not mistaken. That is, of course, if Diaz can beat Zach and send him to the lower bracket. But what do you think? Do you think it's inevitable that we have First Killer go run this bracket into the final?
I'm not sure. We have a couple people who have been able to take him down. I have to take a quick look at his whole way. You're saying he plays the loser of Zach Diaz, and then he'll play the winner of AJ Evo if he were to run all the way through, and then presumably he'll have Diaz in the grand final. I mean, it's tough. We had First Killer second for a reason against everybody but Diaz. We do expect him to be able to get the job done, but when you have to play through the bottom bracket, there's so many different chances for some magic to happen, for an O-Soft to happen, and a great day for one player that surprises you. But the crown has been passed so many times in 1v1. First Killer held it for so long. You kind of pass it over to Daniel. It's interesting how there's very consistent ones leader in North America over the ages. Diaz holds it now, so Diaz is that guy. And First Killer usurp him. He's got a few people in his path, but he's clearly feeling good as we get started in game number 3 against Zapatos.
Oh, that's a bit of a wayward jump off the wall, though, by First Killer. He's right back into control, though, and opening the scoring. Spatos would have seen First Killer's brief awkwardness, look to capitalize. But sometimes it is just an accidental trap. I mean, you see that a lot, especially in ones. A player will miss their touch, or they'll accidentally make a wrong move, and then it'll bait the opponent in. That mistake can... Oh, nice save there by Zapatos. Yeah, sometimes a mistake can turn into an outplay. First Killer's missing the open net. He's got all the time in the world, though. He's up by 2. Zapatos helplessly floating away from the net.
Yeah, he made a good read the back flip off here. Notice First Killer might be missing high. Just total panic right there. That jump is just assuming that First Killer's going to take a quick shot. So much more calm on the other side of the field from First Killer. Able to take advantage in those nervy situations by just being able to keep your wits about you. And Zapatos, didn't have any boost either, which does not help. Nice flick.
Okay.
This is such a great flick. He pops the ball up and just gets like a catch right in the moment as he starts to send it with his Sentio.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought he was going to try to shoot that, but the flick completely takes First Killer out of the game. Shots from that range can be risky against First Killer. If he does get a save, the counterattack's a lot more likely compared to that flick which took Zapatos away from the goal. He's trying to fake some challenges here. Actually does dispossess First Killer with the fake challenge. And now he's got a chance to flick again. Very straight dribble, though. Not that Zapatos can't generate the angle off these straight line dribbles, but you wonder, would it be easier to give himself more of an angle to work with? Though First Killer's put it past him here. Zapatos, fake challenge in no man's land, and it's 3-1 to the favorite.
Yeah, and the reason why he does this is because he wants to close the distance off of a demo that I think he was going for. I think Zapatos had turned in and wanted to try and get First Killer. I thought at least they'd get a double demo, but I guess Zapatos not moving fast enough, gets forced back. He gets to pick. He chooses to spawn on that side that First Killer's on and then try and dive in. But, we've seen this a few different times. Very telegraphed challenges from Zapatos. He's just hoping they're going to work out. I don't know if you could get away with faking him here and there. He's doing them from so far away. Those are always tough to make work. And now First Killer is trying to make this 16 boost work by staying on top of the ball. He did pick up 100. Zapatos in control, and First Killer has always made sure to be right there. Every time Zapatos looks like he might get the ball on top of his car, First Killer stops him. Here's a moment in which First Killer has finally allowed him to, but still makes a save.
Yeah, a bit of a hesitation there from Zapatos. Could have gone for the top corner, but he was afraid to do that with no boost available. He's trying to wait for a more clear-cut chance. Oh, he's missed the ball. Huge miss by Zapatos. He's panicked and completely whiffed. Looking to get maximum power after grabbing the boost, but he has totally misread that bounce, and he's conceded.
It's time now for Zapatos to shrug this off. I mean, he took his time out. Well,
there you go.
This is normally a big part of his game. Zapatos is used to getting a few of these. And let's see if First Killer did try and match him on the wave dash, which is kind of interesting because you'd expect that to favor Zapatos with somebody who has practiced it more often, but I actually feel like it has been First Killer's. Zapatos could get a few of those going. Maybe he can stay in this game. Otherwise, you need him to relax the shoulders and start just going for the extent of what he can do. Maybe he could prove that here in the air to get something going, but First Killer gets him to go to the ground, and then the bump does not connect, so First Killer escapes again.
It's going to be a Zapatos ball, though. Not the first touch he was looking for, but the second touch is perfect. He's adapted really well, nearly had an opening, but First Killer's back now, and he's going to have enough pace to save that. Shot lacked a bit of power from Zapatos POV. A reset is stealing high from First Killer in the counter. Fakes out the flick high. Zapatos got a piece of it and actually gets the boost as well. This is excellent on the defensive end from Zapatos. Providing more resilience at that end, but still having some problems with the cereal box on wheels being a bit too thin.
You'd think he's played his entire career on this car. He should know how tall it is. But he gets scammed by that plank hitbox. Now he's just feeling First Killer's, defensive presence at all times. Every time he's trying to get something going, First Killer is making sure that there is no comfort. We'll see if Zapatos, this is not... Oh my goodness, the power out of that flick is not something I was expecting. Forgot we had Zapatos on the field. Now, can he capitalize off this? He has first killer backed off for one of the rare times that he's been able to do that. He's got first killer dancing in the air. Late flip, he tried to get around his bump, and it worked out. It got him a goal.
Zapatos putting the pressure on. He's starting to rack up shots as well. Look at the delayed dodge here. He actually did get a piece of first killer there, and even if first killer went more for the ball, that would just increase the likelihood of him getting bumped. So creativity on show from Zapatos. Oh, he's bumped first killer. That's wide open. He's tied it.
First killer is slipping here a little bit after dominating for multiple games. Zapatos has found signs of life, and right now I would say it's off the back of now 2 kickoff goals that have allowed him to equalize first killer. He needs this to go at least, you know, partially his way in order to try and take down a game and maybe, you know, get some momentum in a series. Right now he's going to pick up 100 boosts and demo first killer. So space with the final minute getting close to ticking down. Zapatos gets a carry that he loves so much. First killer diving in. Can Zapatos? He gets a perfect respawn, but first killer demos him.
Oh, I think Zapatos could have been the one threatening the demo there. He's made a bit of a mistake. Now first killer coming in, perfectly outplays him with the backflip and puts it in on the rebound automatically. Really though, I think that could have been Zapatos' play. He was first in the area. He could have boxed out. First killer got a little bit, I think greedy, got a bit rushed to go for the boost.
It's a perfect example of how this game has been going. Zapatos gets space, he gets first killer backed off. He has such a tough time keeping the possession going, but every time it's happened the opposite way, first killer is making Zapatos look silly by flicking it past him and having him go soaring past the play. Zapatos, interesting touch, kind of out towards the midfield to try and take away, and yet first killer is still there to intercept it and get a double.
Yeah, it's just too easy. Zapatos taking his time. He wanted that ball to stay closer to him, but he's popped it miles too high. First killer with a ceiling interception and the rebound. Now Zapatos needs kickoff possession. 37 seconds left. Trails by 2, and he is not going to get this. Not for free, at least. Yeah, it's just too awkward a position. Tried for the back wall demo, nearly landed it, but first killer's just watching and waiting the whole way here. He's had good control of the position.
Yeah, it's so easy to think that Zapatos maybe won that kickoff, right? He pushed it into the orange half, so certainly he's got it closer to net, but when it's awkward in that corner, so hard to find a way to shoot on an angle. It's going to take a ton of boost from you. First killer gets to kind of just sit and watch and wait to see if Zapatos could even get anything on target. So really it is kind of advantage him from the very beginning, and Zapatos just handing this one away. It seems like this one's over. First killer's not even going to take it. So first killer comfortable, giving him as many chances as possible to finish out this series. Zapatos was able to equalize, but a 3-goal-in-a-row finish for first killer, showing who's the better player here in this 1v1.
Yep, a better game for Zapatos, but it's just too little too late. It feels first killer winning 2 games by punishing Zapatos for being over-aggressive in defense. Now Zapatos tries to dial back the aggression a touch, go for more fake challenges, which gave him more control of the series, it gave him more possession. And now it's mistakes while he's in possession of the ball that have cost him the game. He's had some missed touches, some heavy first touches in the air. Even though he fought bravely here, he was clinical once he got into the mid-game. But late on, first killer's just too good. He's too consistent, and Zapatos has made some mistakes.
Zapatos doesn't look too terribly happy about his position. Unfortunately, not tons to be happy about, although he did look best in that last game. If he was to get something going, he's got the matching water bottle, the linens, the everything. He does,
yeah.
It's funny because he's so colorful in game, and yet he's got absolutely no color at all in his room.
Even the AC as well, he's got a lot of synergy there. So that's good stuff. I mean, first killer's got
does as well.
Very, very white room. And sometimes, like, back in the day, I did think he was playing RLCS from a hospital lobby, but it turns out it's in fact his bedroom. It's just a very bright bedroom. Light on gaming. It's you know, it's something a lot of pros do. We do get some dark dungeon gamers as well, though, so it seems to be a preference thing. First killer and Zapatos want the lights on.
Well, the lights are shining brightest here in 1v1 in RLCS on the mainstream. This is what all the 1v1ers wait for. We'll see if Zapatos can get anything going, but he gets first possession, and it just doesn't matter. First killer has the ball, Zapatos has the ball. Doesn't matter who, it feels like it's going to be a first killer goal.
It is not enough being threatened. There's Batos floating behind the ball, but he didn't have a dodge. His dodge had timed out. He didn't have a reset or even the ability to get one. So First Killer knew that there was nothing really to worry about. He just had to protect his near post. He's got to keep an eye on these kickoffs though. This is happening maybe with a slight increase of regularity. Zapatos just getting back to the ground faster after the wave dash recovery. Again, just slightly quicker landing. This time he's out positioned by FK, but that really shows you how strong his wave dash recovery kickoff is. He's able to push First Killer back with it.
First Killer showing signs of weakness here as he tries to catch the ball and loses the dribble immediately. Lets Zapatos challenge, but then even then, First Killer right back where he wants to be with the ball on top of his car. Double jump, bump, bit greedy when you try and do it from that far out. Usually you want to wait to it closer near the defender, so there's less time for the ball to separate from you in the car. But either way, First Killer maintains control, trying to do it through the air this time. Fake red by Zapatos, and he may be able to clear this out.
Well, First Killer's got so much momentum here. Decides to just set up shop with the shadow defense. Now, how aggressive is he going to be with this skim? Not very. Putting it to the ceiling. Spatos unable to grab boost while all that was happening. So it is going to be First Killer's ball again. Low first touch. He's going to need to do a lot of work to get this up and over. Spatos can't do so. Spatos running away from the follow-through bump as well. It looks like it's more of the same from game 2 for Zapatos. He's going to play a more reactive defense, but First Killer still able to get past him. Even when Zapatos is being careful, First Killer is simply too effective with the timing. Look at that, just as soon as Zapatos makes a move.
Zapatos has played many opponents in ones over the course of his career, and he's currently in a lobby against maybe the one who beats him this consistently. So Zapatos looks silly right now. Why are you diving for all these balls, Zapatos? Well, in all of his practice, I bet he's beating players to the ball. I bet he's actually doing at least getting 50s there. Right now, he's been getting clean beat by First Killer in all of these races. First Killer just showing another level here on the biggest stage, and actually back this one. He knows Zapatos will likely miss, and he wants to be around for the finish.
Yeah, it's an awkward position for Zapatos. He had time to think about this one. He's worried that First Killer's up for a rebound. In fact, First Killer did jump just to fake out Zapatos with the sound cue there. Most of these players do play with game sound on, just quiet amount of game sound, so they can listen to the noise cues of their opponents jumping. So that just caused Zapatos to panic. First Killer ahead by 2. Huge flick by Zapatos, but First Killer's respecting it, staying deep in the shadow position.
And he's not able to get anything else out of it. He's immediately pushed back, and he's getting bumped by First Killer, who does not want an air dribble to get started for Zapatos. Credit to Zapatos for improvising there to even get back on the ball, but First Killer regained control, forced back to the corner. I expect a little bit of a fumble there, but he's going to be just fine. Will knock off the ceiling. See Zapatos in the air. Zapatos chain dashing his way back to try and mix it up, but First Killer reads that as well.
Yeah, Zapatos is just trying to sneak in at times, but even there, First Killer sees him coming. Zapatos, I think maybe part of the artifice of his own demise there. By hitting the ball, he gave it more pace on the counter for First Killer to work with. Oh, that was a chance. Zapatos is going to turn on it, but yeah, he's hit the bar with his flip cancel shot. Doesn't add any power, just makes the recovery look cool. But I'm sure the freestyle community would disagree.
First Killer gonna dunk this right off. It just seems like Zapatos, you know, has been conditioned. Oh my goodness, First Killer. This was not a free goal. Zapatos was on his way back. First Killer on the wrong side of the ball. Flips out underneath it and gets the perfect touch to drop it in.
That's just gorgeous. I mean, what a touch by First Killer. 5-1. We're talking about him as a guy who can hit the ball as hard as he wants, whenever he wants, but he's got the finesse as well. He's just got full control. Zapatos has got to get a move on here. First Killer spotted near post. Another bump lands. Zapatos wanted to rub a little bit of salt in the wound there. Slow rolling him by about half a second, even though he needs every second he can get.
And it's the signature move to cash back up. It's the wave dash on the landing from Zapatos. In order to get that goal, he's at least going to get to show it off. Now, he just loves his dashing so much. That's why he'll never, ever leave from the wave dash kickoff.
Oh!
First Killer here with some speed. Can he get back to it? Follow up.
Oh!
Just barely out. And that is the story right now for Zapatos, even when he seems to get something going his way. It's never quite enough, but he does get this goal. Great power shot, top right.
Yeah, just kind of surprising First Killer with this one. First Killer was looking to move forward and contest the next touch. Zapatos just shoots again and eventually finds the back of the net. He's starting to claw his way back into this one. And that's slowly on target. First Killer might be getting demoed here. Zapatos instead playing for the boost after faking the demo. Now he can trip up First Killer not once but twice. Demos him. Oh, he missed the ball though, Zapatos! He has absolutely beamed it.
He's laughing about it on the camera, but this is a tough play from him. He did all the hard work of getting First Killer off the map, and he flipped so far away too. Not only did he miss it, I thought he maybe could get back around, but not when he flips himself that far away from the ball. Tough go of this for Zapatos. These are the kind of bounces and things that absolutely have to go his way if he wants to bring it back. Decent shot attempt, but it's not going to go in. It's going to be First Killer who's going to try and clip back the other way, pass to himself off the ceiling. Zapatos around to save it, and got a great touch off the post, so he should have a counter.
Yeah, First Killer all in there. Something we've not seen a lot today. And Zapatos this time does not mistake the open net. He's within two, and he's been winning a lot of the kickoffs recently here. He's actually chaining together quite a few kickoff possessions, and he's going to get another one here. He can get right on First Killer. Demos him. First Killer's get a spot near post and tried to cover it, but can't. Zapatos really putting some momentum on the board with kickoff wins and strong possessions.
Yeah, Zapatos, he probably needed this a little bit earlier as opposed to 50 seconds before his tournament run would be over. But it's better late than never, and he is still alive in this game and in this series. You just have to do one of the toughest things you could ever do, reverse sweep First Killer. First Killer getting the best shots ever here. Zapatos going to back it up and get to one of his favorite positions, the ability to use that Sentio flick, and he launches it as First Killer tries to move in. First Killer gets a couple touches in a row, but normally this is the play that goes back in favor of the other person, but First Killer manages to stay in control every time.
Oh, no way.
Goal line.
Yeah.
Zapatos to come get him. Is Zapatos going to?
Oh, it's GG's. First Killer wins with the most cold move I've ever seen. He just stops the ball on the goal line. It's Zapatos. He can't be bothered. He says, all right, fine, you win. He's gonna come in an own goal now, but that actually reduced the volatility of the match. You know, going back to the center circle against Zapatos with 20 seconds left, 2 goals up, you can lose from there, but stopping the ball on the goal line removes all doubt. It's GG's. First Killer into the top 6.
Where First Killer won that game or won that series was every other moment. If there was a different context to how we got to this game 4, Zapatos doesn't just let First Killer have it, but he is just dominating from beginning to end of the entire series. So he stops it on the goal line, and Zapatos says, you know what, considering how the rest of this game is gone, these last 15 seconds probably not going to go much different either, just lets him have it. But you know, that's something you're only ever going to see in ones. I don't think you're going to see any stopping on the goal line and basically early giving up in any other mode.
Yeah. It's sort of, I don't know, it's just a refusal to participate. Zapatos saying, no, I will not come back. I know you're telling me to. I'm going to refuse. It's a little mental when he's saying, no, I will not do what I'm told. But in exchange, he does lose the match. But I think First Killer, like you said, it seemed like he was going to win at some point.
Yeah, there's no question. First Killer he used to be the one to beat. Diaz is now, but First Killer showing that maybe he can be the one to take the title back. We've got more RLCS 1v1 coming up next.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
man, Zapatos gave it the best effort. The chat wanted it, and yet we're still sitting here wondering what could have been, because first killer happened again, folks. 4 up, 4 down. Didn't have a problem on the road back to the grand finals. Can he make it there? I'm joined by first killer now. Congratulations, sir, on the win. You make it look easy. Is that easy? Like, how much effort did it take to get that 4-0?
Not that much, honestly. I feel like I have Azapato's number, and like I haven't really struggled with him ever, so it was just kind of free for me.
Is it a matchup thing? You feel like it's I don't want to sit here and like dog on Zapatos. Obviously, he's a very, very skilled competitor. Yeah. But like, what is it about this matchup that you feel like is so easy for you?
I think he thrives when you give him space, and I'm like a player that doesn't really like to give space. Like I try to just like be in your face all the time and just like, you know, like just pressure you like so much. So I think he struggles with that a lot. So I think it's mainly just a matchup thing, because I think he is a good player. Like if you watch him playing against any other player, like he like has like crazy shots and like controls the game, and like he does well. So yeah, I think it's just a matchup thing.
There's some, I feel like that's a statement that's true about you against a lot of competitors. Like, oh, they're really good against anyone but me. Like, you're so good out here, sir. And like, how do you've been around? We've been talking a lot about AJ and like how big of a story it is that AJ's here, because like he's been competing for so long. But like, I was just looking at your Wikipedia to refresh my memory and make sure that I was right. Like, you've been competing in Rocket League since 2017. You've been here about as long as he has. Like, you've seen RLCS evolve from a scene that was just league play and 3v3s to now having 3v3s, 2v2s, and 1v1s. You're competitive in all 3 of them. How do you balance preparing for 3 different game modes like this?
I don't do anything special, to be honest. I just play like rank 2s and free play, and then like just scrims, and that's it. I didn't really touch 1s before this event, which is probably not the greatest. Wow. But I think I'll be okay.
It's incredible that you're still this dominant with that level of preparation. I was curious as I was watching the games, and like obviously at high level 1s, you guys do, if you're playing in ranked, you skip replays, right? Like no one sits there and watches any replays. Is it an adjustment when you come into the games that are on broadcast and they're like a tilting goal happens, but the broadcast forces you to watch the replay? Is that a thing you have to like deal with? Like, why are we watching this one again?
Honestly, I thought it would maybe be like that, but for me, it's like if I like mess up and like give like a terrible goal and like I watch it back, I can like think about what I need to do if that happens again. Like I can just fix my mistake. So I honestly think it like helps me, and it helps me like get rid of my like tilt, kind of.
That's incredible. You're like watching your own tape live during the match and doing the adjustment. That's pretty cool. Well, sir, I don't want to take any more of your time. I know you got other stuff to get to, and you're through to Championship Sunday. Last question: AJ and Evo coming up next. Who you think's got it?
I think Evo's gonna 4-0.
Oh, Evo with a 4-0. No, don't do it to him. Hey, sir, congratulations on the victory. See you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Thank you, Wave.
All righty. He says Evo's gonna 4-0. AJ might have other things to say about it, but I don't know. FK knows a thing or two about 4-0 in here, Fear. That was a pretty dominant win.
Yeah, that's true. If anybody knows how to make light work of an opponent's, first killer did that. And we noticed, you know, I saw exactly what he was talking about in terms of never giving Zapatos space. He likes to chase down and just make sure the opponent never gets comfortable. You could see Zapatos didn't. He was able to go for a couple of his flicks maybe throughout the series, but first killer making sure everything went his way, and it did from beginning to end. Timeout did nothing to stop it. Got into game 3, more the same, and then into game 4, it was all she wrote.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I think even though Zapatos' tournament's over, no shame into losing to First Killer. First Killer, I think, has a great chance at even representing North America. We'll see if he can take down Diaz. That is what I fully expect to be the decider. Is whoever wins between Diaz and First Killer is going to be the representative for North America. Diaz has been the top dog, but First Killer, he looks like he's in form. He said he's not really preparing much or practicing much for this, but I guess it doesn't matter when you're First Killer.
I mean, he has prepared his entire career here, Fear. This is a game mode he has taken very, very seriously. And there is a certain degree of riding a bike, you know, with this sort of stuff. But I mean, also like the scene changes, right? Like the way the meta at the top level changes. It seems like maybe playing ranked in ones is enough preparation. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that First Killer has stayed in it. For a while, he took a long time off. This was before RLCS became, 1v1 or having any 1v1 portion. Since it's been back, First Killer, you know, he says he doesn't play it a ton, but he is keeping it fresh. He is playing a tournament here or there, maybe a community tournament, something. He will compete in that, and that's it. That's all you really need, is a little bit of a reminder how the meta is moving. And then when you're first killer, he doesn't need much else. So if you stay completely out of the scene, totally for a long time, it can be a problem. First killer dabbles frequently enough to make sure he's up to date.
Well, we'll keep an eye on First Killer tomorrow, as he could be one of our first matches there in that lower bracket. We are not the only bracket playing out at the moment, though. The Middle East and North Africa has their bracket playing out. It is TRK versus Nush. We were showing it during the break plate right now. TRK did take game number 1. Game number 2 right now, 50 seconds left. They are tied up 7-7. That bracket is staying spicy. We can take a look at it here. It's live across a number of channels in the Rocket League directory. But oh, look at that. Nush taking 1. This is live gameplay.
Yeah, this is just going to be, it's going to be cinema no matter what. All these grand finals just are amazing. We saw NA's grand final maybe, being a little bit one-sided for Diaz. And Nupo is trying to pretend like that's going to happen again. But both these guys could give him a good fight no matter which one is the one that ends up playing him. TRK didn't give him the best, ever go for it in the upper bracket. But it's all different when it's a grand final. That is the Mina greatest of all time right there in TRK, and you do not want to see him in a grand final no matter what mode it is.
Yeah, Nobu has been making easy work of the competition so far today. As he walked through, I think he's lost maybe like 1 game so far in the tournament, or he lost one to Nush and Swiss. I remember you telling me during the break there, but he's there through the grand finals. Will it be a TRK Nobu rematch in the grand finals? We're about to find out. As TRK did score with 5 seconds left, by the way, definitely go pull that one up. I got twitch.tv/WillyV, W1LLYV, a great channel to go pull up if you want to watch the coverage. And we'll be covering the grand finals there after the conclusion of our next 2 matches. Let's get into it, folks. Back over here to North America. Wavy and First Killer have made it out of those lower quarterfinals. It is now elimination matches for them moving forward there. For the top teams, they do have 2 lives, 2 players about to lose that second life. Zach and Diaz going to be our last match of the day. We'll save that SSG v SSG matchup for then. But let's get into our next matchup. Genji, Mobile One Racing. Gonna be having Evo here, taking on AJ. I was just talking to First Killer about AJ, and he really does feel like AJ's probably gonna hit the wall with Evo, but I don't know, man. There's just something about this gamer, James Bott, just will not go away.
I don't know if you're asking the right guy. I got a lot of confidence in Evo here as well. I think, Evo, especially when there's a little bit less pressure on the line, I think that's going to also play in the favor of Evo here. The fact that this is not an elimination tournament, you'll see him freed up to take a few more risks. But Evo, he's just a force, man. You just look at his max, you look at what he's able to do. But on the other side, AJ, he's been around for a while. He continues to show that he is a top level 1v1s player, and it's he's got all the tools in his toolkit to take down Evo, but he is the clear underdog here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a match that's been played so many different times. We're about to see it played maybe for the first time in RLCS 1v1. I'm not sure if they matched up against each other last time in the bracket, but these guys have been at the top of North America. There is got to be a mental battle in terms of how the thousands of 1v1s they played before, whether they're in ranked or in show matches or tournaments, these guys have held it down at the top. This is going to be the 102nd iteration of AJ versus Evo, I imagine. The reason why, and every time they've played in the past, it's been very close, and you wouldn't really know who would win this. The reason why First Killer favors Evo, though, is because AJ has retired. He's retired, a long time ago, and in theory shouldn't be still competing at the highest level, but has proven that he still has those moves in ones. The question is he back to the form that he was at when he was competing with Evo over the course of many years and still locked into the game, or has Evo's more frequent recent experience gonna take the advantage?
Let us know who you think is going to win. I'm curious to see how many fans show up for AJ here, because while he has been around RLCS for a long time, Evo's been pretty popular as well. Gen G's gotten a lot of fans over the last few years, so we'll make our picks as well. I will say TRK did that. The game 2 went to overtime. TRK managed to find the win, so now he's up 2-0 over Nush. So we'll get into. We'll show again that grand final coming up a little bit later on. I already know what James Bond's going to pick here, Fear. Are you going with Evo as well?
I said historically, you know, back and forth, you could go either way. AJ might even, you could convince me that AJ has a career-long edge over Evo, but right now, Evo's still on his game. He's still competing with the best of the best. You gotta expect Evo to be able to take down the retired old man in AJ. So yeah, I think I'm also going with Evo.
Alrighty, James.
I don't know if I'd go as far as to call AJ a retired old man, but he's a retired gamer, so you know I'm going to have to go with fear on this one. Give me Evo.
Okay. Yeah, I want to believe so much. This is the match I'm most excited to watch today, just because of the stories. And I mean, if we get through this one, I think it's Evo versus Wavy. I think is the matchup tomorrow, which should be an exciting one too. But no, it would be AJ versus, it'll be Evo versus, if AJ wins, that's how that works. It'll be AJ, because AJ, this is an upper bracket matchup, so they're staying alive here. But I do think Evo will take this one down. This is what I'm going to stumble my way to say here at the end. It does have the strong edge at the moment. History is fun. Long win streaks are fun. Gameplay in the moment is what matters here. Evo's the clear favorite. And is there a stylistic matchup? We were talking with FK about stylistic matchup between him and Zap there. Fear. Do you feel like Evo has a style matchup here, or is it just a general kind of all stats are just a level higher for AJ?
I think that they have a pretty similar matchup because Evo felt like he was starting up and getting good in the ones game around the time that AJ was one of the kings, you know, maybe even like one of the best players in NA. So a lot of people will model after the players they're playing against in ranked, and I want to play like them. I should win like they're winning. AJ and Chronic were kind of bringing up this wall to air dribble type game. You saw a lot of NA doing that. Evo picked that up as well. So I think Evo followed the mold of some of the pioneers in NA in front of him and plays a very similar style. He should just be much more up to date and more in tune to the ones game right now.
I'm just looking back. Well, we're waiting on the players to get in the lobby, and James, about I think a lot of we have been sitting here being talking about like, oh yeah, AJ, the old man, and there's definitely new fans in chat who aren't aware of AJ's story. This is a name that is maybe new to them. They're like, who is this guy? I've not seen this guy before. They don't know that like he's been competing in RLCS since season 6. Back when this championship was in Vegas. That was when Cloud9 won their world championship, when Squishy was at the top of his game. He made it, I don't think he made it to the world's finals there, but he was then in top 4 in season 7. That was the season.
With Fernobi, right? Was it Rogue?
That was Rogue. That was on Rogue when they made it to top 4. That was the season we thought we were going to have the first NA versus NA Grand Finals because 3 North American teams made it to top 4. You still won. Always happens. Didn't quite make it through. I think it was Rogue that they had to go up, or was it Rogue that took on Vitality in the top 4? I'm pulling up the.
For top 4, I can't quite remember who Rogue had to play to go through. I think it might have been G2, but
I'm not sure why I pulled up the wrong thing there for me. No, it was G2. It was G2, and it was Cloud9 up against Vitality on the other side. Both of those went 4-0. We had 2 4-0s and a 4-1. The final 3 matches of that tournament were fascinating. But it was ultimately Rogue did not. That was probably his best tournament result in 3s. If I remember correctly,
yeah, I mean,
as far as RLCS goes.
He definitely blazed his way onto the scene, and I think a lot of people, when they thought of AJ, they thought of a mechanical player like that. When you thought of what AJ could do, you're thinking flash and flare, similar to what Justin was able to do when he was coming onto the scene. It felt like in North America, if you were going to break through, it had to be because you were mechanically insane. And AJ fit that mold, and then there was a time in his career where he just kept going up and up and up, but just could not find that extra little bit of success. And I think really what did it for him is, he had that crazy roster on M80 where he's teaming with Nas and Jory as 2 other insane 1v1 players. And theoretically, on paper, this team would be, a contender for majors, and they dominated in Swiss stages, but they weren't able to edge out those important victories. And I think when AJ didn't have success on that roster, kind of figured, all right, if I can't win with those guys and, there's not a lot of opportunities out there, I'm just going to keep doing my own thing and focus on my own game. And I think what we've seen, though, in North America, especially in this 1v1 event, is that AJ still has it. He still has the mechs. He still has the decision-making ability. He's still got the chops as a player. He can hang with the best, but he's going to have a really tough opponent with AJ. He gets the win here. Maybe he'll even consider coming out of retirement, Wave Punk. If you got to get that winner interview, you should ask him.
I will.
If it's enough.
I would love to get to interview AJ in a winning interview here. What a story that would be. And the fans want to see it too. 83% in favor of AJ out here. Evo could earn some fans here if he was able to get a stylish win over the fan favorite. But AJ does have an uphill battle against an up-and-coming new star in the RLCS space. Can he get back to those ways? The guy has been around for so long. I mean, I was talking with First Killer about him. First Killer used to team with him back on FaZe. I mean, he knows this guy's playstyle, and he's confident this is a 4-0 for Evo. Can Evo prove all of the experts right, or does AJ create the upset here? What a moment it would be, and what a way to kind of continue on here on Playoff Saturday. Let's get into it. AJ continuing on what has been a long, legendary career. Evo just getting started. Who gets to write the next positive chapter? Let's find out.
It's time to find out who's going to make it into the semi-finals. The first player to make it into the semi-finals of the NA 1v1 Open. Teammates, we've got AJ, we've got Evo. Evo, one of the prodigies, or most recent prodigies come through NA. He's been looking to make that final breakthrough, though, against the King of the Unks, AJ. This is game one, brought to you by Progressive.
The King of the Unks, huh, Johnny? Is that how you describe it, AJ? Listen, he started on your stream a long time ago, way back in the day. Back when you were just a young pup yourself. Now he's still playing.
Yeah.
Back in 2026. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like Wade talked about it. I mean, First Killer was playing your stream way back when, too. As Evo just opens it up with a nice little pop shot from distance. So, I don't know. Maybe First Killer might be King Unks and AJ might be the Prince.
Yeah, well, AJ goes, he's more Unk than First Killer, though. He came around first.
You're right, you're so right.
He also did retire, so there is that aspect to it. You know, he's going way back to the League Play era, but one of the big issues for me, I think, in this matchup that AJ's going to face is that Evo is pretty similar to him in the style that they play ones. Like Fear mentioned, they kind of like to do the same things. But Evo is, I think, a little bit better at it. He's just going to be more mechanically clean on all the air dribbles. And he's just going to be a little bit faster about the pitch.
He's also just got to keep shooting that thing, too. He is not worried. And that's one thing when I was watching earlier. Wave even talked about it. He wasn't having the most mechanical performance, but he's had a couple opportunities where he could have shot the ball, or could have shot it too. He weren't taking any pop shots. Evo's already showing that he can really stretch out the field, make AJ have to work. And of course, he has this in his bag as well. It's a cross map. He has kind of popularized it. Oh, Evo doesn't get the reset. Doesn't matter. Because, you know, it's just always a threat. And for AJ, for the newcomers, Johnny, for the people who weren't around back in the league play, what does AJ bring to the table?
Oh, I mean, you can't say experience. He's got plenty of that. But so does Evo. I don't think it's a massive experience advantage for AJ here. He's definitely got the experience edge on players like Bora in the group stage. He was able to take him down. He was able to beat Chronic, another very experienced ones player. But Evo is all of those things and just a little bit, you know, almost a lot more active in RLCS. And he is such a good ones player in his own right. Well, that's going to be a free one for AJ, though. Evo, couple of times now, he's running out of boost on these long-range air dribbles. You did mention that, you know, Diaz is the guy who popularized this play style, that, you know, the real long-range air dribbles, but he always seems to have a little bit of boost left over, something that Evo did not have at the end of his one.
Yeah, he didn't have that. Yeah, I can't say, as great as Evo is, I can't say he's as talented or as skilled in terms of the cross-map air dribble reset, scoop, whatever you want to call it, as Diaz is. But I don't really know if anybody in the world is as talented, so I'll give Evo some grace for AJ, though. But a quick cut inside, top right corner flick.
That's gorgeous from AJ. I thought you might have taken a bit too long to get the attack going, but look at that, infield, and perfect placement with the little pop to the top corner. AJ did struggle a little bit with kickoffs yesterday. He's got to try to find a way into the match in that regard. And even though, yeah, he does have the ball here, but he's got to be very careful in securing it. He avoided the bumps, avoided any danger of demos. Obviously, Evo knows how to get his speed back up, even without boost.
Boost, and also he starts to counterattack, but I don't know. Yeah, it started off the game kind of well for Evo. 2 quick goals within the first, I'll say, about 30 seconds. After that, I kind of feel like it's been AJ's game. Evo's had to respect it. Evo still is holding on to the lead by 1, but AJ, he's starting to kind of get into this game. Get comfortable. Evo gets away with it. It's just bumps. Just bumps, no demo, though. AJ, no boost. He's not going to be a threat. Oh, there's another pop shot over AJ's head. Can he get back? He will. We still know right now. AJ's kind of in the woodwork. He's got to worry about the Evo shot.
feel like I've gone back in time a little bit here with how these guys are playing. It's like an AJ Evo game of old where it's end-to-end stuff. It's, you know, full pace. And they're both just taking turns shadow defending against each other. AJ here getting caught out. That's a good hit to the backboard by Evo. AJ didn't expect that one. Thought Evo was going to slow this down. But what this will do is it's going to most likely reduce the overall score line of the game if we get lots of fast-paced gameplay where both players are zooming about the pitch. A minute can go by and nobody's scored it. Now this time we do get a goal off the kickoff, but will we enter another lap of the pitch, or, you know, sequence of laps of the pitch where both players are just full sending it?
I mean, that's when I fell in love with one. That's way back in the day. I mean, I know nowadays everybody likes to see the recess. They like to see the scoops. No, there was something special about how players just used to kind of zip around. You got talking about Lachinos, talking about the scrubs. We just used to run around the field. AJ, my apologies. That's a little throwback too, Johnny.
Yeah, great move. As soon as AJ backs down the line, Evo switches sides. And this is obviously something you guys could try at home. If your opponent runs away, gives you space, switch to the other side of the pitch on your dribble. It really puts a lot of pressure on the defender. Evo, of course, has got so many options he can go to there. That's where it becomes a bit more difficult for us normal players to emulate what's happening, but strategically sound. Evo countering AJ positionally.
4 goals so far in this game from Evo. He's got 5 to his name, but 4 have been from shots from distance. So Evo really displaying to the world that he can shoot the ball. And of course, he also has this as well, but this hasn't necessarily been a successful for him. His aerial game isn't the reason he's up right now.
Boost.
AJ missed the boost, though. No threat for him.
Yeah, Evo also missed it. He tried to grab mid, but he ended up 0, so he's had to give away the possession here. Chance for AJ in the final minute to get back in this. Pop bomb by AJ, and it works. That's such a good move to go to in a game with as much shadow defense as we've seen, and there's no way that Evo saw this coming.
Nah, not a chance. First time AJ's busted it out, too. Right at the minute mark, right where he needed to go. Evo had a quick shadow, just like you said. Gave himself that straight line. Any type of straight line defense puts him in position.
Good possession here for AJ. He's going to have some space to work with here. Evo again backing out. AJ trying to ceiling pinch it. Just a soft ceiling pinch to gain some territory, seal the boost away, and then set up shop in Evo's half. Not the most threatening shots on target, and unfortunately for AJ, there's no boost over here to be stolen. Not in time, at least. It respawns for Evo, so yeah, he still lost the attack there a little bit. Wait, has Evo missed this? He has. Evo's missed. So, bit of a layup there. AJ's still in this.
And AJ was flicking his camera back and forth between the frontwards and backwards camera. After he gave that possession away, he figured it was going to be Evo goal. Evo did miss his little shot, though. Still gives AJ a chance. AJ gets a reset off Evo's car, but Evo, he's not going to pull a bore. He's bringing it back into the corner. His back corner very early. 11 seconds left. AJ's going to have to make a play.
Yeah,
it's just class.
It's what Evo wants. He wants AJ to have to come to him, and he's just wasting all the time in the world. Really good job executing the possession play from that far out. I mean, he had some time that he needed to waste there, but he managed to do it safely. And yeah, I really do think that end game sequence, just like I said earlier, it's like we've gone back in time. We're just watching the AJ Evo evolve. They're both zooming about the pitch. Neither one of them want to challenge with low boost. They don't want to put pressure on the opponent with low boost. And what do you think of this AJ look, by the way, for the match? The hoodie and then the headphones over the top of it. Are you a fan?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Listen, he's trying to get locked in. He's in locked in mode. That's what it's going to take to beat Evo. It's not going to be easy. I think you're right. I think you're hitting the nose right away. Well, of course you are. You know, you hit on this game on like the back of your palm. So I'll give you that. I'll give you that, but it really is fast-paced action, back and forth. I think these two players like playing like that. I think it's very exciting to watch, too. He's going to be on AJ, though. He's got to take away the Evo. I'm going to call them jumpers, but for everybody else, they can just be called shots, where Evo scored 4 of them, and that was 4 of his 5 goals, JB. Take those away, I mean, AJ might be in a better position.
That's why I think Evo's just a favorite stylistically, is because they both like to do this. They like to just let their opponent attack. We did not see that from Firskiller against Zapatos earlier. He was challenging everything early. Did not want to let Zapatos get into the air. These guys they're actually okay with letting each other get up into the air. They want to try and shadow in defense. AJ's the one who's got to mix things up like he did at the end of the last game, though. He's got to hit Evo with more air dribble bumps. He's got to hit him with more early out plays if he's going to stop Evo from defaulting to that mode that he's so comfortable in.
He's also got to worry about these Evo bumps because Evo, he's a pest. Then he sets the boost grab too, right over AJ. AJ's got the back up, give Evo space. Evo flips off to the side to shut up the shot. It's a great attempt right there. Good save from AJ. AJ does secure. Top left boot. Oh, but fake challenges, gives Evo space. Evo is a basic front flip flick. Nothing much to be asked of. AJ gets the boost in the corner as well. A lot of possession right here from Evo. Nothing much materializing.
Yeah, I want to see AJ as well. Another thing I want to see him do is just go for the ball before it's a free ball at some point. Just challenge when Evo has full control, just to try to throw Evo off of his timings. Right now, Evo knows if he's closer to the ball than AJ, AJ's not going to challenge him, and that's why he's so comfortable on the pitch right now. Winning the race with a low boost takeoff. Great speed by Evo. 1-0, just past 1 minute into the game. Yeah, for me, right, just like in game one, the onus is on AJ to be playing for the tricks, the surprises. Evo is the player who's in his comfort zone.
Oh, Evo, great defense right there, a low boost. Knew AJ wanted to shoot it, even does it again right here. AJ plays it well, though. Great 50-50. Utilizing the wall as his friend. Ties up the game.
That's really well done by AJ. I mean, Evo was up early for that one. He telegraphed the challenge. AJ manipulated it to his favor. Curious if we're going to see any more delayed kickoffs from AJ as well. We saw one at the tail end of last game that worked out. He's defaulting, for the most part, to more standard strategies. There's that early flick. Oh my goodness, what a save by Evo. He's got that on the downward bounce and puts it wide. AJ was coming in for the rebound as well, so necessary stop by Evo.
And not only was AJ coming for the rebound, Johnny, he was expecting Evo to get I would say, the standard save right there. AJ was playing the dunk. Crazy. And he didn't expect Evo to have the ability to just kiss that thing right off the bottom. Basically right in front of the goal, kind of went right by AJ. That's an opportunity that goes awry. Great play from Evo. And Evo just keeps taking more and more shots. He knows AJ's low on boost, and AJ's in trouble right here. He's going to be a one flip potentially. Oh, he doesn't use it.
I thought maybe he was going to try and demo him. He waited. It looked like he was setting up a run-up for something. But yeah, he's really got AJ in a tough position here. So much boost for Evo, none for AJ. Evo's taking his time, though. He's not rushing the attack. Again, looking to get that angle going, and there's the threat. It's been so many ground shots from Evo. He's invested in those all series long. And this is the payment, the return on the investment. The mind game works. 2-1.
Oh, that was class. They're showing you that investments work. Investing yourself, look what happens. Evo is setting up he set up the hook shot, set up the bounce dribble. And you're on the money, Johnny. I mean, it's sent AJ back to the shops. And that's what you British people say.
Yeah, he said, can you go and give me some boost in my half while I score a goal, please? Thank you. Yeah, lots of shadow defense again. And it is, as a result, a pretty low scoring game. As you can expect when both players are giving each other space and prioritizing boost over pressure. It's like I feel like I'm back in 2017 watching AJ versus Lion Blaze or something. I mean, it's just like my turn, your turn, flick, 100 boost, take the ball back, dribble down the line, flick again, save. Like this is a classic 1v1 matchup here for AJ in North America.
Not looking that bad, though. I mean, this match is going by pretty quickly, too. Evo just keeps popping, and Evo's not even really trying to keep the ball that close. Great demo right here. Should be a goal for Evo coming soon, and it will be. Takes his time with it, too.
Yeah, it looks like he's jumped over the potential respawn location. He wanted to make sure that AJ wasn't spawning under him. So he's floated in for this one. 3-1, 91 seconds left. Still, of course, more than enough time for AJ, but he has really struggled to get meaningful shots on target in this match. He's only had 4 shots. Been forced to play a lot of defense, been forced to make a lot of saves, just like this one. Evo peppers the net from distance.
Oh, he's already just bringing it back. AJ takes the boost. Evo says, no worries, I'm up. I'm gonna keep controlling all the possession. Oh, he tries to get a sneaky demo, barely misses AJ. Might come back to bite him, though. Never mind. Evo immediately shuts the door. Can he follow it too? Barely missed that, but it doesn't matter either. He's gonna get the boost again. Evo is not backing off of AJ.
Yeah, he's just not letting him play. He's controlling the possession. Even if it's in Evo's half, he's still firmly in control. He can take this back, he can play it forward. He's really got all the options in the world. He does decide to play this one forward so that he can steal the boost again. Joke's on you, AJ, I'm not shooting. I'm gonna steal your boost and then he's gonna do it again. Is he gonna demo AJ? Take the ball back. It's a full minute or more of Evo ball control. AJ needs to take a risk and he's picked the wrong moment to do it. 4-1, Evo's just fully in control.
Yeah, barely over a minute actually, because right when you said 91 seconds left. Now we got 28 seconds. And now we have 28 seconds. I mean, it's just a great play from Evo. Every single time he knows he doesn't need to score.
Oh.
And he
wow, he got the drive kickoff as well. Evo flexing his kickoff repertoire here. That's a strategy we've seen Zen use in EU last weekend to try to close out games. It's a good way to just get the ball moving quickly, right back into more of the same of what we've seen before. But yeah, this has been a frustrating one for AJ. He has not had a lot of the ball. He has just been watching Evo in free play for the most part of this game. Only got one goal to show for his effort.
Yeah, and listen, I appreciate the online free play, but I'm not trying to see online free play if I'm in a match of this magnitude. They used to have not AJ. That would tilt me out the wazoo. Why would anybody? Why would I want to do that? AJ's gonna have to make the adjustments. He's gonna have to get on the ball. I don't know how he does it, though. Okay, I mean, Evo is. It seems like he's just moving a little bit faster than him in every aspect. Whether it's on the wall, the chain dashes, whether it's on the ground with just pure speed. Like even Evo's first goal, I believe, AJ had 4 boosts, about 90. Evo only had about 12, but he got him so quickly. He just beat him out in the midfield race.
The onus, like I said at the start of this game, it is on AJ to do something that Evo doesn't expect. But unfortunately, he waited until that 4th goal there. The only time he postured up to actually challenge Evo was after a full minute of Evo possession. Before that, AJ didn't really have an opportunity because Evo was just outpacing him. But early in this game, AJ has to challenge. Just early, just go. Just don't fake challenge, just full send the challenge, and don't get faked. Just hit the ball. Just play the ball. It sounds simple, but with Evo behind the ball, it's difficult to do that. You're so scared of the flick, you're so scared of the shots. But AJ's just got to put all that fear aside and just go straight for the ball in this 3rd game and do it early.
Sure does. Meanwhile, I don't know which one your favorite region, EU or MENA. I guess it's EU, but MENA is your 2nd favorite region. I don't know. But for you, I'm looking at it right now. I don't know if the scoreline's changed, but it was 2-2.
It was, yeah.
TRK Nush. I don't know whether it's changed since then. In about 10 minutes, we got that message.
Yeah, that was about, like you said, 10 minutes ago now, so we'll get an update on that one for you guys when we have it. But we're going to have the grand final of MENA 1v1 at the end of the stream today. We've got the conclusion of Evo AJ, and we've got the other upper semi-final, and then we've got MENA 1s. But let's see, first of all, can AJ make this into a series? Already though, I did see him fully play the ball in the back corner there. Will he do it again? No, he's back to a little bit of shadowing. You know, it's okay once he's had a couple of full send challenges. I think at that point he can go back to his shadow.
Flick right here.
No problem. Oh, what a post pitch that is. AJ no boost to play, and it's Evo's ball.
No. Evo just read him too. Faked like he was gonna go left, just entice AJ to take out that bottom left corner from AJ's perspective. Evo had it covered the whole way through. AJ does get the boost though. Give himself some time, but now he's in an awkward spot. Got to control the ball, and he does. Dribble for AJ, flicking coming, but it's too tame. It's not gonna be threatened enough way. Evo messes up his recovery. AJ scores!
There you go. AJ just goes for it, and he profits by going. You know, I feel like an earlier game AJ would have faked this, but this time he does just turn and go. Trusts himself to have the pace, and he's got the 1-goal lead. And he get control of the ball again. Maybe hit Evo with a taste of his own medicine. Waste Evo's time that now he needs. You see that little wave dash sequence by AJ? He's looking like Tass out there. He's got hands.
That's great. He can do all these wave dashes.
Yes! He's going for the ball.
Oh, Johnny's so happy. And he's going to get possession off of it too, Johnny. 1v1 Evo.
Oh, close.
1v1 in Evo. Of course it's the 1v1.
He's got the solo play.
He's got the solo play. Great stuff, Tyler. Good shot, AJ.
Aye.
Good shot. Well done.
AJ with the solo play against Evo. RLCS 1v1. You're not. I don't think you're the only one who said that. I heard that
Lordy.
last year. RLCS
Lordy.
1v1 debut. He's doing what he needs to do. He's just had enough of getting faked. He said, enough for the fake challenges. I'm just going to go for the ball. You've got to actually outplay me if I do that. Oh, the mind game comes through. It's 3-0.
It's all in AJ's favor now. I was going to say, I think this is the first time AJ scored first in the series. So, I mean, when you're talking about it, now Evo has to respond. He can't just play keep away. He can't just play boom ball, take his pop shots. He's going to have to play offense, and he hasn't necessarily done anything too risky. In this series so far, he's been real timid with his attacks, real just conservative. But he does end up kind of burning off this kickoff.
That's a confident flick from Evo. AJ trying to get rid of the danger there, but it's gone straight to Evo. Slams it. That was a all-in flick if I've ever seen one, but when you can hit it as fast and as accurately as that, I don't have a problem with it. Still going to be Evo's ball here in the back corner if he wants it. Okay, AJ's going to try and bump him. Yeah, it will be turnover to Evo briefly, and he demos AJ as well. Yeah, I think AJ bit off a bit more than he could chew there. He felt like he might be able to do something with this, but it was really a tough position to make work. Evo in control in his back corner.
Yeah, AJ tried to get away with the ball and get away with his life. Evo said you can't have both. Now, I honestly think AJ wanted the boost in the back corner as well. That's why he hit it in that direction, but it costed him a whole goal. And now that 3-0 lead that AJ worked really hard to build, now only a win.
That's nice timing. AJ dispossesses him. And a little side flip shot to the bottom left. By shooting at that far post side, though, he does present the counter-attack to Evo. Both these guys. Oh, AJ. It's actually inside of his own post. He has turned around with his wave dash. That'll give Evo a free possession. Is it going to be physical play? No, it's going to be a dunk from Evo, but not an effective one at all. AJ crushes it.
Right back on a reset. Look for a musty flick, and he gets it. And he scores it, too. AJ showing that the old man, the Unk, the prince of the Unks, the king of the Unks, whatever Johnny likes to call him. He still got it.
The Unk King. 4-2. We're going to go top 6. Sorry, it is already top 6. We're going to go top 4 in RLCS ones. Still play with house money, no elimination today, and AJ, can he get this one in? What save by Evo? He's actually got it on the outside of AJ as well. AJ's got the boost though, it's still going to be a goal for him. But now, 3 goals to the good again, second time this game.
AJ wave dash kickoff just put so much pressure on Evo right there. Evo had to scramble, he had to work just to get back to it, and the save, I mean, it was class, it was great. AJ couldn't immediately follow, but then the boost, the chase for the boost after that, AJ was better. Now it's on Evo. I can't say the air game has been excellent for him. Usually he's excellent in RLCS in these moments. Reset, goes for the double touch, and he gets it.
Well, that is quite extraordinary. I think he's briefly lost control of that. It's gone behind him. He regains it, and then it's the reset double tap with no boost left in the tank. That shows extreme confidence because he lost control of the ball there and had to use all his boost to get it back in front of him. But he still hits the shot.
Does get a boost in AJ's corner, but AJ got the mid boost, so he's not necessarily that worried. Oh, Evo just barely pops it on AJ, and will he score? He will. Great play from Evo right here. There's a subtle pop on the turn. It's about AJ. He was trying to slam the door, close the distance. Doesn't matter though, AJ. Still up by 1. He's one on the kickoff right here. Let's see what he can do. Another wave dash kickoff. Evo gets possession, Johnny. Here he goes off the sidewalk, but the shot is way too weak. It should be a goal for AJ. And it will be.
It is. I'm very surprised. I can't believe Evo's gone for the direct shot here. I mean, maybe with absolutely perfect placement and power, you can get a goal there. Maybe, but even then, it looked like AJ was going to be in the area and have a chance to save just about anything. Evo, with that much time left, will wish that he'd been more careful with the possession. Oh, wow, that's off AJ's post. Got to be careful there. Evo now going to dive in early, trying to surprise AJ, but the ball's bounced too high. It's going to be AJ's ball, and he's going to play it back to the midfield. Not all the way back to his corner, though. Still continuing the attack.
I was expecting a back corner Barry. Evo's been doing the first 2 games. I wouldn't mind it from AJ right there. Kind of giving Evo a chance. I don't know. I think players need to be a little smarter with their ability. It's nothing wrong with bringing it back into the corner.
Yeah, he's trying to. I think he's trying to surprise Evo with the challenge there. AJ knows if he could just get one more successful challenge, he wins the game. But in that moment, he forgets what the alternative is. What if the challenge doesn't work? Then Evo's scoring, and now you've got a wonderful lead. No boost to play with. Your car's out of the game. What can Evo do in the final play of the game? Oh, he scores it! Again with the infield dribble. 6 seconds to go. We're tied at 6 apiece.
Evo even lost possession early. It was kind of a tough ball after he got the demo. He couldn't get it on top of his car. He drops it. I think AJ probably should have full sent it in that moment.
Yeah.
Gave himself a chance.
That's what he did before, and he got outplayed, so he's in his own head about it still. AJ, a chance to ice it. Evo with a huge early challenge. Just get a bounce before the line, so no danger there. Great defense from Evo, forcing overtime. You go ahead by 3 here. Rolls through AJ's delayed kickoff. AJ trying to trick Evo. He did not fall for it. Boost advantage is his reward. Oh, he's to the inside of the post.
I'll bring it back. AJ, no boost. It's going to be all Evo right here. Evo is moving fast as ever. AJ gets the back right corner boost. Here we go. Evo setting up hook shot danger. Makes it out. Gets a little 50-50. AJ just sat on his back line. This isn't 2017. He's got to close the distance at some point, Johnny.
Yeah, he's a bit scared to do it against Evo from that angle. Evo threatening shots to both top corners of the net. Low 50, obviously a threat as well. You know, so many options in that position for Evo, but I think you're right. AJ either up 6-5 or in overtime just has to go for the ball. He's just got to send it at some point because on your goal line you're a sitting duck either way. It's not like you're holding on to a good position. Sometimes you can hold position if you've got boost and the other player's not really threatening much, but I do like that Evo's had the angles with his dribbles. That's something we talked about earlier. You guys can try that in your own games. Give yourself an angle to work with. Threaten shots, threaten flicks, cuts in field, fakes. Evo's really flexing all the options here.
He really is, and he had to dig deep too because AJ started off the game hot. Scored first, scored second, scored third. 3 goals the better for AJ, and then later on in the game, I believe it was 5-2 in this game as well. So 2 times in this game, AJ had a 3-goal lead. He's let it kind of waste away. Any moments, I mean, I know it's a high pressure situation. Evo's a highly talented individual, but so is AJ. I think he just needs to have a little more confidence in his challenges, a little more confidence in his ability to stop whatever Evo's about to present to him, because both times just sat back, kind of letting Evo dictate what happens. I think at this stage in Rocket League's history, allowing players of Evo's caliber, of Evo's talent, to shoot the ball, they're going to be more than likely successful.
It's why a lot of the top players will skew towards aggression more often than not. Oh, is Evo trying to drive kickoff here? It's open game 4. The ball's rifled into the backboard. And yeah, he did, but he caught a little bit too much off it. It's really surprising actually how side onto the ball you need to be with the drive kickoff before it bounces favorably. You feel like you're too side on when you get it right. That obviously wasn't enough of an angle for me.
It wasn't. Listen, let me know when you're opening up the Kickoff Academy. You know, I did not understand the kickoffs nowhere near the same. Evo does avoid the AJ bump, and AJ actually almost came from inside the goal and barely kissed it back in. That would have been a top play if I've ever seen one. Evo shot incoming, the power and accuracy, not exactly what he wanted. AJ no boost, Evo secures the mid, AJ's got the backup, and here we go, same situation. What is AJ gonna do? He has no boost, but he does save the ball. I was gonna say that if he doesn't get to that, he's gotta just make his own chances happen. I do like that out of AJ right here, just pushing Evo back into the corner, making Evo have to work again.
I do something like AJ's missed an opportunity there to drive challenge and bump, maybe demo Evo on the previous play at the midfield that started off this sequence of Evo's possession. Evo's sort of giving it away though, so it's now AJ's turn to make something happen. recovery by Evo on the inside of his own post. AJ prioritizing the boost steal instead of follow-up pressure. That's been the story of the series for me. Is both players quite happy to just let the ball go to the opponent at times, as long as the opponent's got no momentum and you're able to secure 100 boosts.
This has been the least amount of reset goals I've seen in one series in a very long time. And this is the most amount of shots I've seen in one series in a long time, too. Once again, though, Evo bumps out AJ, turn, pivot, and it snipes it right underneath the crossbar from range. 1-1 apiece, 3:30 left. Game zooming by yet again.
You're right, it's been focusing mostly on the ground game. Here's another look at it. Evo making the age-old mistake, thinking that he's done enough there to cut away the shooting angle, but of course, AJ able to get around the ball with the wave dash and the side flip shot. He's still fighting in this one. Wants to make it into a closer match than the scoreline would currently suggest. But really, it has gone very much according to plan for Evo, and it's very much as First Killer told us it would be. Strongly in favor of the active RLCS player. All of AJ's hope is dwindling here in this series. Oh, that's a big pop. I don't think Evo wanted that one. Tries to control it.
Yeah, I don't think he did either. He thought he had an easy goal right there. I can imagine him now. He's upset. Does get another demo on AJ. AJ hits him with the dot. Evo says, my fault. AJ's tired of being taken out the game, Johnny.
Oh, he says he didn't mean to. So AJ is written in a, is that a quick chat ellipsis?
Yeah,
there?
that's a quick check.
But he was trying to choose where to respawn, and that's a pretty good excuse, but I don't know if I believe it. The timing just too suspicious as soon as you get demoed there. No, AJ would never would he be tilted at them, surely.
Oh, no. None of them classic North American players, they never got tilted off demos.
Yeah, they pioneered demos, scrims back in the day, in AJ's generation. He was part of that era, playing against all the goats, all the greats of NA. Now he's got to play up against the greats in the Modern Ones game. Evo schooling AJ in this one. He's just been better in the physical game, and I think he's picked his spots to challenge a little bit better as well as overall just being slightly more efficient across the board. Okay, there's a better example of the drive kickoff. Evo got more of an angle on his approach on that one, more of an angle on his contact point, so it does just go back corner harmlessly.
Hatch has been a little quicker as well. Even when we were talking about the ellipsis, AJ did end up conceding a kickoff goal. It was a big kickoff goal too. Evo delayed his kickoff, I think, for one of the first times in the series. It really took AJ by surprise. And that was a quick 2-goal swing. AJ was up 1-2 and then became 3-2. But AJ right here gives a reset, takes Evo out the game, brings the game back within one.
Look at the pre-flip as well to get the shot off. There's a big gap between AJ and the ball. Evo thought that that's going to slow down the shot. AJ proving otherwise. Perfect contact. A lot of momentum transfer now. AJ's the one delaying the kickoff. Didn't really accelerate through it though, so it's gone backwards. Evo himself is backwards, so couldn't take control of the situation.
1:36 left, and I think for AJ to be successful, he's got to stay on the ball. I like what he's doing right here. Got to just have a feeling, have an inkling there. If Evo starts getting this ball, he's got to start bringing it back into the corner.
Yeah,
here we go.
There he is.
Here we go. This is all fake. He's not actually trying to score this either. He's going to bring it back low.
Oh, or is he? Or is he?
Never mind.
Okay.
He is trying to score it.
But eventually it all leads back to the corner. Here we go. He's taking a good shot on target. Forced it out to save. Oh, he didn't get a lot on that wall clear. Actually able to stay with it as a result. But will he do just that later on in the game? Now that we're in the final minute, I would not be surprised, like you wouldn't be, to see Evo dribbling the ball back on repeat.
Great shot from AJ right there off the chain dash. No, but he didn't. He just lets Evo get the ball again. He's got to be able to capitalize. He put Evo in a bad position. Had him kind of flopping off his own goal. Oh, wait, hold on. Bad touch from Evo. Can he get back to it? I don't think he can. AJ ties it up.
Nice shot off the wall by AJ. Great first touch as well. Didn't have a lot of boost to play with. Had to make those touches perfectly in quick succession. right back to the center circle we go. Evo's been tricky in this game. A couple drive kickoffs, a delay. Oh, and he's been spun out. AJ clipped him, and now AJ spun himself out. Everybody falling over it as we get into the final seconds.
Almost got to check the Utopia grass. It might be a little slick out there right now. AJ with possession. But the air dribble was just not what he wanted. Now he's out of boost. He's going to pop that to the wall. He's going to give away the possession to Evo. Here comes Evo. Immediate insta shot.
Oh,
AJ's going to be able to equal that every single time.
Oh. Is he going to shoot again? No, this time he air dribbles. Mixing up from Evo. Ceiling double. It's hit the bar. Oh, no bounce. Overtime.
Yeah, tournament life on the line right here. Score might say 4-0 if Evo wins this, but the series has been close. It's been little things from AJ that have made all the difference. Things as in he needs to be able to challenge in these positions. He needs to not give Evo easy opportunities, and he will. He will.
Yeah, Evo's just too quick. He caught AJ by surprise there. AJ backwards at the near post. Could not accurately defend his net. And he drops to the quarterfinals. Evo advances to the semis with a confident win over the legend that is AJ. That, you know, I think it was better at the end of the series from AJ. He started to do, you know, more in the way of challenging while going forwards, but it just took too long. I think he needed to start the series doing that, catch Evo by surprise.
Exactly. And then in the big moments too, even in game number 3, after AJ was up by 3, he reverted. He resorted back to just not going for the ball. Yeah, and then that happened for the 6th goal for Evo to tie it up, and then the 7th goal to win overtime. Those are just big moments. You gotta be able to be active in those situations in order to give yourself a chance. But it's fair credit to Evo, he gets the win. And he moves on, I'm sure he's quite happy.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a lot of don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Pressure's starting to build, though. Oh! It landed the bump, but saved it and Twisted Minds are looking to finish. Oh, what a demo. Oh, Stizzy, down deal, down the jack. Open net. He doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass. Oh, up high, not over. 0 seconds. It's too late. On the ground. Harvey Ports. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
Magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
It all got a little too hard to take. This record's broken while I'm falling to the ground again. Can't keep reliving my mistakes. 'Cause I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless. But I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect. Nobody here should see. We're all just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. We're all just making our way through. Oh God, I'm falling apart. Feels like I'm giving too much in vain. This record's broken, I'm just trying to move my feet again. Can't keep reliving my past pain. 'Cause I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless. But I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect. Nobody here should see. We're all just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. I'm just trying to get through. We're all just making our way through. I think I need therapy. My feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
They've played hundreds of times, it feels like at this point, but Evo has AJ's number on speed dial there. 4 up, 4 down, made him work for it. But in the end, Evo is through to top 4. And he's 1 match away from the grand finals. I'm joined by Evo here, sir. Dude, FK called it. He said it was going to be a 4-0. You lived up to it. AJ made you work for it, though. It made you, what was the hardest part of that match for you?
Honestly, kickoffs. I couldn't win a kickoff, so I just like started delaying it, popping it up, and yeah, I think that's why I won.
How much time do you spend thinking about like premeditating a kickoff versus like just kind of vibe coding the kickoff when it comes to ones? Because it feels like it's like so much of the game when you're the only player on the pitch.
Honestly, I don't really think too much about it, to be honest.
Okay, well, you made it work here with all these kickoffs there. I got to ask about tomorrow real fast here. You got first killers in the match behind you, and then depending on who loses between Zach and Diaz, they'll be back there. So you're either playing Zach, Diaz, or FK. Who do you feel is your best matchup?
I think probably FK. I want to get my rematch because last year I lost him, and kind of want to beat him this year. So yeah, I think first killer.
Hey, you're already a step ahead. I hope you get that rematch there. We got Zach and Diaz coming up here in a second. You think Diaz has got this, or is Zach going to create the upset?
I think Diaz will win that 4-1, 4-0.
Alrighty, sir. Well, hey, congratulations on the win. Good luck on Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
That is Evo locking it down here. He wants the rematch against First Killer. Wouldn't that be a stylish way to have Championship Sunday evolve here? And a back and forth match, especially there towards the end here, Johnny. AJ putting it to overtime, multiple games.
Yeah, AJ made it competitive. He like you said, made Evo work for it. Evo had to lock in at the end of those games. They were all close in scoreline, but I think he did just take a bit too long to try the aggressive style of defense. He waited until it was Evo favored at the end of the series, and then he started to switch it up defensively. I think maybe if he can start off the match with early challenges and get Evo worrying about that early on in the series, that's when he can have more success later on with his standard defensive style.
Wasn't enough, no. Wasn't enough. Evo was just a little faster, a little quicker, just better. Never came down to it, and he was comfortable. Even in that moment, AJ just somehow put himself in such an awkward position right there. He knows it too. I mean, it's just tough to be in that spot after grabbing boost, and Evo's just coming around the barrel, full speed around the corner. So Evo, clinical series, and I mean all these top ones players in the NA to keep predicting all these 4-0s in the next matches. So now I'm a little hesitant, man, on the next game too. I was expecting it to be really good.
I wonder. I will say, like, when it comes to like most improved in the tournament, Zach, formerly Scribbles, did not make it to playoff Saturday in 2025. Here he is in the upper bracket with a chance of pushing himself straight to top 4 if he were to take out his teammate Diaz. This is one of the biggest like improvements we've seen from year to year in this tournament. But still, Johnny, Diaz has just looked untouchable. I mean, with how good First Killer looked earlier and the way Diaz took him out yesterday, you got to think this is Diaz's tournament still.
Absolutely. You know, I'm looking at Zach here in 1v1 terms as kind of like an OSAP. He's trying to come in here, hoping that Diaz is underestimating him like maybe Zen did to OSAP, definitely like we did to OSAP to you. And then, you know, just obviously be mechanical, be fast, like we know Zach is. But he'll need to be an all-rounded ones player as well. You can't just rely on speed and mechanics against Diaz. He's got to have the kickoff strats, he's got to have the aggression and defense, he's got to also find ways to get the ball off of Diaz, who's very good at controlling possession forever in matchups against these players.
Well, we'll get to see that in a moment. We are kind of getting almost a little ahead of ourselves, starting to break down the details of the upcoming match, because this is not the only tournament happening right now. The Middle East North Africa bracket has concluded up until the grand finals. It will be TRK versus Nobu, a rematch of upper bracket round 1. TRK was able to get it done against Nush in 6 games there, Bates.
That man TRK, man. Oh, I don't want to see TRK lose 2 grand finals in a row, man. If y'all are watching the twos grand final 2 weeks ago, 5-11 went up against Falcons. Game 7, Ghazi had the most insane reset goal to tie it up about 27 seconds left. And then, Falcons found a way. They found a way to beat him in regular time, too. I know that was kind of crushing. TRK, I talked to him at the lands. He wants to win, man. He's always in grand finals, and he has won grand finals, but he wants to win even more. This is another big moment here. If he gives beat the reigning RLCS 1v1 world champion, that would be great momentum for him going into the, world championship.
An incredible title to take off of Nobu's shoulders there. Will he get the will he be able to do it? Will he live up to the moment? He's earned the opportunity here. 2 team kills here to close out the day. Twisted Minds versus Twisted Minds will be our MENA Grand Final. But before that, SSG versus SSG. Zach and Diaz taking each other on. We can start to talk about the match again. We were saying, I like that. They had the 2 different decals to offset them there. Two excellent decals here this season. You were saying, you were making comparisons, Johnny, of Zach to Osoft over in the European 1v1s and how a lot of people slept on him, but he was clearly a lot better than people expected. I'm having trouble believing his teammate Diaz is going to be sleeping on Zach. If there's anyone that's going to know what Zach's bringing, you'd assume it'd be Diaz.
Yeah, you would think so. I do want to clarify again, when I'm making comparisons between Zach and Osaf, that is exclusively for 1v1 and the expectations in this upper semi-final matchup. When you're talking threes, Osaf is trying to use that 1-3 result as a way to break through into the 3 seed. Scribbles has already done that. He's going the other direction, where he's already been successful in threes, especially in North America, and now he's trying to add 1v1 just as an extra feather in his cap and an extra thing to practice competitiveness in. And I think that's a valuable thing for all these guys who are trying to win multiple game modes. Scribbles obviously, Zach in 2s, these guys together in 3s. This is just more repetitions, dealing with pressure and keeping the mechanics sharp.
Ooh, that's a great point right there. Real quick, Wade, because Zach is the one person still remaining who can try to do the treble.
Yes, very true. But this is, and what, it's so interesting to think that Diaz could be a big part of the story of him not being able to complete that here. But also a fun tidbit, if you think about just a few weekends ago in the North American 2v2s, Zach and Reveal on SSG had in the semifinals a match against Diaz, and they knocked Diaz out of the tournament there. So a little bit of maybe Diaz getting the payback here on Zach, going back and forth, a bit of healthy rivalry in and amongst the teammates to keep themselves sharp. And it is Diaz here that we've been talking about Nobu in the MENA region, how he's the reigning, defending Rocket League 1v1 champion of the world. His name hangs in Champions Field. Diaz doesn't have a banner yet, but he is the reigning, defending North American 1v1 champion, and he's trying to get back to that point. Zach stands in his way right now. A fantastic matchup here, and could Zach create the spectacle? We're about to find out, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag Zach, hashtag Diaz. Hashtags couldn't be more simple in this case. Bates, think Zach's got it.
Was that an Argentina jersey he had on?
It was an Argentina jersey. Now, I don't know if he's going to be only repping that one.
Isn't he? He's Brazilian, right? Yeah, that'd be like you repping like England.
I don't know what the allegiances or lack thereof between Argentina and Brazil are like.
But, I don't know. It feels like, if maybe say it feels to me like it'd be like that.
Friends?
I don't know.
See many Scottish people in an England jersey.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe they wear each other's jerseys, because I know Argentina do play today. Maybe he's gonna have Brazil on tomorrow. And
I don't know. You still would never wear an English jersey. So all I know is that just based off the jersey alone, give me Zach.
I'll wear the jersey of whoever England are playing, though, if anyone's got one. Like,
oh, you would?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, I'll change it back. Give me Diaz.
Yeah, it's got to be Diaz. I mean, what are we doing here? Diaz is the favorite. He's the favorite of the whole tournament. Zach has to prove that he's got this extra level in him. I think that he's already surprised us by taking down Wavy yesterday, but Wavy looks a little bit nervous. So I'm waiting to see it against a Diaz or a first killer before I believe he's on that level.
I do think Zach is the most improved player in the tournament compared to the 2025 season, but Diaz is looking as good as he was then, and it was enough to win the whole thing here in North America. Give me Diaz on this one. It will be Diaz moving forward. Zach will have to drop and play first killer tomorrow. What'll happen here? All right, Bates, since you're so hot on Zach, what's the key to victory?
Win.
Well, I'm not hot on Zach, as you can clearly see. I was just basing my pick off of allegiances, and then also production. Yeah, but production's playing around with me. I clearly said Diaz. Just a clean sweep on the desk. Don't worry about. Sometimes your eyes can literally deceive you, and they're deceiving you right now. I'm saying out loud, I'm picking Diaz, and they just want to be different. It's okay. Hey, listen, bro, I'll tell you this. Maybe I got best of both worlds here. I can have Zach and I can have Diaz. Because I know what I picked, but I know what production picked for me. Let's get into the match, Wave.
We got the best of both worlds here, too, because SSG's winning either way, folks. A bit of a team kill, inner rivalry here. Zach versus Diaz to close out Play Out Saturday.
I think Diaz has a great chance at getting some revenge from those 2v2s. Fear, what do you think?
Definitely, if 2v2 was favoring Zach, then this is Diaz's home field. This is Diaz's turf in this 1v1 matchup.
Does look like Diaz is on pretty good ping as well. Was playing 2v2s from Brazil. And looks like now back in NA, Diaz able to get the first goal of this series and going to be the favorite in here. But Zach has been, has had some good results. Zach, I think, a true contender here. Well, how much of a chance do you really give him against the Titan of Diaz, who's been dominating NA1s for a while now?
Yeah, it really comes down to, as Diaz is going to score yet another. Diaz loves to put players on the ropes. He loves to dance in the air and watch them squirm. And Zach squirming right now. The wave dash fake convinces Zach as he flies out. And Diaz is able to score. But it's going to come down to that matchup between Zach and Wavy. You know, going into that, that's a matchup that Wavy should win. Somebody who maybe can actually give a fight to Diaz. But Wavy did not look like himself. So Zach gets to beat him and advance. Can he show it again against another top contender? That's what he gets to prove right now against Diaz so far. 40 seconds in. It seems like everything's going to according to plan, though, for the 1v1 greats.
And that's going to be an open net, spotted out. Diaz says, oh, well, if you're going to leave it open, I'll shoot it there. Zach even had time on the mid boost. You wonder what he was doing there, just boosting straight up the wall.
Yeah, you didn't even boost, you know, towards the play if it were going to be an air dribble, which sometimes players do from that position. He was kind of just boosting all the way up into the deep back corner, which is not even a place to challenge much of any take.
I almost wondered if his controller disconnected for a second. why is he boosting up the wall? But finally, Zach will get his first goal of the game.
Yeah, we had
threatens with a reset, but that little touch there, you can see how much power he got on it. Almost scored off the touch.
We have seen a ton of Zach clips. I think Zach got the #1 play, one of the top plays of yesterday. He is more than capable of continuing to add to that and getting his name in that top plays again. If he gets open opportunities, almost about as close as it gets, but he is going to have the follow-up. It's going to be on Diaz to make sure that Zach doesn't get to his aerial game as often as he'll need to win this series.
Yeah, and you can see Diaz a little bit panicked on that touch. Normally, he's the one making other people squirm. Zach getting him there. Zach patient. Having him at the right time. Diaz, though, fighting through. Beats Zach low. This should be an open net goal here for Diaz. He's going to walk that one right in.
Diaz just taking advantage of a Zach who was looking for a 50 on low boost, but ultimately was not able to protect the ball well enough with Diaz coming in from the side. These two will wave dash mirror kickoff. You know, with teammates playing each other, it makes me wonder if these guys ever do any 1v1 against each other. Zach, nice read. He's taking advantage of Diaz, who slipped up on the boost, had to reverse back to get it, so arriving to this defense just a bit late. Zach takes advantage. I know I've seen this over in MENA. A lot of the top MENA guys will scrim each other a bunch in 1v1. Maybe that's where Zach is getting his credit. I don't know. If we have an interview, we're gonna have an interview with one of them afterwards. I'm interested to know if they ever play and, you know, sharpen their skills against each other.
Scrims or something, you know, when
right.
you just got maybe the other team isn't there yet. Say, hey, you want to do some 1v1s while we wait.
I would think they should do that. I've seen other teams do it, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they said, no, you know, we stick away from the mode. But no better guy to practice against than Diaz. And Diaz honestly could probably learn something new playing against a player as skilled as Zach. As Diaz hoping to pin Zach back. Got a little bit greedy, though. Didn't have a ton of boost. Zach pops it around him, and he's got an equal game.
And you see that raw talent that Zach has as well. Zach, such a fast player, so speedy. Read Diaz like a book there. He's had him a couple times now. Despite Diaz having a strong start in the game, we've seen Zach now gain confidence. Has possession again on the dribble. Diaz gets beat again. Zach following his own flick. And a nice flick it was.
Yeah, Diaz shadowing from distance and just waiting for Zach to bring the play to him. Zach punishing and capitalizing on a kickoff win, never giving that possession back. Diaz has again pushed this ball into the blue half. Previously, Zach was able to handle it. Diaz just misses barely. Zach is in and out of the net to make the save. He'll likely just clear this one out, throw it on net, force Diaz to slow down. Zach's going to have an opportunity to pick up boost, but now Diaz gets to get to his favorite position. He sees Zach coming to challenge. He pinches it on the ceiling, but a little bit of a bump might have helped slow down his recovery, and Diaz can't get there to convert.
It did look like Zach made some contact with Diaz on that play. Such a fast challenge, bold challenge from Zach, but it worked out. However, Diaz in the air again will have to bail out of the play, no boost. Zach touch to the corner and gets the 100. A little bit of space here. Zach's going to take it up the wall. Didn't go up cleanly. Now back down to the ground. Diaz able to defend that less than ideal touch up the wall.
Yeah, both of their defenses are looking solid right now. Normally you see in ones as Diaz going to get a nice bump, should have an available angle. But you normally see in ones extended attacks, you know, a shot that gets followed up a few different times before a defender is actually able to escape. But right now, both Zach and Diaz have done a good job of shutting down the very first attack, getting quality saves, prioritizing their recoveries on top of guiding the ball to the corner, and not allowing either one of them to get anything going, which is, you know, Diaz I know can do that. It's Zach who potentially was not going to be able to handle Diaz's offense in that way. So far he has. Nice little pre-flip to kind of scoop the boost out of Diaz's control. And he's going to try and force the issue here. Demo, can he score this? Diaz gets to pick where to respawn, and Zach shoots it away.
And this was all because of a botched wall dash here from Diaz. Made him an easy target, a sitting duck there for Zach. Had Diaz been able to get that wall dash, and I mean, he was playing so smart before that. He wasn't getting baited by the boost, was playing close to the ball, but that, you know, that's a risky play. A lot of people don't realize how difficult wall dashing really is to execute perfectly every single time, and now they're gonna give up another one. Diaz down by 2. Zach is looking like a real contender out here.
Yeah, Zach is not making the mistake of overly, you know, respecting Diaz, backing off, allowing him to get anything he wants. He is ready to pounce on any poor touch, and Diaz is giving him opportunities. Zach maybe immune to, you know, the fear that everyone else has when they're going up against Diaz in North America. He says, this is my teammate. I know I can beat him. What do you mean? He is certainly playing confident. Wave dash shot. Diaz cuts it off. We'll see if Zach can get an extended possession now. Diaz managed to save that with a ton of boost left over, and he uses that boost to bump Zach away. Diaz not going to pick up the 100, going to cut straight down the field. Both of them still have tons to work with. Can Zach get around it easily? He just waits on the ground and has a save.
It didn't look like Diaz got enough height on that air dribble bump, and he's going to pay the price. Gives up the ball. Looked like a premium opportunity there for Diaz. Didn't execute, and then on the other end, Zach punishes him. It seems like he's reading Diaz like a book. Diaz multiple times over now, getting caught just out of position where Zach can sail it up and over him. And I think you're right. I think you're onto something, Fear. That intimidation factor that Diaz probably has against so many other players not going to be there for Zach.
Wow. Nice recovery out of this one. He actually baited Diaz in. Sometimes how it works, you make a bit of a mistouch and your opponent thinks that they can capitalize. Diaz not able to capitalize. Zach looking strong. For those of us out there who want to entertain the idea of a Triple Crown winner, you need Zach to be playing well in ones. You need him to look good against Diaz in ones, and he's done just that. He's got Diaz to give up. A 4-goal lead with 21 seconds. Diaz wants to go next. Zach will confirm game number 1.
Great performance from Zach. It was off to a bit of a shaky start. You were talking about how Diaz can make his opponents squirm. We saw that very early on. Got the reset, brought back down to the ground. You know, it looked like this might be a routine game here for Diaz, but then Zach kicked it to a different gear, came back, and then started not missing a beat either. You saw that one play there, such a compact side flip as well. Diaz thought that he had the angle covered, but Zach, so mechanical, so fast, that Diaz is having trouble keeping up.
Yeah, this is everything we could hope for from Zach coming into this tournament. Johnny and I had him on our list, but a little bit lower, and it was just kind of like if you could put a question mark next to his name instead of a number, I think both of us might have done it, because he has played that well in every other game mode. We haven't seen him as much. you know, he doesn't really deserve a spot above the people who have proven results, who have actually gotten the wins that put them at the top of the ranks. But so far, Zach has done everything you could be asked of to move higher and higher and higher, and it starts here in this game 1 against Diaz. You know, if he can keep this gameplay, just like they were garnering comparisons to Osoft in EU, the way Osoft played in ones, he just had such a complete game, and we were a bit more surprised with that because we hadn't seen that success yet in 2s or 3s necessarily. We have seen that with Zach, so we should be less surprised, but he is playing a really well-rounded game and has Diaz on the back foot, something that he is probably almost never in 1v1.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit jarring here for Diaz, who normally is that heavy favorite. The other thing as well, Fear, I don't know about you, but all the talk about the Triple Crown. 1, I wonder if we could come up with a better name. But 2, I feel like if you are even in the running for the Triple Crown, you should get some kind of special title as like a finalist for it.
Yeah, I'm down. More titles, more fun, more things to show off. I mean, it's interesting because I could believe a world, not only I don't think we're going to see a Triple Crown, I think we might not even go into a World Championship with a chance for a Triple Crown for a very long time.
If somebody makes it to the World Championship and they're competing in all 3, that warrants a special title, does it not?
You have my vote. If you're trying to gain votes, you've got mine.
Because and Zach has a real chance of it here. He's the last one to do it, but Diaz is that final hurdle, in my opinion. Obviously, a lot of people think First Killer also has what it takes, but Diaz is the favorite. If Zach can take Diaz down here, he's got a legit shot at making that a reality. Something I didn't think we'd see, and already we see Zach get the equalizer.
Zach able to stop the full foot dribble that we saw Diaz going for earlier. That's what he's known for. Zach, we don't know what he's known for yet. We're finding out what he's known for right now. We know at least he can do double flip resets because that was the #1 play. We'll see what else he could do. He can definitely do the kickoffs because he's had no trouble beating Diaz on him. He's going to get this one to roll perfectly down in front of him and take the lead.
And that's got to be annoying for Diaz. Diaz thinking that that one maybe would bounce up or something, gets caught out. Didn't get the boost either. That has to be a tilter.
One thing I've seen from Diaz too is he's missed boost pickups. It didn't really matter on that last goal because he was going to get scored on whether he picked up the boost or not, but he's been driving right past a couple, which is not the best sign ever. You know, that being said, the last person I remember doing that was Zen, and so that's decent coming in to keep, but Zach, another great aerial play as he takes this from behind the midfield line. It's a fairly low dribble, can't challenge from the ceiling, but that's not where Diaz challenges from. It's on the ground, and Zach still hasn't beat.
Insane power. I mean, Zach goes for it. Didn't have much boost. If he loses that 50 there as well, Diaz is off to the races and scoring. Zach again, another flip reset. This one bounces off the elbow and goes perfectly back to him.
Everything is going Zach's way right now. Diaz trying to switch it up, bring, you know, the defensive pressure to him, chasing him down out in the air, but Zach is too comfortable there. Both these guys very talented in the air, and they're going to have to try and stop each other's aerial game. So far, it has been Zach who has yet to be stopped, and Diaz who is looking for answers as he's into the air right now, has an early reset. Zach is just shadowing, and Diaz both doesn't use the air roll to shoot it because he feels like he's going to miss if he does, and also doesn't bump Zach. He just lets Zach have it, and Zach will counterattack.
He committed so heavily to that fake. He was just waiting for Zach to commit, and Zach never did. And you talk about Diaz liking it when players squirm. Well, he attempted to get Zach to squirm on that one, but Zach never bit.
So confident in the biggest, you know, highest pressure game mode is you're just by yourself. There's every opportunity to panic and worry about something. Zach is not doing that. He needs to be careful here. He fakes maybe a clear, and it's gonna drop down. Maybe he was trying to take a nice skim shot.
He was trying to get a skim.
Diaz forcing it high. Diaz actually doesn't have boost. Interesting decision. Diaz has low boost. Zach, I don't know if he knows has a ton. We know he has a ton because we can see on his name tag that he has a ton. But the last thing you want is the ball to go up high when you have a big boost disadvantage, and Zach takes advantage of that in order to get a 6th goal. It's 6-1, and it's Zach who's in the lead.
Yeah, this is crazy. You tell me the score line, you're expecting it to be Diaz out in the lead. Diaz getting throttled in this game. But a nice bump from Zach. Diaz will secure one. He's not out of it just yet. Needed one, though, and found it.
Yeah, the good news is we haven't even crossed halfway. So he went down 6-1 without even the halftime being reached. We're 3 seconds out. Diaz can absolutely bring it back. Can bring in a flurry of goals. He's actually one of the slower 1v1 players, especially of the candidates who made, the lands last year. You see players like Nupo who are just moving around the field, absolutely going as fast as possible. Diaz, despite being an aerial-focused player, he's going to try and turn and dive. Actually does it quite slow. He normally breaks you down in the air about as slow as he can get away with while not using any boost at all. He's going to not survive. Zach will chase him, and this shot on target is probably unsavable. Zach, make it 7-2.
And I think a lot of that is due to players getting uncomfortable when Diaz tries to put him in that pressure cooker, getting those resets, going low, going for the fakes. But Zach it seems like he has Diaz read. He is predicting the plays that Diaz is going for and has been looking very comfortable. Also has been executing his plays when he's had the ball. Diaz, though, not giving up just yet. Has enough boost to go for an air dribble bump, but it's saved again. 0 for 2 on these air dribble bump plays by Diaz.
Yeah, Diaz trying to make it across the goal line, too low to the ground. Zach, oh my goodness, what a shot. Diaz prepping in defense. He knows that there's a possibility of taking a shot, but he's expecting to be able to get back out there, even with him on the side wall. Great punish from Zach with the way Diaz was positioning. And Diaz has had enough. He's decided to go next. 1:42, down 6. He wants to see game 3.
Yeah, back-to-back go next for Zach against Diaz. Did not see this one coming, Fear. Diaz, a lot of people hyping him up as the best in the region for good reason. We saw him compete against Nubo, I think it was in Raleigh last year, but couldn't get the job done there on land. But in North America, Diaz was the Titan. But so far in this series, Zach has not only won these first 2 games, but he has forced Diaz to go next.
Yeah, this is domination. I mean, Diaz truly needs to think about, what does he need to change? How does he get to his normal game? Zach is not letting him play the kind of possession control, total aerial domination game we're used to him seeing. Zach is ever on the field, and maybe there's a chance that Diaz was underestimating him, hasn't gotten a chance to practice against him as much as others. I don't know. It depends on whether or not they've actually played each other. But Zach is not going to hold underdog status for very long. He might have come in here not getting picked. Teammates try to go back on his Zach pick. Now he might look like a genius if Zach keeps it going. But after this win, it's official. Zach is going to be a contender. Everyone is going to be looking at him ahead on the schedule. You're not going to be able to surprise anybody anymore, but the series isn't over. You have maybe surprised Diaz in game 1 and 2. He knows that you can compete. We'll see if Diaz can make any adjustments as we head to DFH Stadium.
I think one thing that Diaz is really going to have to do is start trying to overpower Zach. It looks like the fakes are not working. The plays where he's slowing it down are not working. So we'll see if he can just maybe do some of those trademark full field flip reset plays that we're so used to him executing. And here's a chance for it. Also in the Octane now. Goes low, brings it back down to the ground, so he doesn't pull the trigger right away on the flip reset, but he does get it by him.
Yeah, this was what we were expecting to see. We thought we were going to be seeing 10 straight minutes so far of Diaz getting into an air dribble, being just way too tough to read defensively, and then them just taking over, or him just taking over, I should say. It's not them. There's only one on the field as Diaz now up to the air, getting bumped off. Did he get a reset at ceiling height? I'm not sure it's going to matter. Zach trying to change up the way that Diaz was able to score.
Should be in now. And you can see Diaz winning the boost battle there. Zach dives in. Diaz not afraid to go for it as well. Gets bumped, and even in the play before that got bumped as well, but he's just heading to the play, trying to win those 50s, take one step forward. And that is a nice little slide here from Zach. Off kickoff will stop the bleeding a bit.
Zach's kickoffs are well-rounded. It is clear that you won't be getting the edge on him purely off the kickoff. You're going to have to beat him in all the different facets of 1v1. And right now he's got himself in just a little bit closer. Diaz able to pick up the boost. I expect Zach to have to leave. He's actually hanging out for as long as he thinks he can get away with. Diaz lobbing a long shot and starting the boost steal. These are positions that Diaz normally keeps players backed in forever. We'll see if he can do this to Zach. Another great boost steal. Zach very little to work with. Maybe thought about going out to challenge there on the first bounce, but now Diaz in his sweet spot needs to be converting on these, and he does exactly that. The wave dash sends it bottom left.
This is so difficult to defend because Diaz gets the reset in a perfect spot to where he could literally shoot anywhere on that net. And you could see that in the positioning from Zach. He positions right in the middle because he's trying to be able to cover every angle, but in the middle like that, Diaz just waits until the right time to pull the trigger, and it's a perfect slot.
Zach getting a low air dribble as he tries to get maybe the aerial game of his own going in this game. Interesting reset off the back wall. Diaz able to steal it away, and now these guys are going to fight for boost. Zach was hoping to maybe throw Diaz off his line, but Diaz gets to his spot. He's not really trying to score on this attempt. He was hoping not to get undercut because I think he was trying another, back and forth attacking corner boost steals. Not able to steal Zach this time, so he will be forced to back off. But the way Zach has been looking in the air, I don't think Diaz should be letting him get to too much, as he's got tons of space. Off the ceiling double gets denied by Diaz.
Zach did win the race to the corner boost though. Diaz on the dribble, goes low and just powers through. Escorts this ball to safety.
Yeah, Diaz has to be willing to get dirty here. He normally prefers playing in the air, but especially if Zach is jumping high, you see Zach jumping up in the air, doing his best to try and turn and boost back to get a good 50, but you're just never going to be able to get a strong enough 50 to beat someone who's still glued to the ground, walking the ball in. So Diaz improving here in this game, and now waiting for Zach to leave. He's expecting, after grabbing all the boosts on the map, that Zach was eventually going to give him the ball, but Zach refuses to leave and gets his goal.
Zach getting his hands dirty as well here, battling in the trenches for that one.
Yeah, he gets bumped too, and just bumped right into position to keep the play going. Now he's back, looking for some more kickoffs, but Diaz just wins it straight to the back wall. Very weak kickoff there from Zach, as Diaz gets a 3-goal lead once again.
Right back off kickoff, and I think this game, is this more of along the lines of what you were expecting from Diaz in this matchup here?
Yeah, I think, this game by itself is something that would likely represent the series. You've seen Zach do, a couple nice plays, but Diaz should be dominating. But remind you to look at the scoreboard. It's Zach who is actually the one who has been dictating this series, not just sneaking away wins too. He's been playing a really strong, well-rounded ones game. Diaz into the air, switching up for a 50 this time. Really like Zach's recoveries. More often than not, he is escaping after one attack on Diaz and not allowing him to get extended ones, and that's a big deal and the reason why he's been able to compete against him.
And not only getting those first 2 wins, but forcing the go next out of Diaz as well. Didn't have that in my bingo card. Diaz throwing play off his own backboard. Look at the power on that flick.
Yeah, Zach looks like, I thought Zach was maybe going to challenge as Diaz came to the ground, but he knows Diaz is more than capable of popping it over the top of him. Ultimately, Zach decides to shadow as Diaz lands in such a great flick from Diaz. Starting that dribble all the way from his own back wall. Did stop well short of the net, but managed to convert all the same. Now he's forcing the issue, which I think is a good mix-up. He's been playing into his aerial game exclusively. The more we see him keep Zach guessing by just taking it straight towards the net, the better. Great save from Zach. He actually landed on the inside of his net, but it's still going to be Diaz with control. Another chance in the air. Zach will have 100 boost. Diaz, pretty heavy first touch. Zach might be able to take advantage of that. He's forced this down and might be able to pop it out. Since these 2 guys fight back and forth, Zach should be able to get back to this one.
Zach won't get the corner boost though, as Diaz takes that away from him. Zach trying to pick up some small pads. Tried to keep it close with the reset, but it ended up not working out.
Yeah, it's not the worst idea ever. He's in such a tough spot. He's hoping that he gets a wave dash or something that he can stick with the ball instead of just handing it over to Diaz and continuing the possession. It's something that you'll just see a ton in ones, are with how high scoring it is. The ball going in your net is sometimes not the worst thing ever. you collectively make the right decisions. Wait a second, Zach going for a double reset. Diaz this time has it completely red, so he will counter it, press it mechanically. But it's about, you know, breaking somebody down or making the right choice that 1 out of 5 times goes your way when there seems like there otherwise would be a guaranteed pull. That's a good
there's
enough
pretty
race.
much no way to get out of it, you might as well go for the 1 in a million that lets you make it out alive.
But Diaz gonna get a forfeit as Zach.
Yeah, so Diaz though will bounce right back. And that was a big game there, Fear. Zach looked to be on a roll. We saw Diaz back-to-back go next. Dropped out of the lobby, switches to Octane, and apparently that's the answer.
Yeah, I've seen Diaz play a good amount of both. He's definitely a player that is willing to bounce back and forth. Historically, Octane has done so well over in North American ones. The Fennec is the car of ones for the most part, and it's played heavily in MENA and EU, but we've seen, you know, the first killers, the Daniels, now the Diaz's do it in the Octane. And I think North America, they prefer their Octane a little bit more than everybody else. Maybe, I assume Diaz will be sticking with it as he continues to get wins in the series.
I was just looking to switch something up. It, you know, didn't look like he was on his game. Also out shooting Zach 15-6 in this game. Interestingly, no demos on either side. And normally, you know, especially in the 2v2s, we saw tons of demos from both of their teams. Zach and Reveal, and then Diaz was actually teaming with Evo. And probably had the most entertaining 2v2 matchup that we'd seen in that whole tournament. But here, Diaz and Zach lining up. We're expecting Diaz to get that revenge. So far hasn't been the case. Zach out to early 2-game lead before Diaz finally answers back. Now the question on everyone's mind is, will Diaz be playing like that this game? So far, Zach will open it up with a kickoff goal.
Yeah, Zach just gets the better standard kickoff, able to push it off to this right side, right into the breadbasket for the power shots. It's interesting that you pointed out no demos. Demos are something that do happen a lot in ones, and it's actually kind of rare to see neither one of these players going for it. We knew it'd be an aerial focused battle, but at some point you have to be willing to get dirty, to go for a demo here and there. It's great to actually follow up with after failed or, you know, somewhat failed aerial attacks where you force out a save and then take advantage of their, you know, poor positioning. And, you know, Diaz maybe slightly went for a bump there, but definitely players preferring boost over all else as Diaz tries to keep Zach pinned back. He was hoping Zach would over-rotate and he could chip it around him. Zach has no boost to work with, but Diaz still put it in a spot where Zach could save it. There was a sweet spot where Diaz probably could have prevented a save, but Zach stays alive.
Remarkable that Zach is still in this play. You talk about working your way out of a difficult situation, but Zach jumped off the wall, and you could, I don't know if the viewers could see it, but the oof quick chat back to back. Not quite sure what the plan was there.
I don't know if he was trying to dash or something to start, but he just jumped off the wall, floated away, double oofed himself.
I think he jumped a little bit too early, and his momentum carried him low. Like he jumped when he was still on the going up the curve. Because it didn't look like he even tried to jump again a second time. So, not quite sure now. We'll give up another one. A rough little go there for Zach after that missed input.
Diaz back to making Zach look like he's lost, trying to defend him. Normally it's, you know, tough to score from that close of an angle when you're dribbling like that. When someone can challenge off the back wall and get to the ball, you know, in a half second, it can be tough to keep them away from it. But Diaz finds a way to do so. And now an air dribble bump. Diaz is finding his offense here in the last 2 games.
Finally connects. I think this is at least his 3rd time going for the play. This time gets extra height. That's the one thing, is you need to get height on those air dribble bump plays. Otherwise, we'll see what happened before. Zach can just stay grounded, go underneath the bump, catch it, dribble it out. That one was perfect execution there by Diaz. Diaz is looking to be in form. Can Zach step up and compete against Diaz when he's playing at this level?
Oh, Diaz got a reset as he jumped off the back wall, but that was a mix-up that Diaz is more likely to do than anybody else. You saw him with a possession as he makes a great save in Zach's half. First thought in his mind was, I'm taking this to my own back wall. Usually players, don't want to do that, and they don't want to give up that kind of space. Diaz likes it. Puts this right where Zach can save it. In and out save. Very impressive. Diaz can try and drop it left or right in order to take advantage of the fact that it's so hard to move laterally after you've committed in and out. But Diaz just expecting Zach to still not be able to handle the shot on target. Now both of them have boost. Diaz finally has Zach on the ropes, and what a great catch. So many different fakes in order to get this to the bottom right.
And this is exactly what you were alluding to before. He gets those resets in those awkward positions and just waits for his opponent to commit. It's almost like when you see players taking penalty shots, trying to get the goalie to dive so they can just knock it in. Diaz so good at doing that.
And it's in big contrast as he chases down here and just steals this ball from Zach. It's in contrast to earlier when we saw him go for that aerial shot fake. That did not work at all. Zach stayed completely glued to the ground and was not afraid of it. It's all about how you get the setups and how you can threaten everything. So even though, Diaz was air rolling, he could also just let the ball roll in safely, which was maybe not the case last time around. He was trying that. And so that's what makes Zach have such a tough time deciding what to do. Right now, he has only a kickoff goal here in this game. He got one kickoff goal, I think maybe to start it, so it might have been 5 straight, but he's going to get a little bit more offense this time through the air.
And this is a bit interesting because Zach, when he gets the reset, actually flips away from the ball, gets some distance, and that allowed him to get a challenge on it and push it forward. A little bit unorthodox there. Don't know if that was the plan, but it worked out well.
Diaz getting a great kickoff. Not quite good enough that he can follow it up, but he's gotten both boosts, so Zach's going to have to defend on pads. Double reset for Diaz. This time he does shoot, and his crossbar down and in. Zach was in the right spot, but the placement was just too good.
Double into a dinger right off the bar. So smooth with it. Oh, that's got to be a top play.
He is normally doing his double resets while traveling the length of the entire field. He can also do it when he starts it in the corner. He missed this one, though. And again, you guys can't see the quick chats. He drops himself an OMG immediately after he misses it. So clearly, he thinks he should have had it. Now he's going to be forced back on defense. Zach will flick it over the top of him, and will keep this one within arm's reach.
And based on the quick chats, it seems like the vibes are pretty good between both of these two. It seems like they're having fun out there, Fear. Maybe it hits a little bit different when you're playing your teammate.
Yeah, for sure. Diaz is the one that I think could potentially suffer from that because, if these guys too casual with it, having too much fun, the favorite, maybe Diaz gets too relaxed. So we might see a crazy lock-in and no more quick chats towards the end of the series if Diaz starts to struggle. But for now, I'm sure he feels like he's good in his position. This is great. 50 from Zach, who saw Diaz diving out.
I mean, the lead's starting to shrink. I think we might see that lock-in this game if Zach can manage to get another one here. But this is good boost denial from Diaz. Going to make things difficult. And the demo dodged. Zach will have to run on small pads here.
Diaz, I feel like there's been moments when he could play the physical game, especially with Zach low on boost. He could maybe have tried to go in and throw him off on a recovery or catch a demo, but it's clear what Diaz wants to do. He wants to play the boost starvation game. He's beelining to each boost as soon as he feels like he has an advantage, trying to make sure Zach is starved out. And in this case, it works out really well. It baits him out to the midfield with nothing. And then Diaz can play it over the top of him, and a huge kickoff win for Diaz. This time he will be able to finish it, and he gets 2 in a row.
Really clean here from Diaz. Diaz making his style work as well. You wondered if he'd just pick it up, try to overpower Zach, but no, he's just sticking to his game plan. Seems like the Octane really was the solution for him, at least mentally.
At least one demo, as Diaz gets a recovery demo here. Force Zach back. Now Diaz faking, and this is what Diaz does. He builds up a resume of attacks in the air. You don't know what he's going to go for, then he can just do nothing and let it bounce in.
Yeah, and you can see Zach even jumping in anticipation for the shot that never came.
This one slipping away from Zach. It feels like the control of the series has swapped back over. Zach in the first couple games wasn't just winning, was clearly dictating everything that we saw on the field. We started to worry for Diaz for a bit, but in these last 2 games, Diaz back in control. And we just have a history of watching a in-form, in-control Diaz secure wins. So when I see Diaz playing as well as he is right now, you know, I'm ready to swap back to being as favored. Pre-flip flick from Diaz. He's going to put it top left.
Oh, this was gorgeous. Look at the height of it. I mean, this is multiple clips here from Diaz. Gets the double reset, pre-flip flick there. Thing of beauty.
You know, we've had forfeits in every game so far, and yet we don't have one yet. 11-4.
I think this might be a stubborn play here from Zach.
Well, you might score this if it's a tough angle. No, Diaz recovers. So this is going to be 36 seconds of just, you know, this possession guaranteed now. It's going to take a bit before anybody's able to score it, or maybe Diaz will go a little bit too all in, so not quite a full 30 seconds, but Diaz drops himself a great pass.
And a thanks, and then Zach responds with oof. Be careful.
Be careful.
You can even see a little smile on Scribble's face, or Zach's face, I should say, as he drops that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Diaz has to be careful. I think he's going to be okay, at least in this game. Zach has shown that he is a threat in the series for sure, but I would expect him to be able to finish this one out as Diaz just kind of freestyle drifting on his other side of the field. It is all Diaz's right now. You know, these guys have timeouts. We saw Zapatos use one earlier. It didn't really help him out. It's 2 straight losses for Zach. Not sure if he'll want a bigger break or not, or if just the time in between the lobbies is going to be good enough, but Diaz on a roll.
And it does look like Zach will be calling a timeout after this one. Another very impressive game here from Diaz. Zach was doing so well in the first games, shutting down Diaz, who was trying to make him swarm, trying to fake him out. Zach, it wasn't working against him then, but now Diaz, I think, has just slowly built up that mix of attack. He's been able to overpower Zach. He's been able to successfully fake him out. It feels like Diaz is really in his element right now here, and this is when he's toughest to stop.
Yeah, and I think the way that he clawed his way back into this, you know, he's always good when he has a chance to get to his full field air dribbles or any sort of air dribble in general. But a lot of the midfield play was actually favoring Zach. He was speeding to balls. He was surprising Diaz with the challenges, and Diaz was getting maybe not the best first touches that were allowing Zach to take advantage of that. In this game, by now, in Game 4, we've seen, you know, the opposite be true. Diaz has realized that Zach is going to be rushing plays. He's going to be on ball, and Diaz has gotten up to that challenge and been ready for it, doing a little bit of that of his own, and he's starting to win midfield battles on top of his aerial game, which is you know, so solid and always will be.
Now you wonder if Zach's going to be able to have an adjustment to maybe tip things back in his favor, or if Diaz will run away with this one. Diaz, like you were mentioning, Fear, just dominating in that midfield presence, dominating the boost game, getting those gaps, getting that space between him and Zach, and he's been putting or going to work with that space. Very impressive performances back to back now from Diaz. I think that game was another go next game that Zach maybe didn't call because he was perhaps thinking about next game, also calling a timeout after this one, just trying to regroup, get some type of momentum going into this next one.
I like to imagine that Zach and Diaz are both in the SSG group chat right now.
Yeah, talking to each other on the phones. They're like, hey, man, let me win one more. And
yeah,
then
my
you can
turn.
have it.
Clearly, they're looking for some help, for some answer, but they're out here all by themselves on the field. Nobody can clutch it up for them except for themselves. Diaz on a run. Can he continue that run? 2 straight game wins. Have we forgotten how Zach has been able to go up against this North American 1v1 Titan from Brazil? We'll have a chance to show it at Parc des Paris.
Zach, the air off the side, gets the reset, back down to the ground, goes for the wave dash play. We've seen him do that before. Almost scored off the wave dash shot, but now Diaz will take a turn off the sideball. It's the reset, pushes forward quickly, but Zach with a well-timed challenge. And now a missed flip from Diaz does get the touch out to the corner. It's a battle for the corner boost, but look at how much they're working out there.
Yeah, Diaz, he was intentionally, you know, using a flip to kind of shoot almost away from the net to get Zach to miss. He saw Zach's challenge, and tried to play around it. Zach still made contact, so huge credit to Zach defensively as he makes a defensive mistake. Talked about it too much. Diaz gonna get one of the easier ones he'll have in this game.
And Diaz just staying in the play, picking up small pads, picking up small pads, and then you can see the miss flip from Zach. We've seen a few mechanical miss inputs from Zach. You remember that one challenge last game where he went sailing by, and now we're going to see a kickoff goal here for Diaz. So the punishment keeps on coming.
Yeah, we've seen decent kickoff wins from Zach to start, but now Diaz has forced a few different to this right side wall in order to just get balls straight into net. Normally, we've seen a lot less of these than we did once upon a time. You know, back in the day, we'd see tons of those direct goals headed straight to net. Players, for the most part, have found ways to counter or mitigate. That just means delay and not play the standard kickoff. But we've seen a few now for Diaz. He's going to go back to what we've seen him do a ton of times. It's a full field air dribble, and he doesn't make it to the net without hitting the ground, but it doesn't matter because he gets past Zach.
Yeah, gets the reset in a scary position here. Could shoot that right on net. Forces Zach to stay grounded, brings it down to the ground. And I think that's one thing that I'm seeing from Diaz is he loves to take every inch that people give him.
Yeah, he's great at reading, and he will not, you know, get stuck in a predetermined aerial setup. You know, he will play based on what his defender's doing, and he's got a demo now, so he's gonna have a ton of space. Early touch high, trying to bait Zach up into the air. Zach trying to fall back down. We saw a crazy highlight play from him yesterday when he made a save like that. This time the ball's off target, so he's not going to need to get a touch. Diaz has a reset. Zach in now. He loves these, but Diaz moves this ball to the right. You need to get as much lateral movement and throw off that angle of Zach, who has already committed going in the net.
Again, a threat here. Zach going for a squishy save. And a lot of times when you see someone going for a squishy save, the play is to go low. Try to snipe a corner, go low. Keep it on the ground if possible. Perfect execution here from Diaz, who's trying to take it ground to air, right into an air dribble. Zach, little pinch out forward. Gonna shoot towards net, and it looks like it could be enough. No, Diaz saves it off his own post.
Impressive save on the recovery. Diaz has to quickly pick up pads to try and stop Zach in the air, but Zach with 100, attacking a low boost defender. Honestly, either way in this series, you swap this, Diaz can hit it as well. Just too good at reading what the defense is throwing at them. Zach gets the double, and he's on the board. It took him almost 2 minutes, but he does get one.
Will he be able to get another? Diaz will let it bounce to the side. He's going to try to get this mid boost. Does get it. Zach goes all the way to the corner, and now we'll jump to the ceiling. And the ground pinch from Diaz takes Zach down.
Such a great 50 in the air here. Zach decides to challenge up high. Diaz sees where he's coming from and just muscles the ball through. He also didn't take it as high as possible. Once upon a time, we saw everyone taking the dribble as high as they could go because that was the best way to avoid any defender. Now, the ceiling challenge is so frequent that you actually need to keep it a little bit underneath the ceiling in order to make sure the challenge is tough. And Zach, a little bit over the top. Diaz 50s, gets it down, picks up a demo here in the midfield. Zach responds perfectly. What a choice!
Wow. And it's the demo. That is crazy. Literally got the touch on the ball off respawn.
That was beautiful. Can he turn it into a goal? Make it a highlight play. If this possession gets him one, he's not going to be able to score here. Diaz backflips and counters. So not only is it not a goal, it's going to be Diaz's. Not enough bite to that aerial, and it's 6-1.
And things starting to look a bit grim here for Zach, who got off to such a good start here against Diaz. But Diaz, he has made the adjustments. He's been able to maintain control, successfully boost Starve. He's been able to overpower Zach, make himself unreadable, get back into that power position that he's so used to. And you can see Zach here again battling on low boost. This is a very one-sided game and turning into a one-sided series despite the strong start from Zach.
Yeah, Zach gonna fake a kickoff, see if he can't get something going with a possession in his corner. But Diaz challenging off the ceiling, taking it away. Everything is going Diaz's way. He has just turned it up, and he's brought the heat, he's brought the speed. Zach maybe surprised him a little bit early, you know, what he was gonna be doing, what he was gonna be going for. Diaz recognizing the challenge and has come to meet it and has just completely stuffed out Zach. A minute 50. We saw forfeits in the previous games, and the last game was maybe the most one-sided affair. Zach decided to stick it out. He's going to stick it out again. Even though, again, it's Diaz domination.
I think for Zach just wants to get something going. Does find one there. Knows that he's going to have to get some sort of momentum going to tournament point after Diaz gets this game. Or not tournament point, match point rather.
It is certainly possible, but it's just not very likely. Definitely two different mentalities. You know, it is a good point that Diaz has already got the edge big time. So if he's trying to avoid Diaz getting a mental boost from a forfeit, nice recovery again. Zach seems to be really strong at recovering back for saves. But, you know, Diaz already has all the mental advantage. A forfeit doesn't really change that much. So maybe it is on Zach to just see if he can chip away at that advantage.
Yeah. Is there any weakness? Is there a type of approach that I can take that will be enough to beat this guy? Basically knows he's going to lose the fight, the boss battle, but still wants to get some practice in.
Diaz could have gone faster in the corner. I think he almost just let Zach pick it up. You know, I wonder, I've seen this a little bit on the kickoffs, but when you do have a secured game, you know, should you, I was gonna say, should you be pulling punches and maybe, you know, not showing them more of what you have? And Diaz actually going for that flick might even be a slight example of that. I don't know if we're gonna see him go for that in close games, but he knows he has the lead, and believe it or not, this ball's not in, and Zach has already decided he has
already
seen enough.
So we've got the next game coming up. Could be the final game in the match. Diaz will force a go next out of Zach one more time. And Diaz is on a hot streak right now. It was a little bit alarming. I think, I don't know about you, Pierre, but I was a little bit taken aback seeing how well Zach did it in those first two games and was wondering, okay, maybe we're going to see something new here. Maybe we're going to see something unexpected. Diaz on the ropes, but man, Diaz has really kicked it to a different level.
Yeah, no question. I mean, one game, it could potentially be a fluke, but if he played it strong, he played it for two straight. He definitely started to convince me that this was a series that Diaz needs to be worried about. That maybe, you know, I mentioned it before. I said if Zach beats Diaz, he's a contender now. No longer is he hiding. He's one of the top dogs, and that's what he had me potentially believing. He was early in the series, but he had played a really strong 2 games. He was right in the right spot to prove just what his limit is in ones, but now we've watched 3 straight Diaz dominations, and so if Diaz continues what we've seen over the past few games, does it again in game 4, then I don't think I'm going to learn much more about where Zach is at. I kind of would have assumed that Diaz be the favorite in this, and if he does get this game, then it's still a bit of a question mark. You know, does Zach do well against the likes of a Wavy on a rematch or a First Killer or some of these other guys? Can he get back to the grand final to play Diaz again? Not really sure. If he gets even one more and pushes this to 7, you know, that's a different story. But Diaz right now in the zone, on a roll, bringing it to Neo Tokyo and trying to finish out his teammate.
And we've seen Zach have some interesting presets before. Brings another one here in Neo Tokyo. When he said card change, I was thinking maybe we'd see him go to the Octane, but no, it was just a different Fennec preset that he had in mind.
Yeah, different indeed. You know, when we saw one antenna earlier with Zapatos on the field, I did not expect to see a second antenna, but we've got some antennas and some toppers, and you know what? Maybe that's a great way to shrug it off. Sometimes we see these cars where clearly people are messing around, but that can be a mental edge, especially in a game that's tough mentally as ones. Diaz clearly, you know, had basically completely shut him out, dominated him. Zach was not showing any signs of life. Maybe throwing on this preset helps him shake it off and say, oh, you know, I'm in a crazy preset, so it's whatever. I'll do whatever I can. Maybe I can actually bring it back now. So far, he's up 1-0.
Quick turn. Did get a piece of the ball, but Diaz got the boost and now has some space. The reset. This is where he's deadly. Pulls the trigger. Catches Zach out. Diaz will tie it up.
You know what the important thing to look at is he's still a Fennec. That gives you the real idea. You know, if he came in here with a non-Fennec, non-Octane, you know he's committed to the crazy preset. But the fact that he stays Fennec, you know, means he is just searching for
just a half
some
measure.
way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some way to relax and try and get back into this without really moving off of the Fennec and actually having to change how his gameplay actually works at all. He's got himself a wall to air dribble, an opportunity to get going here over the top of Diaz. Cannot quite get back. We've seen Zach hit that so many times where he has to boost back to get the double, but this time, not enough.
It's a battle for that corner boost. Zach walks away with it. Diaz not too happy about it on the quick chat either.
Drops an OMG as soon as it gets stolen.
And that's finally enough for Zach to get that goal. Responds with an unlucky quick chat.
I love the banter between the players. Don't think we see a lot of quick chat in RLCS very often. Not often you get two teammates, though, who get to play against each other like they are right now. I mean, Zach, he's now losing some of these to the opposite wall. We saw Diaz win a ton of direct kickoffs, just getting goal side and forcing it.
Has it seemed like Diaz has had the huge edge on kickoff so far in the series?
I would say in the last few games, I would say at the beginning, Zach was playing well. It was very well rounded. It was maybe even, but no question. Not only there's two different types of kickoffs, that you can lose. There's one like this where you lose the ball poorly enough that within 2 seconds you've been scored on. That's the kickoff goals that a lot of people think of, but you can also get scored on kickoff goals, especially against a guy like Diaz who wins possession, goes to the sidewall. Maybe it takes him 15 seconds, maybe it takes him 20, but he still ends up scoring. Those are, in a sense, kickoff goals as well. I would say Zach was doing a pretty good job at preventing both of them. The big problem now is he gets a great read of where Diaz was on the back wall just to boom the ball down, is he's allowing, the first type that I talked about, literally goals just straight to the net right away, no question about it, and those are the ones you really can't afford to have ever.
Yeah, the ones that tilt you as well. Let's see if Zach can hold it together. Diaz opts to go for the touch instead of the boost. Somehow manages to steal that corner boost. Will try to cut it, but Zach gets the touch. Zach hitting it downfield. But is this it?
Nice.
It's saved off the post, but it allowed Zach to get downfield and get boosted up.
Zach, nice. Oh my goodness, what a save. Zach had it landing on the wall, pre-flip to get a shot on target. Did not seem easy. I figured if Zach got it anywhere towards the net, it was going to be in, but Diaz reminding us that he's still on the field. Recovery save, so impressive as well. As he pops this ball up, racing to beat Zach to it. It is somewhat of a tie. Diaz going to get to land and tap it towards net, and one more follow-up should be a goal, so Diaz can take the edge.
What a scrap that was, Fear. I mean, you saw that Zach zero boost, putting it towards net. Diaz barely saving it. Diaz just doing enough to keep his head above water and ends up converting on the other end. We approach the halfway point of this game. Zach, he is not giving up just yet.
And Diaz is so focused on getting all the boosts. See, he grabs the midfield, grabs the back corner as well, and then goes to the ball. He really wants to starve Zach out before he actually makes a play. And Zach taking advantage of that by just chasing the ball down. It's a bit of an all-in play on zero boost when you just had all of it taken from you. If you don't get that ball in, you're probably in big trouble, but it's a risk that Zach is willing to take and pays off. He sweet spotted that touch. Now Diaz more than willing to fully reset on possession. He says this air dribble wasn't good enough. I'll go all the way to my back line, but Zach able to demo him. Not the cleanest carry from Diaz. And now Zach trying to get something going. He saw Diaz trying to cut him off. Great wall pinch, but Diaz has recovered to stop the goal.
Diaz still speedy enough to get back. Zach will go full field. It's a reset early and he'll take it back down to the ground. Now ground to air. First touch control to a reset. Diaz is going to put this towards net. Can Zach get back in time? Back flip hit, saves it. Diaz had no boost either, but does land a bit of a bump on Zach. And should allow Diaz to get this boost and the ball.
Yeah, Diaz tried, Zach, he just tried to pre-jump. He thought Diaz was maybe going to go air dribble on the very first touch. Diaz does love his air dribbles, but as soon as he sees Zach jump, he knows just one more touch will be enough to get it out around him, and then a wide open net. So Zach trying to stay one step ahead in terms of challenging Diaz. We saw it work earlier on low boost. This time getting ahead of the aerial does not pay off. Cannot pre-flip through to pick up the 100 boost here. So he might be stuck in 1v1 jail, as I sometimes call it, unless he pinches this out. Diaz cuts it right back in. He wants Zach to be forcing him to make saves every last second. Zach swung out to the boost and could not stop this top left flick.
Surgical flick here from Diaz. How do you stop that top corner? Gorgeous play here from Diaz. He's starting to pull ahead as we approach the final minute of the game.
Diaz chasing down Zach. 100 boosts to work with. Oh, Diaz, he never even worried about whether or not he connected demo. He knew he could go collect the ball and get back to his favorite spot. Zach is trying to stop it. Zach loves the challenge out of the air. Actually does intercept the full field dribble early. Diaz chips this one around and now will air roll a shot on target. 3-goal lead. This is a moment in which he can start to play this lead. 41 seconds left to go. He can start to slow the game down, force bad challenges out of Zach if the opportunity arises, but it starts with a good kickoff. Diaz has to win this one, and I believe he has.
Goal straight for net, and it's attempted to be saved, and Zach ends up hitting it in off his own post. And Zach calls it there, calls GG's, and Diaz will take the win. An incredible performance here from Diaz, who bounces back and wins 4 straight after the first 2 game wins from Zach.
Yeah, it's impressive run from Diaz. It's the kind of thing that if we hadn't seen the first 2 games, if we hadn't seen, you know, Zach actually give up a good fight, we would have just thought, oh, this is just the Diaz domination we all came for. 4 straight games of just control. Of the reason why he was a North American 1v1 champion last time around, and the reason why he's still the favorite in this tournament was proven in those 4 games.
Without a doubt. I mean, you saw what Zach is capable of, but overall, it was Diaz who comes out victorious. Incredible stuff. But we've got one more match on the day, and it'll be coming up after the break.
I was roasting on me on that one.
The best part is you added me in Discord before this segment. He said,
I did.
Oh, you're muted in Discord. I was like, yeah, I'm on it. All good though. Thanks for letting me know.
It's all right. Unfortunate.
What's going on?
Okay, big L's here. We thought Zach had it in the first 2 games. We were in the Discord like, oh my goodness, is he him? Is this gonna? And then we went all the way to game 6, but he did only get those first 2 games.
Yeah, no, credit to Zach. He really made Diaz lock in. You can see Diaz, he's trying to get comfortable in his chair. He's thinking, what's wrong here? You know, I should be beating this guy. I should be winning. He's trying to get locked in. But yeah, he did lock in. I still think that's moved Zach up in my estimation. The fact that he can make Diaz uncomfortable and force him to reach his prime. But yeah, Diaz looks like he's still the tournament favorite for me. What a performance.
Bates.
Yo.
Yes, he's looking like the best.
He is looking like the best in the tournament. He's gonna take a first killer, maybe an Evo. They're not gonna go in as favorites though, because I mean, when Diaz has the ball in possession, he's just controlling the game at a highly elite level. Like Evo controlled the possession in his matchup against AJ, but it wasn't like that. He wasn't just running up the score on AJ. He was just keeping the ball away from AJ. Diaz controlled the possession and kept running up the score against Zach. And Zach's a world-class defender. I mean, we know it in 3. I know 3's defense is different than 1's defense, but there's a base level, and Zach is a truly great defender.
I mean, think of the level of dominance you have to have in a match for the competitor to voluntarily lose the match, like Zach just did. There was time left on the clock. Yeah, he's very unlikely to win that last match, but he didn't even want to try. He said, you know what? Nope, it's out. You can have it. I'm going to give up before the end of this game. Like, that is how dominant Diaz was in that matchup. Got a forfeit out of him on the match point here, and he's through to the top 4. We'll wait and see who his opponent is tomorrow. It'll be either AJ or Wavy. Zach's going to have to go through first killer. And then it's got Evo, which I was saying, Bates, you mentioned that there's Evo and first killer, maybe the 2 people who could take it there to Diaz. Those are the 3 players on the other side of the bracket. The match we just saw, first killer and Evo.
Well, listen, Diaz has earned that because, I mean, he is the reigning North American representative for RLCS 1v1. He just brought this in his first iteration last year. Diaz played against, who Diaz played against in that matchup? Oh yeah, he played against the world champion. No, I'm talking about the world champion in Raleigh. When he was representing. Yeah. He played against Nopo. And He won the first game, and after that, he didn't go his way. But the whole point is he's trying to get back to that. He's trying to get that rematch in. But that's a big point I'm talking about because coming up very soon, we're going to see if Nubo can even qualify to make it to that match. But right here, looking at the highlights, I mean, that came out hot. It was actually funny, Kyle. I walked away. I don't know what y'all were talking about in it. I was like, I knew production had a good thing, making sure I had Zach as my prediction. But then, of course, it all went downhill very fast.
Did. I mean, the first game, 3 goals early for Diaz, we thought, yeah, as we expected. Then Zach just completely turns around that. Like shuffling in the chair from Diaz, it's not the only time he did that. He was doing that in both the games that he's trailing, trying to get comfortable. He didn't look comfortable on the pitch. Zach had him second guessing himself. But what a level up from Diaz. This is why he's a tournament favorite. He's been dominating NA1s for a couple of years now. And yeah, he wants another go at the Ones World Championship. There's been upsets in both of the regions who already have a qualifier, in NAS and KV1. But still, all is well for North America's favorite.
All is well. Looking at this game number 5 too. I mean, Diaz just kept running the score. He actually Braziled. The Brazilian got the Brazil. It was actually funny because in game number 2, it was looking like the Brazilian was going to get Brazil, but then he scored. He made it 6-2, I think. before he becomes 7-1. And I mean, he's just so comfortable, so quick, and Zach, he played his heart out, but he's just not as good in ones as this guy is.
He didn't have it there. Diaz did. He's through to the top 4 again. 1 match away from the grand finals and defending his title. We're joined by Diaz on the call. Sir, congratulations on the win. What a back and forth series. Well, back and forth is actually the wrong way to describe it. It was kind of the first 2 games where Zach's, you had everything else there. What was Zach doing in those first 2 games that you were able to adjust around in the back 4?
I was just trying to play my game in the first 2 games, and then I couldn't. And then I needed to lock in, and I changed to Octane, and then that changed everything.
So what does that change in your gameplay? If you want to give us any of your secrets, so you play both cards very well, but what are the main differences for you?
I was just trying to have possession in the game, and with Octane I was winning every kickoff, and then that's a point that I need to improve in my game plan. And then that changed everything,
Is it my question?
That is your
question. All right. What's going on? What? Right. What kind of forfeit is that? Who did that? Anyways. I got a question. It has to do absolutely nothing with your gameplay. I think it's sensational. So congratulations on your win. Why the Argentina jersey?
Because Messi's the GOAT. So he's just the best.
Okay, there we go. I just had to understand. Okay. But wait, another question. You're still repping Brazil in the World Cup, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Just had to make sure. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I got my questions out.
You got there. Well, sir, you've earned another top 4 here. You're either playing AJ or Wavy tomorrow. You got Evo, first killer, and then obviously Zach is still alive. He'll play first killer tomorrow. In your mind, is there anyone that you have your eye on? You're like, this is a person I'm concerned about, or from our perspective, it sort of feels like you're literally a step ahead of everyone else. Do you feel that way, or is the competition feels tougher this year than it did last year? Like, how do you feel about your standing in North America right now?
I feel the same thing. I'm not training once as it was, so it's gonna be a tough tournament for sure. But like, if I play my game, I think I can beat any one of them.
Gotcha. Well, you played it well today, found a way to adjust around Zach. You got the win. Congratulations, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See ya.
Diaz on the road.
I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay. With a car. How do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
What you said, think of
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online game.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
Nope.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
How about Pete_9914?
Bathroom card?
It's the only number I can kind of remember easily. So.
of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
North America was exciting today, but there is a grand final yet to occur. Diaz is trying to get a match against this player again. Can he get all the way back to those grand finals? We're going to find out, folks. It's time for the Middle East North African 1v1 grand finals. The regional champ to be crowned here. Defending champ Nobu will be taking on his teammate TRK. This is going to be an exciting one, folks, and we had to put it on the mainstream because it is that important, especially when you have a player the quality of the world champ here back in the matchup. You know that the winner of this matchup, Bates, is genuinely a favorite to win the title of 1v1 world champion.
Yeah, I do believe it. I 100% agree with you right there, Wade. Because, I mean, you can take down Nubo. I mean, you can take down anybody in the game. And if TRK can get that thing done, man, that will be special. Because he'd have so much momentum going into the RLCS 1v1 World Championship over in Dickies in a couple months. And, I mean, it wouldn't be the easy bracket, but all it takes is 2 great matches from a player of either these players' caliber, and they can get the job done. So I'm super excited to see the grand final.
See up there in the top corner, James Bott. This match happened yesterday, and if the way Nobu has been playing the entire day is any indication, this is not going to be a problem for him to just take this out again. And yet, the weight of Championship Sunday seems to change results time and time again in Rocket League.
It's true, but you know, as the defending world champion, I think you have to acknowledge the fact that he is going to be the heavy favorite, the fact that we've seen this matchup before. And the game that TRK won, because he did get a game, it was a 1-goal game. Meanwhile, you know, the games that Nubo's winning, he won by 6-1 game, he won by 5 for their last game of the series. So I think it just goes to show you how good this guy is. And I think as a whole, just looking at how much MENA has improved as a region, obviously TRK responsible for making history in MENA, being a part of that Team Falcons team that actually won an RLCS major. I think you're starting to see how good this region can be, and they're slowly starting to really cement themselves as an elite region. And the player that could represent MENA and get another world championship, I think, is going to be Nubo. He has been so good.
Man made his prediction on the playoff stage. Playoff stage bracket weight. He pre-jumped the predictions.
He's already there. But I mean, hey, let's get into talking about these players. Unlikely allies after a topsy-turvy recruitment scenario here, both now on Twisted Minds. And we've talked a lot about Rocket League. I mean, you mentioned that the Middle East becoming one of the strongest regions in the game slowly here. The thing that is cementing them there is the consistency. We've seen pop-offs from players across the world. From every region, there have been moments of pop-off. It's the consistency that cements you as favorites in the RLCS, and no players in the region have been more consistent than these two right here. TRK taking on his teammate Nobu.
It's interesting you bring consistency too, because I don't know whether we passed the year mark. If not, we're very close to almost a year on the day where TRK actually became major champion, first MENA LAN RLCS LAN victory ever. He did that with the Falcons last year. Then of course you already alluded to it, Wave. They had the little roster mania, some turmoil, and then he teams up with Nubo. But TRK, man, he's been doing this for a long time. I know as Ahmed Khaled really started that and ignited this MENA wave of Rocket League players. TRK was third person up. I guess fourth, that's with Senzo. And then, I mean, listen, he's still here, so Nubo's got his work to do.
It's crazy you call the date when they got crowned in Raleigh as major champions. That's in 2 days from now. That was on the 29th.
It's 2 days
so
from now.
close. Yeah. I mean, it's tomorrow. I mean, on the calendar day, you know, like this weekend in June. Here they are, folks. Who you got, Twisted Minds or Twisted Minds? Let us know in the chat. Teammates going up against each other. Only one continues to the Rocket League World Champion as the Middle East North African 1v1 Regional Champion. Bates.
Yo.
Think Nobu does it again?
No, give me the upset, because I just like TRK so much as that individual and person. I just always want to see him succeed. There's a couple players in Rocket League that I always want to see succeed, because they have the talent, they have the character, and they have just the charisma that you want just to rep the game. TRK is one of them. He's gonna have to dig deep. He's gonna be a special series. It ain't gonna be easy. He's gonna need a couple more of those 1-goal game victories, but he can get the job done. I believe in him. Give me TRK. Give me him a 6. I don't want to see Champs Phil. Put it away in Neo Tokyo. TRK. Get the job done.
James, who you got?
I'm going to have to go with Nubo here. I think that he is the heavy favorite for a reason. You saw this matchup already. Wouldn't be surprised if he even sweeps the grand final with how good he is.
I do agree with you. I think it would be so much fun to see TRK get the win here, but with how he has looked, he even had to deal with, Noble had to deal with a schedule change today. That forfeit that happened with Ops, unfortunate as it was, meant that Noble had to be ready like an entire hour earlier, and he still comes out with the 4-0 sweep. He took out TRK yesterday in a 4-1. This feels like this is his match to lose, and he will return to Dickies Arena as defending champion here, folks. It's time for the finals of Middle East North Africa. What a region in the game, and two of the greatest to ever do it, folks. It's the reigning champ versus the greatest of all time for the title of MENA 1v1 champion.
I couldn't say it better, Wave Punk. That's about as good as a summary as you can get for what this match is. It's the GOAT MENA against MENA's 1v1 defending world champ. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Kicks off now. Fear, who you got in this one?
Yeah, I have to go with Nupo. I think coming into this one, you know, even T-Bates seemed like he was limping into his TRK pick. He wanted an upset, and secretly in that, he's admitting that Nupo is favored. I'm assuming you're with me, Johnny.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to be, not just because he's about to score the opening goal, but because he is the true 1v1 player. He does absolutely everything that you need in 1v1. His kickoff is brutal to go up against. He is S tier, S plus tier in the air. He's so fast, so dominant with the physical game and on the ball with his challenges. TRK might have the mind games. I'll give him that, but is that going to be enough? Point the goal line, it was save early as it rattles off just about every upright you can think of.
We can expect to see a healthy amount of resets that go to the ground from TRK. That one was a bit of a shorter one, and it felt like it was going to break through with a, you know, a move that he loves to go to, but early it's going to be Nupo who stops him. TRK does manage to get up into the air despite the posturing from Nupo, like he's going to back with challenge, and there it is. I said it was coming, and here's a nice reset, wave dash to the ground.
That is 106 kilometers an hour, absolutely flying into the defending world champion's bottom corner. TRK loves his aerial mind games. He loves to shoot low after flip resetting. Now he's got drive, kick off to the back corner. That's going to be huge, actually. Look at what that can do. Keeping the momentum up, getting the demo. He's got to surprise Naupo as many times as he can, and he does again. This time shooting, no mind game on this one. Maybe a little bit on the approach, but great start for the challenger.
Yeah, TRK, he's being brought up as the underdog here, but there was a time where he also reigned supreme in MENA as the top 1v1er, so he definitely knows what he's doing in 1v1. He's not just, you know, jumping into this with no experience. It's just that Nupo comes in playing a little bit better as of late. He's got TRK going off the ceiling. Nupo does not need to adjust the ball at all. He'll let it drop down for a second.
Yeah, the slow approach in the air there, not something you're going to see a lot today. Is usually he's going to be flying as fast as possible, but that really looked like it surprised TRK, who's posturing for a high challenge, and instead the trajectory of the air dribble came in a bit lower. TRK going for the bump. He's got half a chance on target here, goes for it. He likes his traditional flicks, does TRK. None of this nonsense, this modern reverse 45 degree. Just hits top shelf flicks with the standard approach. Really putting the defending champ under a lot of pressure early.
Yeah, he took what I would like to call a testing shot at the top shelf of Nupo to see if he can't get offense to continue there. He's actually able to sneak over the top of Nupo to get this steal. Now this is going to be a much better position to try and play an extended attack for him because Nupo is actually low on boost. TRK reset. Are we going to see down to a wave dash? No, this time he jumps into the air and air rolls to the top left.
It really is quite amazing that he can still do this to this day, and he's so convincing with it. You might be thinking, well, why is there no challenge? What are you letting TRK get up close and personal for? But he really can pull the trigger at any moment. He can shoot that high off the reset. He can, you know, go for the wave dash shot, the more like pinch style shot, or he can just take his time, let it bounce back up again. That constant threat is something TRK has always been so good at.
There's no question he's in his comfort zone, though. The later he gets challenged, Nupo is going to have to throw a couple in early to make sure TRK at least thinks about it, as he puts on not nearly a good enough shot, not with Nupo in nets.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't really give that full power. He was maybe trying to hit the ball top shelf and recover at the same time, but he leaned forward and it's just gone low straight into the defending world champ's lap. So a bit of an easy one there. He's got 6 saves in this first game. Oh my goodness, is that on? It's post. Good read by TRK. That was a pretty close one though. He takes his time, lets it all bounce once more. Ceiling reset for both. And now the race to the back corner boost has been won by the usurper to TRK's throne back in the day, but now it's him who sits on the throne. It seems like we've had a change of momentum in this first game.
Are we watching North America? It's a full field dribble, but this time it's done by Nubo. Great save by TRK. He's trying to get a counter out of it as well, but wow, the best recoverers in the game. He's still going to make it there before he gets back.
What a save that is, and look at TRK, just fastest route possible to the net. Just going directly off the sidewall there, bouncing the ball towards that near post. No time wasted, but he needs to try get control of the ball again. He started off this game with a lot of possession going his favor. This one has not, and he has conceded on the straight spawn kickoff, a rarity in high level ones, but he's actually front flipped on the approach, is maybe even more rare.
Yeah, it's not something you see very often. It helps you maybe square up dead center, but what it also does is it just ever so slightly delays your approach, because you're not going to get there as fast as someone speed flipping. And sometimes that can be helpful, as TRK posturing up on the side wall like he's getting a challenge. He's headed back now as Nubo landing, bailing out of this one. Ooh, actually trying to flip TRK off the top of him. Wasn't able to get the turnaround shot. Now he's going to be forced into net on very low boost. TRK into the air. This time he does go reset high. Nubo forces him up there. But TRK still in possession. A little fake that he's going to take it in field. Instead, he will take a side wall. He's trying to play keep away from a ceiling challenge. And he has not quite managed to do so. Great boost steal.
And that's unbelievable defense, you know, deflecting the ball to that back corner right as the boost respawns. Now great defense at the other end. TRK dodging the bump in the air, but he can't do the same once the ball reaches the ground again. He has spawned rear post, as you would expect after the recent update, but he is in a terrible spot here. Could be the first lead, not yet, but with just a minute to go, I think the momentum of the match has definitely swung away from TRK. He needs control of the ball again.
Nubo backing off as TRK is faking in field. Interesting, it's like Nubo's defending the side wall. He doesn't want him to go over there. And you'd think you need to prioritize your nets. TRK backing off. Space is dangerous for this player. Low 50, great challenge. Good enough challenge that it's going to buy him time to recover, but still boost advantage to the world champ. 50, this one's going to stick around, and it'll be a tap in for a fit.
And like you said, these aren't bad challenges, but unfortunately, the offense is always going to be able to control the 50s, both on the ground and in the air. And now with 20 seconds left, TRK trails, first time in the game that he has. He's got an opportunity here to get the ball back though. Demo should be good, it is. Now he's got to get this on target quickly. First time shot is in. Tie game, 5-5.
Finds Demo to open the field. It is a fairly free follow through for TRK. He knows how to hit those nets when they're open. No way people can pick a spot to spawn that will save him here. Diagonal kickoff in a crucial moment. TRK trying to finish off what has been a great game one. It's not easy to get these close games against the world champ. Reset 50, he's got a wave dash. He's gonna be able to get underneath this, only 6 moves to work with, but where's Nubo? No recovery, I thought he'd be back, but he's not there!
I don't blame you for thinking he'd be back. He's usually so quick back into position, but he lost all his momentum on the landing. And it's TRK with a 0-second goal, taking game one. We have got a grand final.
It's amazing what these grand finals do in 1v1. It doesn't matter who seems favored going into this. It is always going to be a great matchup. And TRK, I mean, he was just playing solid from the very beginning, went straight to his game. And Nubo, I think, maybe led for a second, or at least was able to tie it. But TRK, I mean, he led for the majority of the time on the clock. So he's going to feel really good that he was able to secure this one and actually take game number one.
Yeah, it was mostly counter-attacking and lots of low 50s towards the end of the game for the defending world champion. He's just trusting the fact that TRK likes to challenge the ball. He does dive a lot when he challenges in general in Rocket League. But the fact that he's, seized the lead late and then lost the game is a big surprise. I very much thought, seeing the way the kickoffs are going, seeing the way that the goals were trending, that TRK had just lost that one. But wow, clutch at the end as well, hitting him with a bit of his own medicine as well. Low 50 to bounce the ball high in the closing stages is exactly what TRK needed.
Yeah, we saw Rawas, take Nupo to the very edge last time around. This time Rawas drops out of the tournament early. If there was someone else to pick up to try and give a fight to the current best 1v1er in the world, why not the greatest ever to do it in this region? If there's anyone who's not going to be afraid of the moment, it's going to be TRK. He's been there not just in MENA, but on lands and every part of Rocket League. Why not also 1v1 as he has the lead as we start game number 2?
That's a good shot. It's top corner, straight off the kickoff. And yeah, a couple of kickoff goals directly going in now. Just too strong. He just wins the kickoff over TRK's head. TRK's got to go back to those tricks he tried in game 1, I think. I like the drive kickoff from him. I think delays could be good. He is still front flipping on this straight spawn, which is interesting. And Nepo didn't want to leave that ball for fear of a direct shot. Happy to take the back corner boost instead. Fake challenges from TRK. He is adapting. He doesn't want to just charge in headlong into every challenge.
He's going to back off now. Nupo allowed to bring this ball all the way down to the ground and then flick top left. This is not an easy thing to do. He waits it out to see if TRK is going to throw any sort of fake challenge towards him, but just only a very slight hesitation. Nupo able to collect the ball on top of his car, and that is not an easy flick. Perfect placement from Nupo.
And TRK even faking a challenge in reverse there. Just doing anything to try to trick his teammate, but if somebody's going to know TRK and his tricks, it would be this guy. Oh, that's not the outcome that TRK was hoping for. The defense is looking stronger by the minute, but okay, he's managed to see that low 50 coming, but he's been pumped miles out of the play. Oh my goodness, he's totally tripped up in his back corner. It's the 3-0.
And Nupo trying to get revenge. We just saw, a battle of teammates in North America with a champion of the region playing his teammate who was coming in as the underdog. We've got more of the same here. And actually, we saw a Game 1 win for Zach there and a Game 1 win for TRK. But the problem is he's not going to match Zach's start if he's not able to get this going here. Zach's still 2 away. And Nupo on a run in this first minute. Up 3-0 as TRK trying to get to the ground. Nupo's had enough of him getting any sort of space.
Yeah, TRK just took a little bit too long to get situated there. That's a great 50-50, using the reset on the ball to set himself up for a wave dash. TRK really trying to maximize the speed that he's got available to himself here. This good evasion in the midfield just to keep in control of this one. Could really use a goal to stay in touch. He's not had many chances, and again, he's been denied in the near post. Maybe the true winner we haven't spoken about yet, Monkeyman, has watched his 2 teammates in the grand final. He's got to be pretty happy about being in the team with these 2.
No question. TRK mixing up from his normal wave dash, trying to shoot in the air. Oh, that red, this reset shot, trying to play keep away. Wow. TRK, good dive across the net to make the play. Has a good advantage. If he can rush this quickly, Nupo should be arriving to net late. TRK could punish him, and Nupo dives in. TRK's on the board.
I just can't believe that he's still doing it. Like, every single time it works. You'd think that everybody would know that TRK is faking, but thinking back to his previous shot, he did actually play the reset. So I think that's probably what Naupo's got in his mind. He's thinking, okay, he went for the reset last time. Maybe he's going to do that again. Nope, it's just the classic TRK reset mind game. He will do that so many times in this match.
Will he try and take this dribble the length of the field, or will he bring it down to the ground? You see that challenge turn in, and TRK tried to take advantage of that, but great recovery back from Nupo to not let it over the top of him. Great read from both players. It looks like it's going to favor the player in orange as he's now got control. And TRK in a really tough spot here. What a flick top left. It's actually where TRK was getting ready to defend, and yet he still pushed it past him.
I was wondering if TRK was expecting a pop bump of sorts, because he's jumped onto the back wall here, trying to give himself a launch pad to throw himself into the ball from. Still has time here, but the kickoffs are really going the way of the defending world champion. It's up to TRK to change things in that regard. We saw Zen struggling in a similar way in Europe against NAS once NAS found a weakness. he just kept poking and prodding it, and that's what's happening here. TRK's got lots of things he can do differently, whether it's timing of the approach, angle of approach, or just go for a different strategy entirely, but no, he's just going to stick to that front flip on the, on the straight spot.
Now we've seen both players go for it now. This front flip, not quite as clean. Good recovery in net, as he'll be able to pick up the 100 boost and maybe work something out of this. Maybe a reset wave dash. What do you think? Something close to it, but
maybe a reset mind game. Maybe a reset mind game. You know, although that's hard to do, and that's a part of TRK's game, I'm thinking, oh, whoa, careful. That's another great double save. I don't have any time to talk because TRK is just producing absolute cinema in the goal line. But yeah, I am very happy to see the another great save, by the way. And one strategy that TRK is doing that we can both incorporate, that's the front flip. I've got that one bounce. I can definitely pull that one off in my games.
Yeah, for sure. What I can't do is survive as long as he just did against this attack. This is not easy to do. He didn't even have boost there at the end, but a couple different bumps will push him away. And this has just been full control from Nubo, a good bounce back as we started to believe in a potential underdog. He's going to make it 7-1, and we still got a minute 40.
Yeah, TRK might stick around in this one just to try to figure out something that works. Here, he's trying to push the ball to the right, but yeah, that side-on approach on the kickoff gets completely countered by a goal side, as you see from Naupo. So what will TRK do here? Do the exact same thing, so he didn't really change anything there. Maybe he's going to just keep spamming the same losing kickoff for a couple more minutes and then switch it up the next game and see the other option that he's got.
He's trying to do something spectacular in the air as he looks to see if he can find a miracle. Maybe it could have been off the back of some crazy reset play where he passes to himself up the ceiling, but he's going to take it away and going to deny the miracle.
That's another insane play from the defending world champ. Flying enough the ceiling. It's the standard for him, of course. It's run of the mill. You know, another thing TRK can try to do here is get the last goal and then forfeit. Here he comes, ceiling reset, doesn't play for the rebound, knows that the touch is going to connect. Or his teammate almost his opponent today. Both players trying to steal the ball from each other on opposite sides of their goal. Very much a chess match that TRK is used to playing historically, but I think the annoying thing from now is he's just met his match mechanically, and by a fair margin. This has been a brutal game. Oh, a little 1-2 pass to the post. Pogo shot and the rebound. 9-1.
You love to see it. Nupo showing off right now. Great job at keeping it away. I mean, there's nothing TRK can do when he's setting up on that left side of the net in the back wall. Just total keep away. You know, I'm actually surprised I even saw him go for that. Maybe he's not willing to kind of troll his teammate, but normally Nupo's gonna allow one in. I've seen him go back and forth where he sets up the air dribble on the left, you know, the back left corner boost, and if he doesn't get challenged, he just cuts the ball back, goes to the right side, and looks to set it up over and over when he has a lead and says, you have to come challenge me. I'm not gonna go until you force me to. But maybe he's like, you know what? I have more respect for TRK. I'm not gonna force him. I'm just gonna go. Instead, I'm gonna pogo on him, which I don't know if that's better or worse, but he did at least bring the game to him.
I mean, he is just trying to crush the mental. 10-2. Devastating defeat for TRK after a close game one. It's like James said on the desk. TRK's win in the previous matchup these two have played was a close game, and he did take a lot of beatings in the losses. So more of the same in the grand final. He's decided to play it out anyway, though. Maybe trying to tire out, let Naupo punch himself out, perhaps. Just exhaust his thumbs or something. I don't know what the reason is, but hopefully for his sake, he'll be able to tell us later on in a winner's interview.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you want to let Nupo play any more than he already does, because I watched him play against Moxie to win that, you know, grand championship we've been talking about, and he just got better and better as he got in the zone, as he was able to, you know, it seems like he was bopping to music, taking a sip of his water after every goal. I mean, you let 11 goals in, you let 11 sips in. You know, he's been able to rehydrate a ton of different times. You don't want to let that happen. You got to forfeit in order to keep that hydration down.
know, maybe it is midnight if I'm not mistaken in Saudi Arabia. These guys do stay up very late in the summer because it's so hot during the day. The night is a lot more livable, but who knows? Maybe they've been sitting in voice chat waiting for the NA matches to finish so that they can get into their Arena Grand Final. And if that's the case, then who knows? Maybe TRK knows something we don't. Maybe his teammates feeling a bit sleepy. Maybe he's been yawning in the mic, and that's what he's trying to capitalize on here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It just speaks to how good Nupo is that we're like, maybe we can make him tired. Maybe we can, we certainly can't stop him on the field. So you got to try and get him some other way to slow him down. But I mean, 11-2 is the biggest example in that. It feels like we're just going to expect this the rest of the series. I would be not surprised at all to see more of the same for 3 more games before it ends. So, did TRK have something special? Is he keeping something in his back pocket? Maybe he didn't change his kickoff intentionally so that he could actually use it when it's going to matter more here in game number 3. That is the hopium if you're a TRK fan. Otherwise, you're just watching, Nupo roll through.
Yeah, this is a must-win game. He's got to stay close here. It all starts with kickoff wins, and he has won this one. So I'm thinking maybe he did just spam the same losing kickoff in the last game. Great fake as well from TRK. The trickiest player in the one scene. But this is off, again, a big kickoff win. We'll have to pay attention here. I want to see TRK get goal side and go left if I'm seeing a change. Okay, well, he's kind of covered middle there. So he's definitely blocking that kickoff goal that occurred. Instead, it's a kickoff possession, which is not a lot easier when you're up against Naipo.
Yeah, definitely not. Most of the time, those get converted anyways. Possessions can be longer. TRK gets a boost respawn. People force back, but I was gonna say still in control. Even with TRK getting the ball there, that immediate challenge keeps possession in Nupo's favor. Now he's in a bit more trouble as he's gonna get back off for a real chance here from TRK. He's just gonna force to net. And now, was that good enough to get possession? I don't know if it was. Nupo easy save counter. What is that flick? He's completely missed the ball, and he did not fake out TRK.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be the weaker side. We've seen a lot of flicks going the other way, like this one, and they've all been good. But I think it was going right was a bit more dodgy there. But that's perfect. Towards the left, going to need to pay attention to this. Moxie as well as in Europe is similar. He prefers flicking to the left. Even in the highest level of pro play, you will see preferences with air roll, which wall to fly off, which flick to go for. This one is left as well, and it's looking pretty good. Yeah, he's found the formula.
Yeah, I wonder, he did the same, or at least I was on Nupo POV, he did the same front flip kickoff. I don't know if this is like a twisted mind strategy, if the coach, told him before the tournament, you got to be focusing on your just straight front flip kickoffs. Apparently they both agree that they're very useful. It's not something you see very often. This time it's going to favor Nupo. Now they're both going to go to more standard kickoffs as they try and force the ball through each other. Nupo going to be the big winner here as he lets this ball go to the wall. Interesting. It felt like he could have taken a dribble earlier and almost allowed the ball to become more awkward before starting it. Which doesn't seem like something you want to do very often. TRK and Nupo both just booming the ball back and forth now, though.
Yeah, something that you'll see from them in any game mode. They really do boom the ball. We spoke about that earlier with first killer on the pitch. Oh, TRK didn't mean that mind game. He might get a goal off it. Not quite, as the boost is there in defense. But the immediate shot is not quite good enough. Although the ball is absolutely rapidly moving around the pitch here. TRK trying to get it moving the other direction. A lot of boost being used here, though. Has to be careful. He is. He keeps the advantage for now.
Ahead. Oh, not to the sidewall. He's going to cut it right in. Try and take advantage. Oh, Nupo just challenges immediately. You see him prepping for defense along the goal line. Notices TRK has slowed down, just keeps that momentum and dives in and challenges. Nupo is the fastest player in the game, and he's showing why he's so good at that in ones. And now he's got control at around ceiling height. Don't think he got a reset here, so he's going to be forced down to the ground whether he wanted to or not. Possession will switch. Instant backflip challenge. Good wave dash recovery from TRK. A flick could be dangerous. Instead, he fakes it. Nupo makes a save.
Yeah, he didn't like the lineup on that one. He decided not to pull the trigger, thinking it's going to get saved or maybe just go straight into the post. Why not instead just go for the mind game again? How does he keep getting away with this?
Nupo on the back wall did not want to try and challenge as TRK went to the ground. Yet another fake on the wave dash shots. it's so tough to stop. I mean, you're going to see lots of different players do it. It's not like it's only TRK's move, but clearly he is very good at executing it at the highest level. Ooh. And it is such an effective play.
Oh, I love that from TRK. He made it look like a fake challenge into the last second here. If he had just thrown himself at this, I think it would have been too predictable. But by driving up slowly, it was almost like a predator stalking his prey in the long grass. It's like, maybe if I'd move slowly, he's not going to see me coming.
Good surprise. Good lead for TRK. Big bounce back. He's already beat his scoring from the last game. He had 2 to Nupo's 11. He's got 3 now, and he has a lead, which is even more important. As Nupo going to back off. Ooh, sees TRK being aggressive, pinching it on the wall away from him. Now staring down to see what he's up to. See if he's going to turn back on the ball. Nupo saved a ton of boost left over. And wow. I'm surprised he didn't go for it. I thought Nupo would take advantage of that and rush towards the ball, but he just waits it out, and TRK takes it away.
That is amazing small pad pathing by TRK. He had ball cam on the whole time, and he hit every single small pad in an arc to keep his boost up high enough. And you could see that he needed every single ounce at the end. Now, no doubt thought he was boost starved, because he would have been had he not pathed perfectly over those pads in a circle.
Now, the defending champ down 2 and had to play from behind. You know, TRK, he's fine with winning close games. I don't think he minds. If he gets 4 of those close game wins, that's fine with him. Oh wow. My goodness, what a flick. It's slightly off target. Nupo trying to take advantage of a TRK who's off the ceiling. Good cut here, as both these players are going to be low on boost. They're going to swing away from each other to grab 100, try and return back to the ball. TRK got a sidewall setup, but then he launches it away. It should be an easy enough save for Nupo, who needs 2 goals and needs a good possession, but again, just kind of a flub touch into a completely missed flick. TRK, though, maybe not able to take advantage as much as I was expecting.
Well, you mentioned earlier on last year, in the quest for World Championship in 1v1, it was in MENA that Nupo faced the biggest challenge. Ruas took him to Game 7. He only went Game 5 with Diaz and Moxie on LAN. And once again, it's in MENA, in the grand final, that he's facing a big test. This time at the hands of his 3v3 teammate TRK, the greatest Middle East player to ever play the game. And he is still doing it to this day, years on from his own debut.
TRK will already have done something no one has done in a long time as he stays cool for that backflip save. Even getting a second win is something that no one's done against Nupo so far in this event. Not even TRK himself when he played him earlier in the upper bracket. He is so calm right now in defense despite having such little boost. Nupo finally going to break him down. He's got 25 seconds to get 2 more.
Yeah, I was loving the composure in defense. There's so many fake challenges from TRK. This time he tries for a reverse challenge, hoping that it's not going to be predictable. But 25 seconds to go, it's game on. TRK's got to be careful here. He's lost a lot of kickoff goals in these games already. Needs to get solidly behind this ball, and he does. He might get one of his own. He does, and it's 6-3.
That's about as good as it can possibly go on the kickoff. TRK forcing it out to the right. Nupo helping him push it out there, but TRK just quicker and better on the ball and gets the advantage. Now you got to get out of the kickoffs. You know, it's important to get at least a midfield play if you're not just going to keep scoring goals, because Nupo can get 3 straight.
That's
in fact, one power shot, we'll get one of them. So, and that took not nearly enough time to actually waste all the time off the clock. So now TRK needs to escape the kickoff to secure this game.
I would have liked the drive kickoff from TRK. I think he's got to do something different here just for one more go. Will he stick to standard? He will. He's trusting his mechanics here, which is so difficult to do in a matchup that's this mechanically intense, but he's done it. TRK, after an 11-2 defeat, wins Game 3. He's got the defending world champ on the ropes.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, because we've seen so many different goals. Surely Nupo's winning in the series, right? I mean, that 11-2 game, you just spread those out over the rest of this time that we've watched them, and he has a big advantage. But it's TRK in the driver's seat, 2-1 up over Nupo. I know no one else has been 2-1 up because no one has gotten 2 games off of him yet. It was probably Ruas last time, at least in the RLCS, that someone was able to get more games. TRK proving to be just as big of a problem here in this grand final.
Yeah, there were some chinks in the armor there from Nupo. Well, first of all, I mean, the mind games from TRK are working. His plays are actually working, which is huge, because if he can get goals just from his own default plays, that's obviously an important aspect of winning. But the fact that we're seeing some missed touches and some missed flicks, we're just not used to seeing that from the defending world champ. He's usually so brutally efficient and consistent. So I think TRK might have got under the skin a little bit, and it might be a comeback. Well, it will be a comeback that's needed, but yeah, what an important game we've got coming up after the timeout.
Yeah, timeout by Nupo. We've seen timeouts very seldom used. Tons of players are down to just go next very quickly. You know, sometimes they're doing almost the opposite of a timeout. They're forfeiting, getting right back into the next game right away with nothing at all in terms of taking a break. But we didn't even see 2 game wins in a row, which a lot of, you know, coaches and teams, when we see 3 people on the field, they reserve that timeout. You know what we haven't seen is we saw tons of timeouts in the lead last time around. This time, much more conventional use. But Nupo clearly does not like how his game losses have been going. He hasn't been able to win the close ones, which there's something to be said about that. You know, he has to blow it out of the water right away. Otherwise, he hasn't been able to clutch up. TRK, maybe the king of clutch over in Mina, is becoming a real problem.
It's very interesting to note that TRK lost almost every kickoff in game 2. He didn't switch it up a lot, and we're wondering, is that trend gonna continue? But straight away in game 3, he gets much more goal side on every single contact. So when we're talking about goal side, he's getting as between the ball and his goal as possible when the kickoff impact is happening. That's at least given him you know, a chance to fight for those mid boosts, fight for possession, and it even got him some kickoff goals. So that's a huge play by him, hiding the fact that he knows that before the game gets going and then using it in the game itself. So yeah, we're gonna get this one started momentarily. TRK 2-1 up, but yeah, the second 2 games is the next 2, no doubt, will be even harder to get.
Yeah, this makes me think back to the Falcons' domination. It's maybe fallen off here a little bit in Mina in 3v3, but TRK was part of those teams that did so well, and you could beat them in, you know, some other part of the bracket. You know, before the grand final, sometimes occasionally Falcons will lose. Falcons in that grand final are different. Now we have no Falcons. To be fair, I'm talking about TRK's old teams. TRK now, you know, a Twisted Minds player with Nupo, but TRK is that player who's just impossible to beat. So many different people, you know, they celebrate because I got second. I got second to TRK. I was able to get to the grand final. You know, I almost beat him. Maybe there's that level of clutch that even in ones TRK has. He didn't make it to the grand final last time. This time he's here, and he's a force to be reckoned with.
And now here we go with game 4. It's midfield play from the get-go. Open play to find in ones. If both players can get boost after a kickoff and posture up to contest the possession. So that was a pretty even one. Oh, TRK has gone under with the mind game. I don't think he meant this one. If he did this on purpose, that is extraordinary because he's gone ahead of the ball and then faked out with a bump. How has he come up with these ideas?
It's beautiful. He wave dashes out back towards the catch and cuts it in. Everything is going TRK's way, and he is trusting himself with those resets down to the ground.
Oh,
nice save. Nupo forced back, but TRK not going to be able to pick up much boost in this extended attack. Nupo fakes, goes low, and gets the first.
Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, TRK had to cover something here. He decided to cover the flick, and yeah, Yard is going to concede the low 50 in that position. But he's got to keep that in mind, though. These are the mind games that are constantly going on in 1v1. It's not just about the play that's happening right now. It's about remembering what did the opponent do the last time they were in this spot, and do you think they're going to go for the same thing again?
Ooh, almost got a good bounce. Still going to be in a great position, though. Nupo glues the ball to the ground. Has TRK low on boost. We're going to switch sides again. And Nupo, who starts with boost, is going to be the first one to the opposite corner as he keeps TRK on pads. This is the 1v1 jail I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast that you can get put in. And Nupo has put TRK in this jail as he continues to throw flicks over and over again. TRK still hasn't been able to pick up more than a pad here or there. This is a big moment. This is going to be the 50 that gets him out. In fact, it's just straight to the net.
What a save by TRK. In and out of his own net in the blink of an eye. And he's dunked it so hard, it's almost gone in without a bounce. I mean, you're not going to see a better save than that. And it was off the back of consistent pressure as well.
What a jailbreak! I said TRK was in jail. And what I did not realize is he was moments away from scoring. So maybe, I mean, Nupo has to keep going to that. I mean, you have to feel good about having somebody completely packed in on 0 boost. And even when they're going in and out of the net, that's actually usually a good sign too. They're panicking to try and get high. Finally, Nupo this time is going to get his goal.
Yeah, great call on the bluff here. TRK trying to back down Nupo, but he just lost control of that. He got a bit too far away from it. So it's a bit obvious that he wasn't going to flip into the ball. Notice that a lot of the time that TRK is boost starved, he's got to look out for low 50s. And nice bump there after the kickoff. Because when TRK is starved, that is when he is most susceptible to the low 50. And I think he'll have noticed that. He's going to be staying lower in a lot of his challenges.
Nupo trying to play keep away. TRK wanted to be a pest. He's got control now. Net is showing as open, but TRK shuts it as soon as he opens the window. And now he's right back on the ball. Nupo did not, pull the trigger immediately when he saw some open space. If TRK gets this one, my goodness! Nupo missed and made it possible.
He can't get this. It's going to be TRK's ball. This is unbelievable. We're seeing some inaccuracies from the world champ, but TRK is defending like prime Ruas, and now strikes to the bottom left. One wave dash shot.
You don't want to let TRK get to this spot, but sometimes you have no other choice as you're rotating back. No angle to dive in. It'd be even worse. So you let TRK bring that ball down to the ground, and he is never going to lack power when he wants it. He finds it, and he's got a lead. And it feels like even with TRK in the lead earlier, up 2-1 in the series, we're just waiting for Nupo to get going. But as we approach halftime in this game, and TRK is still leading, the TRK believers are definitely going to be feeling they're in a good spot.
Oh, this is a ridiculous play. Both players trying to stay with it. It's TRK again. He's got on the right side of it. The boost is spawning. Oh, it's not spawned yet, though. He stopped moving on it, and he's conceded as a result. I feel like the updates kind of baited him here, because you can see that it was lit up, but it wasn't quite there for TRK.
TRK, he's got time to play on the new updates. Just as much as Nupo, at least. Excuses to be made. We're looking to get that one back. He's got another great kickoff. Possession on top of his car. Fake challenge doesn't make him phased at all, but he is bringing the ball to the back wall, so no, Nupo doesn't make contact. Not a lot to be done there. Now Nupo low on boost. Flick, TRK wants to try and end possession here. This time he does get away with not using the flip, as he's able to pull it down to the ground. Great challenge as TRK far out going for his reset landings. And all the boost is in favor of Nupo, so TRK, even though he's on the ball, was expecting to be able to get possession here quickly. That flick, maybe not quite good enough. He couldn't force it straight down the field. A strong flick might have scored, but he popped it too far up. Not enough lateral power in order to score.
He's just trying to make the most of a boost advantage earlier there. The TRK defending so bravely. He is keeping up the pace. He's looking for those back corner demos, but Nupo's wise to it. Now a minute left in the game. Low air dribble coming through. It's a 50. A lot of 50-50s by the defender world champion. A huge miss. He's absolutely whiffed that. Can you believe it? TRK leads off a ball miss on the turn. You almost never see that.
That is not a mistake that he makes. TRK has him shaking a little bit as he does not seem to be maintaining his fundamentals in this crucial grand final. Thought maybe for a second about going for a demo, but he pulled away from it. Got TRK on pads. TRK escaped for an easy counterattack last time. This time it is going to be Nupo who gets a goal. Soft touch. We're equal.
Yeah, and again, it's that low 50. As soon as he gets TRK boost start, he's going for the low 50s. He knows that he's going to recover faster with the boost advantage. And he has had so many shots this game, 13-8. TRK's got 8 saves. Really doing such a good job in defense, but can he get his lead back again here? Fight for the back corner boost goes the way of Nupo. It's going to be TRK retreating. Chance for a late lead, but TRK launches in, hides behind the ball in his approach, and delays it for a bit.
Yeah, you even saw a ball cam toggle from Nupo to see if he could see around it and see the challenge, but it was too late. TRK already stopped. That left side of the net is open. It's interesting. TRK is showing that, and Nupo has not been able to punish. Maybe I've just watched too much Moxie film, but I know Moxie, if given that opportunity, would absolutely rip one top left. Flicks maybe not the best game for Nupo. He prefers being in the air. That's where he's going to go now. Try and get an air dribble. And this one connects. It's a demo to get the lead.
Great switch up. Had TRK shadowing, and he just pops the ball up. Slams TRK out of the way. TRK did jump early for that one. Made himself into a bit of a target. 9 seconds to go. We are headed towards a tie series. Unless TRK can get control of the ball here, but as he has many times in the straight spawn, he just has to watch the ball go over his head. He's gonna have one chance at this though. Has to be so efficient with this full pitch air dribble in. That's not the start that you needed. Keeps it up, still a chance. Still gonna have one more opportunity to get back to this, and he does. Well, this is something special from TRK. Recycling the full pitch air dribble. But the hovering challenge is so annoying to look at, and that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, not the best challenge for Nupo if he's trying to not get scored on at some other point of the game, because that he was going to get one out, and then TRK is going to collect it and bring it to goal. But he just needs any bit of grass at all, so he just dive bombs it from above and forces it back down. Pretty impressive from TRK to even stand a chance there. But you know, I worry for TRK in this series only because it felt like he needed that one, which is crazy to say. He's clearly been showing that he can play with Nupo back and forth. I shouldn't be worried about him, and yet I feel like anytime he has a game close, he needs to close it out, and this time he didn't.
Yeah, he missed an opportunity there. There's no doubt about it. He had late chances in the game to take a lead, couldn't take him. So it's not going to get easier from here, but there are a couple of silver linings for TRK. He's definitely gotten up and nervous, that's for sure. We've seen some mistakes that are extremely uncharacteristic for the defending world champ in these games, and TRK is still getting goals with his style of play. He's not having to play unrealistically for him. He is sticking to his game plan. I want to see more ball chasing when he's low boosted defense, so he's got to just accept that, hey, this is a bad situation. If I try to go for a crazy read, I'm conceding off for too many low 50s. I think he's just got to read the low 50, and you know, if you get outplayed, you get outplayed.
Yeah, you have to take your risks. You have to push the edges of what's possible against a guy like Nupo. These guys both loved it. I wasn't on PoE, but TRK did the front flip. Were you by chance on Nupo?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah, they both love the front flip.
I love it. I can't wait to try this myself as a front flip main. No speed flipping required. So, yeah, if these guys are doing it, some of those mechanical players in the world, I don't want to see anybody calling me a bot for front flipping. I often am accused. That's okay. It's going to be, again, pretty tame flicking from Nupo from that side of the field. TRK up high. Is he going to pull the trigger? Yes, he is! And there's the return on the investment for all of the fakes that he's been going for before.
Yeah, if you wondered, how come they're not challenging him? Just challenge him. Don't let him get to the ground. TRK is no slouch if he has to play through the air as well. He's got the full repertoire. Every aerial attack needs to have threats all the way from beginning to end. You need to be on that ball without leaving a moment's notice for anyone to challenge. TRK does just that. Now he's going to fall off the ceiling. Actually, interesting decision from Nupo to bring it up. Usually you try and counter someone coming from the ceiling by going down, but the extra pop gets over the top.
Yeah, huge scoop on this one. As TRK was trying to get right in line with the ball there, and he does get outplayed by the reset. I don't really mind that play though from TRK. I think that's going to probably result in a goal for his opponent, regardless of what he does there. But, interesting to note, on the diagonal kickoffs, TRK returns the favor. Beautiful control. I'm really paying close attention to the diagonal kickoffs. If TRK just goes for the old classic goal side, inside wall, I think he's scoring a kickoff goal. I don't know if he knows this, but right here, if he just goes goal side to the left, it's been wide open a few times, and it's actually this time that he changes it. So, well, fair play to Nupo, because a couple of times he's gone really side onto the ball. This time he doesn't.
He's able to get control because of it, but he's still playing from behind. He needs to try and peel this ball off the back wall in order to actually get an angle. Instead, just brings it right into TRK, who has Tony Boost to work with, whose flick game is, you know, who knows if it's going to be good or not. We're not going to be able to find out. Nupo will challenge long before he gets an opportunity to go. The wall dashes and playing keep away with TRK. Pre-flip. Is this a save? This is such a great save from TRK, rejoining the play. Has he escaped, though? He's just pushed this ball back out to Nupo, who now has boost advantage and another chance to flick. The flicks have left a bit to be desired, but this one directly at the back of TRK will go in.
Yeah, TRK wanted to leave this on his goal line. He's tried to hit the crossbar precisely. That's why he's waited so long to save that. If that does hit the bar, then TRK's recovered in really quickly. He might just have an open net. That's what he's thinking at least, but yeah, you've got to make the save first. This time he couldn't do that. So the ball goes right to Nupo's back wall. Full pitch air dribble commences. He's used a lot of boost on this one, but he's got a great lineup and perfect slot to the bottom right.
Yeah, watching from TRK's POV, he jumped there for a second to try and maybe, you know, make Nupo think, but he did not. And you see that wave dash switch up. It's all about setting up on one side of the ball so that your arrow roll shot, if you do decide to use it, will send the ball one way, and your wave dash sends it back the other, and it just leaves the defender.
Oh, look at this.
Watching sitting at the midfield. TRK almost going to get advantage. I love the perfectly mirrored front flip kickoffs. Nupo has control. Air dribble bump. He had to slow it down. But
wow. Oh, he should keep doing this. TRK looks awkward. He doesn't have the immediate reflex knowing what he wants to do here. He just kind of froze underneath the ball and gets completely taken out of the game. I think TRK's got to swerve off to the side there, give himself a bit more of an angle. He's got to have that instantaneously as his reaction, though, or it won't work.
You have to be ahead of the game. To be prepping, expecting that speed from TRK.
Oh, not quite.
But he's missed here. Will we get 100? It's going to have to be another back off. TRK already pre-jumping, already prepping for a potential aerial that does not end up arriving. Nupo may be convinced by the pre-jump not to go for it. Goes to the ground instead. Will play out of the air. And he's trying to put TRK in jail, but TRK a little bump. He's going to get out, and he's got possession himself.
Oh, what move. TRK fake it in field, plays it over the challenge, and he's back within one. And there's just mind games within mind games here from these guys. Look at TRK completely fooling his teammate. Halftime in game 5. Game that will send someone to double tournament point, double qualification point to this year's World Championship. Nupo's still trying to defend his title. TRK would love to be the representative for this year. Twisted Minds win either way.
Oh, this could be a good sign from Nupo, who has not found the power at all today. He is able to go top right in order to absolutely scream one in. TRK, I might have accelerated it, could have even maybe slowed it down, but 100 kilometers per hour plus is definitely going to be good enough to get past TRK. He's got a 2-goal lead. TRK with an opportunity though, wall to air dribble. He's going for the ceiling reset this time around, and he's actually not playing his normal reset down to the ground. He actually rushes back to the ball, takes his shot, and now looking to go again. He's got Nupo missing. Can he get around this? He will just barely roll it in bottom right.
Well, his precision has been on point for these plays, because once again, he just pulls out an unexpected angle, and he just gets around it for the finish as well. Staying in touch as he needs to do. These have been close games, the last one and this one. Still, I think the majority of the kickoffs are going the way of your 1v1 world champion. TRK fake ceiling challenge. He's hovering on the back wall. Goes low at the last minute. And this time it's worked out.
Yeah, everything that TRK is doing is not, you know, for fun. Everything he's showing on the back wall is to try and adjust Nupo, make him go to his second option that he was going for. Another weak flick that TRK is going to take advantage of. But it's so important to stay moving in defense. Receiver lost that to also dodge the air dribble bumps, but the boost grab's going to go to Nupo. Half flip from TRK isn't as clean as I would like to see from him, and Nupo will score.
It's just so powerful in defense every single time. He's able to get such a good touch there, directly over TRK's head. TRK did not make the right move. He was worried about conceding even earlier. That's why he flipped the time that he did, but obviously needed to get closer to the ball if he was going to save the follow-up touch. Again, we're getting a very mirrored kickoff, and TRK's 1-1. He's getting stronger and stronger in this as the series goes on. I feel like earlier on it was Nupo's winning them, and now TRK just out-muscles him.
Yeah, Nupo may be getting a bit too high. His single jump, maybe over the top of the mass of the ball, so sometimes that 50 that happens there can push you up into the air, which prevents you from dashing quickly. TRK able to force it through. TRK a flick, 2 kickoffs back-to-back, and we got ourselves a tie game.
And so many of these early challenges are getting spotted by TRK. The vision needs to be perfect there. I'm thinking he's lining up for a late mind game though in the next one. So all these outplays I've got to be making him think that a fake is going to work later. Oh, what a shot that is. That's going to make it as well. TRK by 1. He pulls a shot out of nowhere.
Yeah, he gets bumped off of this. He gets pushed away.
My goodness.
And he says, you know what? I think I can find an angle. I didn't mean to be here. I was forced to be here. But I think there's an aerial shot available. I wonder if TRK was even wondering if that would go in. I think he wanted to force Nupo back.
Yeah.
Man, he got everything all at once. Got the goal immediately. Now he's up. Reset over the top. It's 8-6.
I just cannot believe how well he has timed the switch from full aerial mind game to full aerial outplay. It is unreal that he has pulled this off. So many mind games worked earlier, and now he's outplaying every challenge. TRK by 2, and he could be on double match point in 45 seconds, but was taking his time. Towards his back corner he goes. It's the furthest from the net possible. Here he gets started. TRK ceiling shadowing and matches him perfectly, completely blocking him at every point of the play.
Forcing him back. Nupo might have been picked up 100, but he's going to be awkward here. TRK is actually maybe a bit of time wasting. He's trying to flick it back, but he's just giving Nupo a great position. What is this wave dash? Nupo got lost. I think he meant to keep the ball closer, but he fell away from it and went for a bump instead. TRK able to reverse out of the demo. And now he has a carry. This flick over the top. Nupo feels like he has to challenge. He slows it down, but TRK scores again.
TRK threatening to dribble the ball back, baits in the challenge, and scores a 9th. Anything but an immediate kickoff goal, and this is game over. So TRK should just be trying to stay with this. And you know what that means? Front flip into the ball. It's a new meta. Can't wait to try this one myself. I'm sure all of you guys are the same. But will he get a 10 to add insult to injury? You bet he will. TRK is on double tournament point.
TRK, you know, he's proven me wrong. I was saying he needed to win that previous game. He let Nupo back into this one, and yet this is a solid win for TRK. Really good job of confirming his win late. It's not an easy thing to do against Nupo. He played all the right ways, including that last little bait in. You have somebody on the ropes. They have no choice but to try and dive and challenge. Nupo's used his timeout, so he can't even use that now. It is TRK who is controlling the series.
And TRK outplayed so many challenges in this game. There were, you know, plays where he's coming off the wall to get under the ball and outplay. There's a reset in the back corner. These are all very technical resets. And even though he lost his lead and had to earn it back again, he did just that and absolutely farmed. He got, what was that now? 6 straight goals at the end of the game. This is unreal from TRK.
Yeah, on a crazy run that he can hope to continue. There's going to be a little bit of break here between games, but he's hoping that's going to roll right into the next one. It all comes down to that expert aerial game. We didn't realize we were going to be talking about TRK necessarily coming into this one, but he stays on ball at every moment. He's getting resets early, which means if Nupo tries to challenge early, that flip is available. He's not sticking to just one game plan. We've seen him wave dash go low. We've seen him use the reset go high. He's been able to get in control. He's not getting dominated on the kickoffs. Nupo maybe should stop doing the front flip kickoff. Maybe he needs to do something different because it's been good enough for TRK to be able to at least go 50, and he's played well in the open field, in the places that we thought he was going to be the big underdog. He has come to play, and he's got 2 chances now to try and become being a champion.
And this would be the 3rd region out of 3 with a different representative. In only the 2nd year of 1v1's inclusion in RLCS, we are seeing new representatives in every single region. KV1 for South America. You have NAS for EU. Can it be TRK for MENA? He's got the world champ on the ropes. But this one, I think, out with a lot of them, is the one that I was most surprised by. It's not happened yet. That is a monster flick from distance.
Yes, it's a great sign. We talked about it earlier. The flicks were getting better. Even in the last game, we saw a couple of nice flicks. TRK diving in, Nupo flicking past him, able to get an early lead. As he will try and continue that. Backed off here on the kickoff. TRK not bringing his ball to net. He's going nice and slow down the field. Waiting. He's just watching what Nupo's up to, but the ball was too much lateral movement. He let it move almost all the way outside of the net, and that's where Nupo challenged.
Yeah, and he got tripped as well in the follow-through. TRK did not get anything like what he wanted there. Wasn't really threatening much from that angle. So early 2-0 lead. This is not a lead that TRK has failed to overcome. There's that drive kickoff again. This one will work extremely well for TRK, but his first touch is wayward. He's used a lot of boost. Second touch much better as he rifles the ball back on target.
Now resetting to the back wall. Hanging around to make sure he actually starts his dribble. Wants to force him all the way across the field in the air. He's done that, but the shot a little bit weak at the end. Nupo able to save it and recover quickly because TRK shooting it down. It's going to enable the counterattack.
Yeah, it's a bit too slow there by TRK. Used all of his boost on that one, so he had to score, or he's getting scored on. And yeah, ultimately didn't really get too close to scoring. It's a good try. It would work in many cases, but not at this level of competition. He might have conceded again here. He's just left the ball for boost and made to look a bit silly in doing so. It's 4-0 TRK. Just a lackadaisical first minute here.
Yeah, we saw an 11-2 for Nupo. He has been able, he might walk out of this series even if he loses here. Well, I guess maybe not if he loses here, but with many more goals scored because of that early game where he crushed. He's on track for another, run up here. The scoreline only a minute 30 in. He's got 4. TRK, can he make this game close? There's been only 2 types of games we've seen, close down to the wire, and then Nupo heavily favored. He's going to try and pinch this away. TRK actually stopping it at the midfield. Never really let that even stand a chance. Now back to a ceiling reset. Tried to switch it up early and shoot because he saw Nupo coming, but Nupo still makes contact and gets a goal.
What a challenge. 5-0. This is a statement game by the defending world champion. He is not done defending his title yet. I mean, he's already in the GOAT conversation for 1v1. If he can go back-to-back, there would be absolutely no question that he is the greatest in the game mode's history. He's off to a fantastic start in Game 6.
He had to play from behind when he did last time against Rawas, so he's not unfamiliar with getting down in series. And he's certainly in the zone to not only get to Game 7, as both these guys are going to flip past the ball. TRK was expecting Nupo to make contact, and he didn't. Now TRK has a great spot, but getting dunked. Nupo trying to get some momentum as well into the next game. Not to say that this game is over by any means, but he's got TRK completely scoreless. He's going to have this one red. Should be able to get 100, and he's going to try and add even more to the tally.
Yeah, we're into the second half of the game now. TRK knows from this point onwards, he can't just be playing a loose game. He has to defend his net. You concede any more, it becomes almost unwinnable. And he might be conceding more. So he's under a ton of pressure. What a read for 6-0.
This is unbelievable. This is a pass off the corner. How does he have that bounce perfectly red?
Wow.
That is such a tough read to make, and he was instantly headed out to where he knew the ball was going to go. An insane read from Nupo, who's up 6-0, hasn't allowed even a single goal. His back is officially against the wall, and he seems to recognize that as he has now turned it up to 11. The shot gets saved easily. TRK would need a goal here and then would need some kickoffs to go his way, but it doesn't seem like that's what's going to happen. In fact, he tries to cut this off early, doesn't make contact. It's going to be another one for Nupo.
Well, looking back at Game 2, we had a similar situation. Very often you'll see a forfeit here, but TRK played on right down to the end of Game 2, despite trailing by, I think it was 9 goals at the end. So I expect to see him do the same thing here. And in Game 2, when he started losing badly, he didn't reveal any of his change-ups. He's just using this time to try to maybe drill bad habits into his opponent and play more and more losing strategies. In Rocket League, especially ones, we call it conditioning your opponent to expect a certain thing, and then later on he's going to make the changes to try to surprise Nupo in the last game. But yeah, he's not playing this one on thinking he can win it. That this is just, for now at least, learning as much as he can that he can use in game number 7.
Yeah, it's an impressive mental to take, but TRK no longer minds. Nupo, see, this is kind of an interesting counter to what you were just saying, and I was talking about this with JamesBot slightly. Is there incentive now for Nupo to not reveal anything, to start going for kickoffs that he'll never go for in the future, which that one, we will not see that in Game 7 if it's ever close. But he might as well, go for a clip here or there, take some bigger risks that he never would otherwise take, so that TRK doesn't get a read back the other way. you know, even if TRK scores here, which TRK going to bail out of it, really still not a chance. So we're into midfield play. Air dribble bump. Maybe Newport should air dribble bump the rest of the way out to try and get TRK as frustrated as possible.
That would be a smart move, actually. Just try to be as annoying as possible. They only go for air dribble bumps, demos, low 50s. Just the most frustrating things to concede against. But last time this happened, it was TRK who came in just fine in the very next game. So I think mentally he's going to be okay here. Will he go for more mind games? He went for a mind game on his aerial before this. Is it going to be another one? Yeah, it is. So, okay, TRK, maybe I'm just overthinking this, but he's played for 2 reset fakes in this this rubbish time where the game's already over. If he goes for another one, is it going to be too obvious? He's like, "Whoa, look at me, I'm reset faking again. You better back off." Oh, now you can see I play. So maybe there's just there's less to this than we think, and he just is playing it out because why not? Take a virtual timeout per se.
Yeah, I mean, 1v1, unlike in other mode, is the closest to just getting a little free play break as well. Maybe you just want to shake it off, drive around, not too worried about whether the ball goes in your net anymore. Just kind of get some more touches on the ball, feel out what your plan is for Game 7. Maybe see if your full field air dribble reset musty dunks are there. It looks like they are. Looks like that is a tool you could potentially use in Game 7.
Well, after seeing the early attempts for the full pitch air dribble from TRK, I like these getting a couple more reps in, see where the hands are at. But most curious right now for me is, will the aerial game really be present in Game 7? I expect it to be, but I also thought it would be a part of the Game 7 in EU between Zen and Nasts, and it wasn't really a part of the game. They were both so nervous that they defaulted, mostly at least, to the ground game. And we might see something similar here with both players playing very, very safe.
And you know what's interesting is I would have argued that TRK just took an in-game timeout by waiting around for 2 odd minutes after losing. He's also going to take an out-of-game timeout. So TRK wants another break. He's trying to get as big of a possible break here before the Game 7. We saw, if it weren't for the fact that we've already seen it before, I would be going heavily in Nupo's favor, coming off an 11-2 win. He was already able to completely erase that. So there's some magic in just seeing 0-0 and 5 minutes back on the clock. It just changes things for these players. It's definitely going to need to change for TRK if he wants there to be a new MENA 1v1 champion.
But something that keeps on delivering is the 1v1 scripts. We've got another Game 7, everybody. That's the 2nd year in a row. We've had a Game 7 in the MENA final last season. It was Ruas against Naupo. In EU, same thing. We had Moxie against Rally. Then you had Zen against Nas, both going to Game 7. This is what 1v1 is all about. You've got so many things you can change that you are just more likely to get comebacks in the individual games and in the series as a whole, compared to 3v3, which often delivers 4-1s and 4-0s in grand finals. Sometimes we get a 4-2 and we're thinking, wow, what a final, 4-2. I mean, we're getting spoiled today. But in ones, the Game 7, it really does happen a lot.
Yeah, and now is time to cash in on everything you've been working on. We're talking about conditioning opponents over the course of a long series. The most obvious case of that is probably the kickoffs and what you go for. You can throw in brand new kickoffs if you're feeling confident, or if you need a last-second resurgence, throw something you haven't thrown all series long. Maybe that ends up being the reason why you bring it back, but also the aerial game. A 7-game series, we've kind of seen a little bit of everything, but it all comes down to this one moment. Are you going to clutch up? Are your mechanics going to transfer? We saw maybe not the best games from people on LAN when they were a little bit more nervous. Game 7s are a similar situation. The player who did not fade, though, and was not too worried was Nupo. He played fine both on LAN and in these grand finals. He's shown that he still has mechanics, even in the biggest moments. TRK, tons of success on LAN as well. We expect him to be ice cold. This should be cinematic. You see the banner there. It's Nupo's got a banner here on this Champions Field. TRK wants to add his. Let's get started with game number 7.
The game that will decide who represents Middle East, North Africa at the World Championship for 1v1. Both these guys are already going over there for 3v3. They'll be playing together. And it's going to be the defending world champ who opens his scoring in Game 7. He had enough boost here to set himself up for a shot, and he saw the early challenge coming a mile away.
Really good catch, too. He has to swing almost from behind the play to get a good first touch, but he gets a sweet spot to pop it out to himself in the midfield to even enable that power shot in the first place. And TRK going to get forced back on this kickoff, unable to grab his own back corner boost. 29 boost to work with, allowed to get a dribble as he tries to flick it out and into the corner. A pinch that is really just buying time. He's not hoping to score there from that position, just allowing himself to get 100. Jumps early. If he forces Nupo back down to the ground, play a little bit more ground game. His flicks earlier were bad, but this one was strong. TRK still gets a save.
It's great defense from TRK, but he is still on the ropes here for now. His boost management has been excellent, and that might be enough to equalize the position, but no, the shot quality is too good. Now he's coming in high with the mind game. TRK did not read that one.
Yeah, TRK has been doing the same thing the other way. Saw the reset, thought it might be one high, tried to jump forward early. Players are, for the most part, trying to position their cars where they can still make that low save if need be, but this time Nupo able to squeak by. Could be really nice.
Wow.
Kick off here. He's going to carry Nupo for a second. Throw this on target. It'll be a goal.
Oh, well played by TRK to spot that this is available. He wave dashes away, gets wider than his opponent, and then gets under him. A lot of players would have just taken the boost there. TRK had bigger ideas, and he's on the board in game 7.
Front flip kickoff. These guys continue to mirror each other. TRK back into the corner. Not clear. Yes, he is going to be given free possession here, so it'll be a win for him. Nupo challenging up the ceiling. These guys convincing each other to go back down to the ground. Nobody allowing to take their first air dribble because the defense is just far too proactive. Nupo tapped that away. He wasn't able to get back to it with the boost he had. So he'll leave.
Wow.
TRK reads the early challenge, but Nupo actually got bumped back down and is able to recover to try and control the ball.
That fake in the near post by TRK. Huge flick to the top shelf. Ties the game. That's confidence from close range. He was pretty all in here if he hits the bar. No doubt, though. Slots it.
Backed away. Nupo with that little fake towards the ball. Make sure he stayed going across the net to enable that flick. Now it's going to be possession for Nupo. He's got TRK backing off. It's going to be a carry. He sees TRK coming in. Low 50. TRK's gotten good enough 50s, though, to prevent immediate shots. He's able to recover. He is stuck in jail, like I talked about before, and he's not going to be there very long. Nupo's going to score quickly.
Just so controlled, keeping an eye on TRK the whole time. If TRK dives in, he is, really risking getting outplayed, so he has to back off. Once more, it's the low 50 against TRK. When the boost rolls low, looks like it's going to be a kickoff possession to Nupo as well. What's he going to do with this one? He can really decide his play here. Opts for the ground game. Is it going to be the pop bump? He's had success with it earlier. Instead, this time he's just going to air dribble the ball into a 50. Oh, look at the timing on the boost steal. TRK is gone. And he gets back in time, but not enough. On the finish. 4-2, but that was a whisker away from being saved.
Yeah, TRK, it felt like he was going all in the moment of the corner. I thought he was going maybe for a bump or just try and steal the ball, and when he didn't get it, I thought it was free, but he found his way back to make it as close as he did. This game is close as well, but it's another kickoff in favor of Nupo. His flick is high save by TRK, trying to land clean in and out of the net, first to the ball, but unable to force it out. Oh, got a respawn right in time and then re-challenges in a decent position. Used all of that now, though. Swinging wide, hoping to get an undercut or a demo on Nupo. Didn't get it, cannot get back, and the slow roll is going to be
wow.
To make it 5-2.
That placement is disgusting. TRK was covering so much of the goal, but he's just not quite got a touch on this. And the post only comes into play slightly. 3-goal deficit. TRK struggling in the final game. He's already lost the first match point. Can he take this one, or is it going to be another heartbreaking grand final loss?
TRK has boost. He's even picking up pads in front of the net right now while Nupo's controlling the ball. He is expecting to be able to turn this in. Nupo goes to the side wall 100 instead of going to the back corner. Might result in him arriving late. TRK trying to stick it in that top corner, but Nupo covers that the whole time. Now both players very low, but Nupo with ball control. Opportunity to flick. TRK save up high. Neither one of them has anything to work with, but TRK able to get up earlier. He's going to clear this out. He might be able to chase it down. Some wall dashes to get out ahead. He got some boots in the midfield, and he gets his third.
Yeah, TRK flipping onto the wall here. And then getting back down with the wall dashes. Great use of the walls to accelerate, win the race to the ball. Before that, we did get a save on TRK's aerial mind game, so I think he's got to go for the play next time. He's got to try and hit our flip reset and an outplay, or he is not going to take this grand final.
Talking about the Game 7 adjustments, just a full delay from Nupo that I don't think we've seen a ton of all series, but he's going to bring it out now. And it's got him up possession as TRK going back off the wall, down to the ground. 50 isn't quite in, but the follow-up is Nupo playing for the recovery. He gets his goal.
And, you know, he's gone for the low 50s in this game. TRK clearly not able to predict it. That's multiple times now that he's been outplayed by a 50-50, either on the ground or from the aerial game. Going the other way, TRK's aerial game looking like it's getting red. If we look at Game 6 as well, it was more of the same. Can he outplay this time around? Low reset, catch, and the pop. But once again, the save is too good. TRK's trying to stay with this one, and he does with a demo. He's working so hard for his every single play. Oh, he got a freebie.
He was able to fake Nupo out on the respawn. Got the demo. Nupo choosing the perfect spot to respawn in, try to dive on the ball, and he just matrixed around it.
Wow.
He should have gotten a touch there, but made no contact, and TRK has just been able to keep this within 2, within striking distance. More than enough time to make that up. He's not letting Nupo run away with it. He's gonna have to back off now, as it'll be possession and a ball carry for Nupo, who does not have the power on his flicks. A total flub, not able to steal the corner boost either. TRK is able to pick that up. It is still possession for Nupo, who has enough this time. The flick is in.
Well, he's just too clutch. Even after getting a misplay on the previous play, he fakes the wall touch, cuts in field again, and then makes the flick work. 3-goal advantage for the defending world champion. TRK needs to get control of the ball. He's not had much off it in Game 7.
He's been able, ooh, and he's just right here. Save. This possession has to go in. TRK has to save some time for the rest of the goals he needs. He gets a reset without even moving towards net. Now he will carry it in. And catch and a flick. TRK needed this, and he clutched it.
He had a serious burst of speed here to wave dash under the ball with the flip reset that he had, and then launches the flick on target. 40 seconds left. This game on.
It's a huge kickoff right now on the diagonal, very volatile. Nupo delays it and wins it straight to net. Massive moment in the game, and it goes Nupo's way.
And like you said, it's been that adaptation in Game 7. He's completely caught TRK by surprise with that one. And it is just one more big possession away from back-to-back World Championships.
From kickoff from TRK, he recognizes that Nupo is way late to the ball this time, chips it around him. It is going to waste a little bit of time. TRK can't afford to have too much possession for Nupo. Yeah. He knows he has to dive, and Nupo does too, so he gets it over the top of him. And even a slow touch wastes a couple more seconds as he front flips it in.
Yeah, funnily enough there, I think that the tournament's over if he doesn't score this. If he hits out to TRK's back corner, steals the boost, it's probably game over, but it's as good as game over here. He is just undeniable. He seems unbeatable at times in ones when everybody else is forgetting how to play their game in the highest pressure moments. He just keeps chugging on forward. Can TRK get one? Not even, as the in and out save denies it. GG's, Nupo for the second year in a row is going to represent MENA at 1v1 Worlds.
Not an easy thing to do, to go back-to-back. We've seen that every region that's finished so far before this one, not able to do it, but Nupo holding it down. We thought maybe his biggest opponent in Rawas was out of the way, and it was going to be easy, but it was far from easy. TRK led in this series, just like Rawas did last time. MENA just has so much talent in 1v1. Hopefully one day we get all of these guys to get out on LAN and get to see everything they have against other regions, because man, can they ball.
Yeah, they really can, and he's got a good practice partner for the 1v1 Worlds now in TRK. His teammate Twisted Minds are going for multiple World Championships. But yeah, TRK is so close and so far. Let's head back to the desk to break it down.
Back-to-back years in 1v1s from Middle East. It has only been Nobu so far. He is reigning world champion. He will defend that title at the World Championship, James Bott. It went back and forth, literally trading games until those final two games. Finally, Game 7, Nobu breaks the trend. TRK loses twice in a row. and he comes out as champion.
Yeah, I think I'm walking away from that just impressed with how good TRK performed in that series. He was lights out. For a moment, I thought that my prediction was horribly wrong, but TRK, he wasn't able to get the job done in Game 7. Ultimately, Nubo clutches up, and he gets the job done.
Oh, man, he does, man. TRK was so close, though, too. Even a clutch game in game... Oh, we didn't show it. Clutch goal with 0 seconds in game number 1, but, I mean, he just needed one more close game, I called it. He just needed one more close game victory. He got it in game 1, got it in game 3, got it in game 5, and honestly, the series kind of turned in game 4. TRK had the opportunity to go up 3-1 in the set and kind of let that game get away from him late. Gave Nobo a chance to get right back into the series, and then that's all it takes for the reigning RLCS 1v1 world champion. Give him a hand, she takes him out. And like I said, he didn't want to see him on Champions Field. I believe last year, Nobo won in Champions Field.
He did.
And then this year, he won Champions Field yet again.
It was incredible. Last year, he got down to match point on game 4, had to win 3 straight against Roas. This time, trading games back and forth, and only broke the trend by winning game 6 and 7 back-to-back.
And it just goes to show you how good Nubo can play when that pressure is on. That's why he's the defending 1v1 world champion. Really impressive stuff from him. When the going got tough, he got going. Yeah, there was a blowout game in there. And that, but then credit to TRK for bouncing right back and making this a fight to the very end.
I couldn't believe the saves here in Game 7 from Nobu. The amount of times TRK's down on the other end, fires a shot that in any other game we've watched this entire weekend is an easy goal. And Nobu saves it off the crossbar to keep this one distance. He wins by 4. Every one of those saves, a huge instrumental part of that victory. And he is the 1v1 champion for Middle East North Africa. This time for Twisted Minds. Actually, it was for Twisted Minds last time as well. He's been with the org for both times here, and he will continue to carry their name into Dickey's Arena.
Beats him in 7. I mean, looking at a good bracket right here somehow. Beat TRK 2 times, actually. And then TRK had to beat Nush, who beat Clears and Rawas. So, I mean, you can't say that TRK got there without beating anybody. He had to beat some great players. Then you got the World's bracket here right through. Novo is not going to be playing Yan. It's KV1 for Sam.
KV1 will have his hands full, but what an opportunity he has earned, getting a chance to knock out the reigning world champ in the semifinals. He'll have to do it if he wants to play for the title of 1v1 champion, but we still got to find out who's going to be playing against NAS. That's going to be happening on our broadcast tomorrow. Championship Sunday for the North American 1v1 regional title. Diaz and Evo sitting in the semifinals waiting for the results of AJ versus Wavy and First Killer versus Zach. We're pretty stacked here, Bates. I think we've got down pretty confidently the best 6 players in North America.
Yeah, best 6 players in ones in North America. And I do think that, in my estimation, I put Zach there. 4 of them are a little bit better than the rest. Diaz, Evo, First Killer, Zach. AJ and Wavy, they got to show me something. Wavy had not his best day, but he still got the job done. AJ got outsped earlier against Evo. So we have to make some adjustments as well. But if Diaz can try to make it back-to-back, being an NA representative, that'd be really cool. Evo could make a run. First Killer, I thought he was the best player in 2s. He ended up winning it, but I thought he was the best. He could make a run in the 1v1. Got a lot of great players happening tomorrow.
I mean, James, Wavy said he's going to be bringing the air game tomorrow. So one thing he's been missing so far, and he gets Diaz if he makes it through AJ. I don't know, maybe we see a different Wavy tomorrow.
Yeah, if there's anyone that can take down Diaz, I think that's really going to be the favorite to represent North America. Diaz, he's a tough one to crack. I've seen Wavy try to beat him before, hasn't been able to get that job done. He'll have to get through AJ first, but it is going to be a tough road.
We could keep talking about it, folks, but I think it's time to let the day move on. Let the clocks move on, and we'll get to Championship Sunday just that little bit quicker, and we'll find out for sure. If you want to be in the building when we crown the 1v1 World Champion, go to the URL here on the screen, scan the QR code as well. Get your tickets. It's going to be a world's first, the first time we're crowning 3 World Championships in the RLCS. Be there when history is made. I'm excited for it. I hope to see you there. So we've got one more day of 1v1 action, folks. Championship Sunday starts bright and early tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Pacific. We'll have the pre-show, kickoff at 10 a.m. Thanks so much for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Pressure's starting to build, though. Oh! It landed the bump, but saved it and
Just Mines are looking to finish. Oh, what a devil.
Oh, Stizzy, down deal, down the jack. Open net, he doesn't have to hit it. Big shot, pass, up high, not over, 0 seconds. It's too late, on the ground, Army points. That is how you take an opportunity, Ruas. Nudge the exotic out of the way to open the door.
Part of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.